everybody? I'm sure everyone enjoyed last night, and we're into the semifinals here today at the Memory Express tournament. I'm Johnny Esports. I'm joined by Archer. And how you doing, my dude?
Yo, Johnny, thanks for letting me know who I am.
In case you forgot.
Yes, that's right. I am Artrin, and this is the Memory Express, the MEsports United, I believe. Is that what they're called now? It was kind of like a very last minute drop on everyone.
Yeah.
For the Mississauga store in Ontario, Canada, opening up this weekend is the grand opening, and tons of giveaways going on right now. I believe viewers can type in !giveaways or !MSI in chat right now to get an entry into this notebook that we're seeing here be given away. Pretty intense stuff. That's like a $2,000 laptop almost.
Yeah.
I mean, man, that would be pretty sweet right now, not gonna lie.
yeah. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, I need a new laptop for work and doing things on the go, and obviously to game on too. So this would be a great option if I won, but other people should enter too. I don't need to win this. But if you want to homie me out and not enter, I'm just kidding. No, everyone should try to enter and win this. It's a pretty awesome thing MSI has given this tournament. Pretty awesome thing that Memory Express has put together, and it's fun to celebrate a new store opening for Memory Express. I'm in Winnipeg, so we got the one. I remember when one opened up here, it was like the biggest. It was the awesomest thing because everything was. NCIX was the only way I was getting stuff for all the boomers there. So now,
what a blast!
Yeah, what a blast that was. So now having a Memory Express in your store, so I'm sure the people in Mississauga not needing to go over if they wanted to go in person to see something, needing to go over to other places in Ontario, or not needing to shop online. Shopping in person there. So if you're in the Mississauga area, obviously give the new stores a check out because I don't know. There's just something about like seeing the parts and like seeing the whole store and being able to compare your stuff. Even when you're on PC Part Picker, it's sometimes not the same. You definitely want to try doing out some shopping with in store for sure.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it's been I've personally done almost all of my PC shopping at Memory Express in the last probably like 6 or 7 years. Well before I started doing anything with like MEsports or Memory Express Esports stuff like that. I did most of my shopping there because they're a Canadian retailer, and I'm like, I'd love to support my fellow Canadians. And every time I've gone into the stores, they've just been an absolute blast to deal with. I've met some pretty cool people in there. Most of them are pretty big anime fans or gamers. So you go in there, you can talk about PC parts, or you can just talk about what game you're playing because most of them are probably playing the exact same game.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And that's the best part. Everyone there's a bunch of nerds, and that's a compliment.
It is a compliment. It is.
So you're able to go there and kind of just like hang out with your people and ask the right questions because like sometimes it's easy to go like, oh, I think I know everything, but honestly, like there's no dumb questions. In actuality, you can get there and figure out your stuff. Great people that work at Memory Express. I know they vet the employees pretty well, and they know what they're talking about. Each and every single one of them I've ever talked to.
And like one of the cool things that this event is kind of being brought to in part by is also their new kind of program that's called Academy. And this is Canada's first nationwide education purchase program, and it's open for pre-registration now. If you go head on over to acadme.com, so myacadme.com. If you're a student that's currently enrolled in school, so I believe it's high school or even secondary schools, you can go over there and they will be able to help you get gaming ready for a discount. It's the prices are really, really good. That's what I've been told. I haven't personally get to see them. I'm not in school, but I have been told the prices are fantastic, and it's really Memory Express kind of helping get the next generation of gamers up and going and being able to compete at esports levels and not using kind of like a toaster. Because fortunately, some of these new esports games, like the one we're looking at today, Valorant, you do need a half decent computer to play this at a decent level.
Yeah, definitely. And I wish that this kind of program did exist when I was kind of in school. I was just like working on some chunker of a netbook. Remember netbooks?
Yes.
They
I
were
had to
barely
think about
laptops. But if I had the academy program in school, I probably would have been able to afford a slightly nice computer and play something else
Oh,
other than World of Warcraft.
yes, yes, absolutely. Oh
Um,
man.
but all of that aside, too, there is some competition being played today. Two teams. We're starting off with our semifinal. It's UWinEsports GOLD versus Western Esports Valorant. Very excited to get them on stream. Of course, they are playing for $1,000 prize pool. $700 go into the number one team, $300 go into the number two team. So obviously, winner of this will be prizing out today. They're able to use that money on a bunch of different things. They use that money to fund their own Valorant teams projects. They can get jerseys, equipment, stuff to get to esports events, travel, or just use them for Memory Express gift cards because that's good too,
Yeah,
obviously. So
buddy.
yeah, that's definitely an exciting thing that's being put on for this tournament, and nice to have a nice little prize pool for these guys because these are students, obviously,
Yeah.
the collegiate game. So again, wish I had a tournament like this when I was going to school. I also was
We
good
had
at
the
video
tournaments
games
in the
back then.
LAN. We had
Yeah,
like the little computer area. We'd all hack in Counter Strike 1.6, and we'd all compete until one of the school admins walked by and saw us not doing homework,
yeah,
and kicked us out. It's like, hey, you know what? I could have been rolling up somewhere in Sweden right now, competing in a tournament, right, and
yeah.
making the bank if you hadn't kicked me out.
Yeah. And again, that was when I was good at games too. That would have been the good time to do it. Ah, man.
Oh,
Also, the other teams in our semifinals, not to forget to mention them, Naru's Minions and Humber College Esports
yeah.
also competing on the other side of the bracket. That will not be on stream. That's just going to happen simultaneously. And then that will lead into our best of three final after all of that. So I'm extremely excited for today's action, and I can't wait for this one to get started.
Myself as well. I tuned in and watched yesterday, and we got to see Humber College as well as Western. We got to see both of those teams on stream yesterday. Kind of kick butt.
Yeah.
So it was that, I will say Humber had absolutely no problem with UWin Esports Silver Pool team.
Mhm.
So I'm looking to see what this UWin Gold team can bring to the challenge
Yeah.
here, and kind of give some kind of payback to the rest of the tournament and be like, yo, look, these guys that played yesterday on stream, it's all
Mhm.
right. It's all right. We're grooming these guys up to be amazing. We're going to show you what we are.
Mhm.
And Western Esports was also, I mean, I believe their games went 2-1, not quite the 2-0 stomp,
Mhm.
but they still played immaculately well. So I'm excited to see these guys play again today.
Yeah, it should be good, and it's exciting to hear. Like, again, I'm just gonna bring up a bunch of boomer stories, so I apologize, people. But it's exciting to hear that like esports collegiate teams have enough players to make two teams. I remember barely being able to put together a team just so I could play a 5-man at a local LAN, and now we have esports teams putting together two teams to get out there. So that's exciting that they had a silver team to be able to get out there. Now we'll see what the gold team's going to be able to do as well. So that's some good stuff for sure. And I loved seeing how just esports in Canada is growing just in general, but specifically the collegiate scene because it's such an important part. You know the impact like traditional sports has with a collegiate person's career just opens up so many opportunities and opens up so many doors for them. And it's good to see like this coming in for people like us, for people who are into esports, who are into gaming, who are into Valorant, or whatever game they need. They have an avenue to do that, and of course, playing for $1,000 prize pool at like in your early 20s. That's like while you're going to college. That's awesome. That's amazing. So I'm very excited to see
Yeah.
how these two play out.
And I have to agree with you there. Like growing up, there was almost no opportunities to really shine in the video game esports competition wise. Like
Mhm.
there was nothing in my. I mean, I grew up on small town Atlantic Canada, so I'm like, I was happy when I found the group of other nerds and finally got to play along with them. That was
Yeah,
that was
totally.
the choice. Took a few years, but and seeing these tournaments, like I remember, hearing about the early days of like the H2O clan, FaZe clan, all
Yeah.
this on like the old days of Unreal Tournament and such, and like hearing about this stuff happening, but not really knowing if I can watch it or where it's happening. And now you just have to go to twitch.tv or
Yeah.
YouTube, right? And it's crazy. You've got all this esports competition all the time, but no one's supporting the collegiate levels, especially in Canada. We've
Yeah. Oh
seen,
yeah.
Riot has done some stuff before with League of Legends, and we've seen teams like University of BC and Simon Fraser University absolutely stomp all over that.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like it was crazy. Like, UBC and SFU both did amazingly well, and we're
Mhm.
constantly vying for the top in League of Legends. But in terms of like Counter Strike or Valorant, like we have here today, there really hasn't been a lot for just Canadians.
Yeah.
And it's really great to see a company like Memory Express and MSI sponsoring this event to
Mhm.
really kind of show off what we can do here in Canada
Mhm.
as a collegiate esport level of competition. So I'm really happy to be here today.
Definitely, definitely. And speaking of our sponsors, you mentioned MSI, and of course, we mentioned the giveaway that's going on with their notebook, but also sponsoring us is Crash Kovic, who will be joining us during the halftime show as well. If you're not familiar with Crash, he's a professional live streamer based up here in Canada, and he's got the most unique stream I've ever seen in my
It
entire
really
life.
is.
It seriously is. Twitch.tv/Crash Kovic. It's I don't even know how to explain it. It's so weird, but it's cool.
Do you
It's like production value that you would assume a team of 10 is putting together, but it's just Crash, and he's just so good at doing his thing. So yeah, if you're willing to check that out, check out our halftime show. Also gonna have an opportunity to do a Q&A with him, so you can figure out how to get your streaming career on get going. And yeah, his setup is the most insane thing I've ever seen out of anyone's, like legitimately
It's
anyone's on
insane.
Twitch's.
It's
Yeah.
insane. I think the guy's got like 4 cameras.
Yeah.
I think he's got 4 stream decks set up all around. His entire setup is basically like heaven if
Yeah,
you are looking to stream.
for
And
sure.
the way he's got it set up, the chat can interact with it and move the cameras, or you'll never see it. Even on the top streamers, they don't have
Mhm.
this kind of
No,
interactivity. So
because like, and it's the thing is like other streamers like when they got big, like not trying to flame anyone, but like they could get big enough that they don't have to do this kind of crazy stuff.
yeah.
But Crash Kowick just like brought it to himself, like legitimately, like the only streams that I see have this kind of production value of his are like streams that have teams of 10 and a bunch of
Yeah.
producers and a bunch of things going on. But Crash is just doing a lot of things. Plus, like you mentioned, interactivity. You can control his camera. It's really funny. We always try to point it at his crotch.
Always. That's the number one thing is the crotch cam.
For sure. So it's a blast. So we'll get an opportunity to hear from him during halftime once we get our first best of 3 done tonight.
Yeah, and it looks like for our actual competition that we're just Johnny just happened to mention, we do
Mhm.
have our map picks. It looks like here. So
Oh,
first
geez.
map's going to be Ascent. It's going to be Western Esports. Is going to be starting on the defense side here. So we're looking forward to that as well. We have the second map is Haven, which was picked by University of Windsor, or University of Windsor Esports will be starting as the defenders on that map.
Awesome.
Yeah, and
Cool.
then third map is Bind.
Nice. Nice. I'm glad you were paying attention to our production chat. 'Cause I'm like, yeah, I have no idea what maps are playing. I hope it comes up. And there you go. You're actually paying attention. So that's beautiful.
Just noticed the ping on Discord. It's like, oh, we gotta get in there and start mentioning that because it looks like we might be just about ready to go here based
Mhm.
on the chat. We got the teams readying up, and we've Johnny. I hope you've joined into the lobby as well.
Yeah, I'm
Looks
here.
like we are. There we go. Ascent.
All right, we're ready to go and finally ready for this action. If you've all been waiting for, as much as you probably enjoy us just talking to each other, and I just enjoy talking to you, Artrin, I'm here for some Valorant.
It's great to have this like conversation with someone. Working from home is really kind of like, it's not like keeping me unsocialized. I do a lot of socializing during work hours, but it's kind of nice to talk to some other fellow gamers and
Yeah, man.
nerds and have those people being able to watch and see some really high level gameplay here,
Mhm.
because that's not what I get to talk about in my day job.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Definitely very different conversations at my day job, but this one is fun. It's great to come and do it out here too as well. And a lot of times, if anyone follows me kind of around, I do a lot of solo casting too, which is like
Yeah,
it's fun, but it's nice
that's
to have
tough, dude.
someone else to talk to.
I've had that happen before. Like my co-caster has like an internet issue and they're gone for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, oh man,
Oh
okay,
no.
okay, let's see here. What do we do for 20 minutes? Like, how do I like makeshift this to get people in and
That's
and
wild.
like kill some dead air time? Because like, oh man, that's rough.
Yeah. All right, but enough about us. Let's talk about these teams. Let's talk about these agents. Do you see anything spicy agent-wise? We get the newest agent, Fade, in this game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I haven't actually seen Fade played very much, and especially even like in the last like week of playing Valorant pretty heavily, not getting to play Fade or see them played against me, aside from kind of just in the workshop area there. And Fade is an interesting one, a really powerful agent to have as long as
Nutty.
they're really good at getting the flick kills. You know,
Oh,
you
yeah.
get to be able to see, there's so many times with Fade's kit that you get to actually see where the enemy agents are, that it gives you that insight and advantage. But you need to be like, everyone knows as soon as the grenade comes out of Fade, they know where you are. If you've been
Yeah.
spotted by it, you are ready. You've seen where it's come out. So you've got to be ready for that. But it looks like we're going to be starting round one here right away.
Yeah, exactly. Up in here as we're watching Falling currently, looking up there. A little bit of a default coming in from the attack as they have just looking for some picks. Started off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh, there we go. That was explosive.
Yeah, that's how you get things started. That's how you know you're feeling it already. You get that one tap, and it's a beautiful shot from Quixotic. So let's see if they continue moving forward here. We get a bit of a trade back as B-Bog is able to pick that one up. But nice little flashback here. Gives an opportunity. But B-Bog still takes him down despite the flash. Jakey's also going to finish off Kip. And Maxwell is going to try to get up in here. B-Bog, though, is going to dash away. Gonna switch pistols here, try to get on Luke N, but Luke N takes him down, so there's only one left, and they'll be taken down, and that's a quick attacker win.
Wow, absolutely. And the only one we've seen go down on the attacker side was the Fade. So we didn't even really get to see a whole lot of kit coming out of them. But man, it was a lot of buildup on that round and then explosive. We saw Maxwell get a quick kill there right off actually, sorry, they didn't actually get a kill. They got just a death, unfortunately. I misspoke there. Jakey, it was Jakey and B-Bog getting those quick 2 kills there. We got to follow Maxwell for a little while and getting those quick kills and actually getting 2 double kills themselves. So they're going to be pretty healthy coming into this next round.
Yeah. Good little start for UWinEsports here as they're once again looking to maybe find some early picks as they just walk up slowly and separate a bit. Jakey is coming back to join the rest of the team, so maybe they end up going towards the A site while we're watching defense of Western Esports kind of go up mid and have control of that part of the map, but they might meet up right away as a fight brings a breakout. Jakey will secure that kill. Maxwell walking up, could turn the corner and meet up with Jakey.
Oh, there it is. Oh!
Nasty headshot come from Jakey, but the bomb's being planted.
Fallen though. Oh, didn't quite get the kill. Gonna dash around. That's kind of a dangerous. Oh, I see. Hay ended up picking up the kill onto Jakey there, and Fallen was a little more confident to just jump in there.
Fallen dashes forward, doesn't pick this corner. Kitty Cat right there to take him down. So a good little defense of this plant currently, spike plant right now as we watch Kip considering making their way up through A. But
yeah, kind of like they're going to pull back and just kind of play it safe, save what kit they ended up buying, you know, and they don't have much, but it's not really worth going in and giving the other team, you know, credits to spend on the next round if you don't have to. Unique here, though, are they going to get caught out? Is Hay is going to see them there? Right after.
Able to pick up some exit frags at the very least there.
Yeah.
But still, good start right now for UWinEsports.
Absolutely. They are having a fantastic time. You know, only losing 2 members of their team on the second round was a real boon for them because now they're going to be able to set up. They're going to have quite a lot of buildup on their economy here as well. Not having to rebuy so much kit is really going to set them up that even if they do lose the next round or, you know, because it is looking like we are going to see University of Windsor there. They are going to be picking up quite a number of guns here. We've got a couple of Phantoms, couple of Vandals, and a Spectre coming out. You know, Kip not going that full buy, but, you know, they don't need to buy everything if they don't want to.
Yeah, and they are split up here on a default once again on this map on Ascent as we watch Kip waiting by the B site, hoping to surprise someone around that corner. But some action happening in the middle of the map there.
Jakey getting caught out there. Fallen being able to see it. I don't know if he's going to make a move. Oh.
Nice shot, Fallen. Bebop trying to answer it back, can step up forward. We'll get one more trade, but that still ends up being a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I don't think Bebop was exactly expecting to have two agents on the other side of that wall. One, yeah, he knew one was there, but popping around that corner, having both lines of sight covered for that was a pretty big boon.
Oh, Fallen just lacing it right now. 3K on this round and doing well. And that's kind of one of the nice things about having kind of Jet is you can walk in there, kind of be yourself, even on defense, even though obviously most of the time you highlight Jet's kind of attacking ability. But you just be able to get out there, you dash back to a spot where you're with a teammate, and then all of a sudden you're in a 2v1. So big advantage played with that agent here. Kitty Cat walks up, gets taken down by Maxwell, so there's only one player left here on attack.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Unique play it safe here, but you know, they're sitting in a smoke right now. As soon as that smoke goes down, you can see there's 3 guns aiming at them. There it is.
Fallen 4K. Nice 4K for sure.
Absolutely.
Coming out of Fallen in that one. And that's what they needed too. Of course, obviously the quick 2-0 start coming in from one team usually happens after the pistol, but to answer it right back, get yourself right back into the game, it's huge. So we got ourselves a game, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an interesting to see how the teams bounce back on this as well, right? You always have that issue of your economy suffers by losing those first 2 rounds, but you know it allows you to build up as long as you're not spending a lot of money on that second round after losing the pistol round. Like we saw happen there, it does allow you to really be able to play it safe that second round, maybe get a couple of exit frags as you're losing it, and then come back and buy up on the 3rd round. And look at that, it came around and it won, and you know, they got their first point on the board.
They're able to get that right now, and they're starting to posture over by this A site. But once again, they seem to be content by trying to wait for picks, trying to wait out the defense on the other side, trying to make them use their utility and get them out. But honestly, that's what you kind of sometimes see out of higher level Valorant. It's good to see at the collegiate level that they do exhibit this kind of patience.
I love Maxwell here, just kind of, you know, constantly hopping up, just waiting. He knows that someone's got to be coming around that corner. And Luke and Kitty Cat are both kind of just waiting to see if they are going to push in or not. Like, we have Spike sitting at mid right now, so no actual commitment on the side of UWinEsports to go to a specific site, but it does look like we are going to have them push towards A.
Yeah, they were able to establish that control over the mid, so that does give them the opportunity to go whichever way they want. And right now, like I said, might be towards A, but there is 4 people here defending. Maxwell and Quixotic make quick work. Maxwell's going to pick up another one. Jakey ends up picking 1, but A is right here to finish it off, and Fallen grabs 1 more. So huge defense. The 4 of them meet up with a wall.
Absolutely. Like, and I have to say, like, from the side of Western Esports, I don't know if they called that a push. I couldn't tell if they had quite gotten enough information on there. But I will say, from the side of Hey, using that recon dart at the very beginning of the fight absolutely turned the tides for them. He stuck it up onto the back of the site, up on that rafter, so that if you're an attacker trying to push in, you have to look up and away from everyone else.
I love to hear that. You get the chamber alt sound, but then you hear the other upper taking down the front. That's good stuff. But
man, I love his voice actor too. It's
sure.
Fantastic. Yeah.
To be honest, if I'm actually being honest, at first I didn't, because I'm like, this guy doesn't sound French. But then he just kind of grew on me because I play lots of chamber now. So I love telling people I'm pulling out my op. Like, it's actually such a flex. Fallen is doing the real flexing. 2K so far in this round.
That was it was quite the stare down, you know, you had there. They both met eyes, I want to say, but it was Fallen who clicked first. Oh, Kitty Cat here. I'm not sure if Quixotic knew they were there, but they definitely do now.
Yeah.
Having a little bit of firefight.
Moving forward now, gonna flash for himself.
Oh, easy kill.
And as a Counter-Strike purist a little bit, I love seeing someone pull off that flash play, because it just feels like Counter-Strike, and that's what he's playing right now, just clicking heads.
Lucan kind of missing that first shot. Oh, shaky. Almost.
Chamber able to get 1 kill out of the ultimate. It always feels bad when you only get 1 almost. But at the same time, you didn't spend money on an op, so that's what's so valuable about that agent. So able to get the 1 frag, but we now have 3 in a row here for UWinEsports.
And we are seeing on the side of UN being able to fully buy up a kit again, even though they kind of have lost down. You know, they've only won the two rounds.
Mhm.
They still are able to buy full kits here. And we're seeing, Western Esports being able to keep that up on Fallen. Fallen is going to be absolutely clutch on that. Already 7-2, 7-2-2. They are going to play big.
Nightfall
triggered.
has to be the one alt that makes me feel what it's supposed to make you feel, because Unique is here ready to crush. Takes one down. Hey is starting to walk in, is firing through the smoke, will find another kill. Let's take down Unique. Maxwell, meanwhile, in the middle of a bunch of danger, takes a bit of damage, but is still firing away, trying to get that blind out. Plant is going down as this heavy action is putting through. Hey is going to get their scout taken down as they're jumping up here. Fallen goes for the big play with the Blade Storm, taking out Jakey, and Fallen wants more. Look at this flip up here. Maxwell's going to pick up a couple, and that will end them all, and they'll get a big defuse here, and that will be actually 2 in a row now for UWinEsports. As earlier, for Western Esports rather, as earlier I said 3 in a row, but I just meant they have 3 wins. But anyway, they have 4 now. It's 4-2.
That's it's been quite the comeback here, or quite the turnaround, I should say, for Western Esports. You know, we saw that really strong first 2-round win for UWinEsports, and now they're kind of falling back. That's 4 rounds in a row they've lost. So, their economy isn't in shambles, but it isn't looking pretty right now. They could do a small buy, but they are just going to pick up some sheriffs and some heavy and light armor across the board. So they have some of that money to spend on the next round. But, unfortunately, it is going to be bringing some pistols to a rifle a showdown here. Fallen still got that operator in his hands too, and sitting on a lot of money. I think he actually picked up a gun or 2 for someone on his team. I didn't quite notice that, but they are going to be able to lose a couple of rounds, Western Esports, if that's the case, and going to be able to continue on and unabated and have no issues, buying up their kit each round.
Yeah, definitely. They are just feeling it right now. And like you say, big economy advantage right now. So we'll see if they go turn around. KittyCat somehow finds that frag through that smoke as Maxwell's looking to follow up and grab one back. Quixotic and Lucan trade one more as Quixotic picks up another. So we're back to a 3v2 in favor of UWinEsports right now, as Quixotic is trying to flash themselves into here onto the A site. Lucan trying to deal with it and trying to deal with the attack coming into him. He knows he's surrounded right now, does have one person helping here, but what can they do here now as they're just trying to wait him out?
Oh, they close up the door too, so that means there's only going to be 2 ways in. Lucan, he knows that someone's around that corner. He does manage to pick off Quixotic there, which is pretty big.
Allen barely missing on the op, able to dash away after that. 30 seconds still left to go as they want to continue to push onto here. Can they have time to go to the other site? They are. They're going to use the From the Shadows to get towards the B site. KittyCat will plant. We'll have to wait for his teammate to come join. That ultimate will actually deny the plant initially. Hunter's Fury going to do some work on KittyCat now, but did get the plant now finally. They're coming to rotate around here and help out is Lucan. KittyCat down to 14 HP already, though. Fallen gets on, takes him down, so that leaves Lucan as the only one here to defend his bomb, but he's got his knife out, and Hay will take him down, and that will be another defense win. Again, that's 5 in a row here for Western Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was a well-played move by UWinEsports, do the quick rotation over with the Omen, able to get the plant at least, that's an extra 300 credits across the board for everyone on the team. Anything's going to help at this point. I thought they might have just played it safe. We had seen both Lucan and, I believe it was B-Bog there. They both did pick up Vandals from the ground. They got a couple of kills. They picked them up. I thought maybe they just grab those and run, but no, they made that quick little swap, and they get the plant down. 300 credits across the board. You take that as a win.
Oh, for sure. In an eco round, that's 100% what you want to take. And again, I have to thank you. I have to talk about doing so much solo casting lately. You made a bunch of points I would have made. It's like, oh, someone's smart, and they're talking, and they get to. I can just hear you talk about it. It's like, oh, it's a godsend. I appreciate you being here, my dude.
Johnny, any chance to cast with you is definitely a win in my books.
That's awesome as we get into here in round number 8. And again, it's been 5 in a row here. B-Bog trying to answer Fallen with their own op, but misses the initial shot there, but it was real close.
It was, and I mean, it's going to alert. Oh, managed to get the kill. There we go. Second round's the charm, right?
That's what I said.
They did just call out exactly where they are. So everyone on the side of Western Esports knows that someone's got an op in mid. You know, that means they don't know where the spike is yet. You know, it hasn't been called out. However, we are going to see a little bit of vision come out there for a half second. Hayes going to pick that up.
They're trying to get into mid here. The Haunt is being activated there by the Fade player as they're starting to make their way over towards this B stage. Kitty Cat gets a frag. B-Bog takes down another, so they can get their way to whichever site they want at this point because they're facing a 5v2 as they start to move back towards the A site.
Yeah, and we're gonna see them rotate in here all the way through Pizza there. It's kind or Tree, sorry. It's kind of interesting to see how they all came in at the same angle. Kip almost. Kip could have lined those all up if they were ready for them to come in through through Tree. Like absolutely, they could have just blasted down that one kind of sight line and maybe picked up a couple of kills, but. Unfortunate, they were a little slow to react on that, not knowing exactly where where Western is going to be coming through. But you know, hey, where Ewan was going to be coming through. But you know, hey, do your best with what you got.
For sure, and that's a big win for you in esports. Obviously, like you lose a couple in a row, you give up an eco, you're fine with that. But the rifle round right after the eco always feels so important because you never want to like go back and forth, have the eco and then whatever. But it's good. They're right back into this game with that win. And B-Bog's right back into this game with that shot.
Really kind of being like, yo, okay, look, I've got eco, I can buy myself an operator and I'm gonna make it work, and we've seen that so far in this last round where B-Bog really shined with the operator, taking out Western's operator as well. It's like the operator, like constantly just like, you know, it's just like oh well. So you know, B-Bog winning the trade with Fallen, it really kind of set the tide for that one because Fallen has been dominating on the side of Western Esports. You know, 9-3, and B-Bog being able to like, yo,
Maxwell sees the dagger coming out and just fires through the smoke where he assumed where he was, and he gets able to get that frag. Quixotic does answer it back as they're continuing to push it, but Hay will make the numbers 4v2 as he takes down B-Bog as well. Unike trying to peek out the site, sees the person jump peeking. Jakey just beyond the smoke, will take down Hay as that smoke goes down. Flash comes in, he's trying to back off now. Here's Fade, but Quixotic with the quick headshot's gonna take him down. Jakey's trying to get in on it, but Quixotic hides behind the corner. Jakey now trying to turn back around, down to 12 HPs, 1v3.
Yeah, he's got a tough hill ahead of him to climb up, but you know, we've seen this. Jakey is their top fragger right now, 8-6-1. They do know. Oh, crossfire. Can't check all the angles at the same time.
No, it's so hard, and I think Fallen was going, you guys are talking a lot about this other jet. I got to get back into this. Gets the final frag to make sure they're still feeling it. Again, they lead the server right now with 10, so they're doing pretty darn good. 6-3 lead right now for Western Esports, but we still get another buy here from UWin. They still get another opportunity to try to answer some back. And with the half coming closely to a close, if they can still at least steal another couple rounds to get themselves back on defense, they got themselves a good shot in the second half.
Yeah, we see Kip there, you know, kind of down on the bottom fragging for the side of Western Esports, but you pull out the Odin, man, and that is a time and a half. Oh! Fallen though, going down Unique really early, so that's going to be an opt-down off of the side of Western Esports, so they're going to have to cover up an awful lot of angles now.
Yeah, definitely. You just expect Fallen at this point to make that shot, and that's a bonus when they don't. When you're on the other side, you go, we do have to win this round now. You've taken down maybe the best player on the enemy team without them taking out anyone. Kitty Cat sees the two of them and just backs off from there, but Quixotic
interesting seeing Quixotic try and push out here. That was a dangerous move. There was two of them in that alleyway there. They could have had just waited for someone to come in. It seems like it maybe was the wrong move.
Yeah, maybe not, but here they come towards the A site now. Maxwell trying to deal with them. Plat coming down. B-Bog will help protect that as they will now get this plant down. Two people trying to retake against 4.
Kip with that Odin just firing into hell there. It's just like, cool. I would not want to be sitting where Unique is 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. For that,
flash comes up.
Oh! Team play. Absolutely beautiful that B-Bog picks up a nice 3K on that round. And again, all of that set up by your team. You love it when you can see that amount of coordination.
You really do. And I mean, a lot of that came off of that initial kill Quixotic got, or sorry, I think it was Unique got onto Fallen. You know, taking Fallen out early on meant that their massive control of having the operator completely removed. And that is a huge chunk of money. And we're seeing Fallen. Okay, no, they did do a little bit of a trade around in the buys. They managed to get Fallen on the operator once again for round number 11.
And this is a big round here. If we get the attacker side win, there might have to be a force buy on the other side. And then this could be a tie game potentially after this round. So round is absolutely huge. Check out the ultimates and their usage on this run.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've got 2 ultimates on both sides. We got Fades and Jet on the side of UWin, and then we also have KO?
Yeah.
KO. Yeah. We got KO and Killjoy on the side there. So, whoa! What was that?
Well, takes him down. Lucan's going to trade it back at the very least, so we're still at a 4v4. Lucan trying to throw out the flash here now. Fallen flashed up is going to have to back off at this point, but right now still holding the op. And yeah, that was an extremely interesting dash. Laughing about in chat.
In chat, yeah, Bebop immediately was like, oops, XD. So, because Maxwell was like, okay, that works.
Nice shot from Kip though to take down
Yeah,
Jakey,
absolutely.
his A site, but they're getting surrounded now. They're trying to get in on here. Kip suppressed here a little bit here as KO's ultimate is being used for, but Kip still somehow at least picks up 1 kill. Lucan now, though, with 3K, is going to get onto the site. Unique also taking down Fallen, so it's all up to Hay here to try to do something. But Lucan, it's got that 4K and an extremely good win. We could be looking at a tied half.
Absolutely. And as you were saying, Johnny, that's going to be a force. Well, I guess it's the last round, so everyone's going to be buying up anyway. Yeah. But on the side of Western Esports, they didn't have a ton of cash to sit around. You know, we're looking at a couple of Sheriffs, a Spectre and a Vandal, and Maxwell also going to pick up a Sheriff, you know, and he's probably going to pick up some heavy armor. Yeah, there it is. So he actually picks up a Spectre as well, but it's going to be a tough one because they're going to be coming up SMGs against an entire line of rifles. And when we see on this map on Ascent, there's a lot of long shots that you try to make early on until you are sitting on there and try and, like, you know, you're taking a site or something like that. You know, you're not going to be really doing a whole lot of close combat encounters. So the Spectres aren't going to do a lot for the team.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a V-Bog getting kicked down by Fallen. Fallen's going to pick up 1 more. Eventually, Jakey's going to take him down, but that is going to be numbers advantage here for the defense of Western Esports, and if they can pull off this win with this buy, that could potentially be absolutely huge.
Absolutely, and I like how I was talking about how they didn't have anything to buy with, and I mean they ended up getting Fallen a Vandal, which really helped, you know, getting 2 kills off of it, you know. But he has gone down. That Vandal is sitting on the ground somewhere, and that's gonna just leave Western in a bit of a pickle here. But they are going to make that push out. Yeah.
Ooh, those 3 people are in that corner too, so that's a huge amount of information gained here. Quixotic's gonna try to flash themselves in here as well. As
the Killjoy comes out.
Yeah, lockdown is going to be in play on this round, and it's gigantic too, because again, this is a round where they didn't have much, but ultimate usage is still something they got going for them. They'll wait this one out. They still got 20 seconds left in this round, and now they're going to continue the push onto the B site.
Yeah, interesting choice from them not to rotate over to A, and Hay was just ready for it.
But so is Maxwell, taking down another one. And what
Jakey's in a bad spot right now, yeah.
What looked like just based on purchases, maybe a guaranteed round for for the attacker side. Western Esports put down a huge defense, established a 7-5 first half, and basically this game is as close as it gets. So I'm excited for that one.
I am as well. We're going to be seeing, you know, for how close this game is, we really could see it go anyways on this side. Like, it's all going to come down onto how comfortable both of these teams feel playing on, you know, attacker side or defender side. And it seemed to be on the last round, both teams were pretty comfortable in their respective sides. So coming out into kind of the second half here, it'll be interesting to see what actually does happen.
Yeah, and that half was so interesting because, like, kind of like the second and third quarter of that half, like, it kind of felt like it was time for Western Esports to kind of take over there for a little bit. I had to flip in my brain who was attackers and who was defense. But a great answer though came through, and they almost kind of again tied the up. But to at least bring it to a 7-5 is still huge for UWinEsports, as now they get to be on the defender side.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's interesting. I saw who is it? Unique there. Use the I forget the grenade on fade. They're so new.
Oh yeah, I forgot what the is called.
Yeah, they popped it up on the top of B site there to kind of look over and into B main there, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting.
Yes.
I'm wondering if the line of sight on that actually does give you vision of anyone that might have been pushing into B main from the attacker side.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I'm. Yeah, if I'm.
Yeah,
honest.
it seemed interesting. We got to follow the cam on it, and it was. I'm not sure if that would work or not. You know, I know with like the recon arrow that we just saw come out. You know, you could get that. You could get that vision, and we're gonna see that come out. There it comes out again.
Yep. Oh, Observer's smurfing in this game. This is sweet. Unique, though, trying to deal with an attack coming at him. Kitty Cat does pick off 1 kill. Unique still alive here, but running out of bullets here. Does pick off 1 at the very least, but they'll get this plant going up. But here comes the rest of them on this retake. Lucan does take down Maxwell. Still have 3v2 going on now as 2 of them are trying to defend this plant, as Kip is sitting right on top of the bomb. B-Ball gets taken down with that shot. Kip takes down another. There's still 1 more left in Lucan. Lucan tries, but Kip will take him down. And a nice little play there by Western Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. A really quick end to that round as soon as the action started. And I'm actually like a really big fan of pistol rounds because,
oh yeah,
you know, when you get rifles out and everything like that, you know, it's a little easier to pick off kills. You get a couple of body shots, the recoil hops up, and you know, you get that final headshot.
Easier to hold angles.
Execution. Yeah. But with pistols, it's all about accuracy because, you know, you could pump 5 bullets from a classic or a ghost into somebody's chest, and they're probably not going to die if they have light armor. But all it takes is like 2 quick headshots on that ghost, and boom, you've got that kill. And it's just, you really need to be accurate with those. And pistol rounds really show like a player's accuracy, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely huge. And we're seeing Jakey still with their own quote-unquote deagle. 2 shots left on that one, because I honestly just forget what it's actually called in the game.
I do too.
Let us know in chat, and you can be like, you guys are stupid Counter-Strike idiots. The phone goes down, so either way, getting me up to get there with that, I want to call it an AK. Just to annoy people more. But Unique sitting on here with the short, he's going to take down another one, steal the Spectre away from them.
Oh, that would have been an amazing play from Unique if they got both of those kills off of that shorty kill with the pickup of the Spectre. But man, that still 2 kills for 1, not bad at all.
Lucan paints around the head of Hay, so Hay punishes him for that one. The Maxwell's going to pick up the last frag there, and now we have a 9-5 lead here for Western Esports. They're getting it done.
Yeah, they definitely seem very comfortable on the attacker side, I think. But again, it is only 2 rounds into the second half, so they did have quite the advantage coming into that. So this will be kind of that equalizer round, and we'll be able to see if UWinEsports can, with a full buy here, be able to kind of take this round back, because they kind of need to. You know, it is the first team to 13, and they've got a little bit of a slog ahead of them to get up there. And you know, 9-5 coming into this 15th round is going to be a tough spot.
Yep. But UWinEsports actually have a little bit better of the buy here on the bonus. So a lot of them electing to just keep guns from the previous round. So they actually have better weaponry for this round. So this would be huge for Western Esports to pick up, as they are starting to move up forward into the A site. For them here currently, B-Blog trying to wait and see who comes in and attacks.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Kip not buying a gun on this round and electing to just keep up that you know, that little I forget what the SMG pistol is called. Frenzy, thank you. Yeah, not upgrading off of it. Yeah, the CZ. I didn't want to say that. You know, just doing all these Valorant watches with my CS:GO lingo.
Yeah, but we're gonna get flamed so hard for sure.
We really are. 100%. 100%.
We deserve it. So feel free to just to tell us off. But and to be fair, I casted like 9 hours of Counter-Strike yesterday, so I'm needing to like flip my brain.
Yeah, your brain's all on there right now. Give it a couple of hours, by the grand finals, we'll have all the Counter-Strike out of our system.
Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good. Lucan trying to meet up here with the attackers as they're trying to move up mid now and push towards the B site. That they're getting onto it now. Haunt activated there. Unique underneath the back of the site here. Trades one with Quixotic, but Unique is able to find that frag. Fallon, though, trades that right back. They got 10 seconds left to plant this bomb. Quixotic will do so. 3v3 here on the retake.
Yeah, we're going to see a good one. B-Bog going to be able to pick up that Phantom, kind of put a more powerful gun in his hands. Definitely seen him playing really well with an operator, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get some kills here with the Phantom. We are going to see the blind come out. Oh, here we go. Fallen versus the... Oh, he looked the other way.
1v1 action. KO versus KO. Lucan versus Quixotic. Quixotic takes it down with 3K on the round, and now his team's up 10-5.
Yep. Man, that is a rough one to see for the side of UWinEsports. They kind of needed that round, and they're playing well, but it's we need to see something come out of their side. They need to start picking up a couple of rounds here and build an economy up as well, because we are seeing them. I believe they're going to save here, and so that when the next final 2 rounds come up for them, they're not quite at match point roughly, but. Oh, a Marshall's going to come out on the side of B-Bog. That'll be a nice one to see, because Fallen's not rocking the operator this round.
Blinded instantly as they're starting to head over the A side. They're rushing it here a little bit. Fallen's leading the charge. Actually dashes into their own smoke and then tries to get a look around. No one currently on the site as they have backed off for now. So we might get a pure 5v5 for the retake. Fallen jumping up to heaven.
Yeah, Hayes gonna get the plant down. Oh, Fallen, he's got the blades out, but he's not able to see anyone. That smoke blasted. I think maybe he was expecting it to come down. After a few seconds, he's gonna come around, see a bunch, and he's gonna get 1, 2.
Oh, with an empty 2K coming in there. Unique trying to answer, but Fallen is looking to carry their team. Gets a third, eventually goes down to Lucan. Quixotic to pick up one more. Hay grabs the last one, and once again, Western Esports are able to take down another huge round. Oh.
Just checking out the old messages there. Yeah, that was a huge round retake, I should say, on the side of Western Esports. Very explosive. Fallen really looked like they were going to just go absolutely ham. Maybe get a I shouldn't say pentakill, an ace on the side of
League of Legends terms.
Hey, that's where I started, man.
Let's just name every other esport other than Valorant while talking about this one today.
Hey, at least I got another Riot game.
Yeah, true. B-Bog over here is going to start to come up towards the A site, lurking around on this side as they're looking for picks with their own Bladestorm now. But
fortunately, no one around the area at all. We are going to see Maxwell kind of creep around that way towards Fallen, but we're about to see some explosive action happen here on the B side, I think. We get the Owl drone coming out on the side of Jake, or no, the Owl drone on the side of Hay there, getting some vision, but it got picked off. Jake, he's going to sneak around. There are 2 of them right there, but he's not keeping his angles. He's got to be careful because that smoke goes down. Oh, he gets the kill, and he gets right out of dodge.
That's why we love big chamber plays for stuff like that. It feels broken when you're on the other side of it, but as a chamber main, I don't care. It's awesome.
You're like, yo, I get the kill, I get out of there. It's like that's a huge advantage for us. We do 30 seconds left to get the plant here. It seems like they are going to commit to the B side here. Oh, Exotic going to go down, though, and Maxwell.
Yeah, that's suddenly going to put a 1v5 here. And an absolutely clean round is exactly what UWinEsports needed. They're able to get that one down. And the big part of it being clean is that they don't have to do any rebuys, because that was like all their cash in that last round. So huge, they get to keep that. They still technically have a round to give, but obviously they want to win as many rounds in a row and keep some pressure off of themselves.
Absolutely. They really need to start putting pressure on the side of UWinEsports here. You know, it's 11-6. They just got a massive win on their side. You know, everyone's buying up on both sides. So we're seeing Western Esports pulling out full rifles. We got full rifles, and Jakey's picking up the op, not B-Bog. So that's an interesting one. But you know, the kill spread on the side of UWinEsports is actually extremely even.
Yeah.
Compared to the side of Western, where Fallen's just kind of, you know, really just out there above everyone else.
Though.
Yeah, 16 is
pretty,
true.
Pretty darn good.
Yeah, yeah, that is pretty good. But like on the side of UWin here, we've got like 12, 11, 11, 10, you know. So I think it just goes to show that their members are all more along the exact same skill line, where we might see Fallen here a little bit above the rest of his teammates. And, you know, when Fallen goes down first and early, we see a big change in the side of how Western plays.
A little bit of meet up by the B site there. Goes advantage towards B-Bog as they're back off now. Jakey found Fallen. And as you were saying, when Fallen goes down, it's a good chance they're going to win this round. So see if Western holds. Jakey finds another good frag. Big.
Oh!
Jakey just doing it all himself. Although Unique picked up 1-2 as well. So that's going to leave Kip as the last one standing. Can't do nothing. Lucan grabs that. Even puts down the spray just for the stream.
Oh.
And they're coming right back to the same. That's 2 in a row now for UWin.
What a fantastic round. And I'm glad that I didn't have like the call out that I had immediately said just go completely backwards. So many times I'm like, you know, you see Fallen go down, they're top fragger, and you know, they kind of fall apart. They don't know where they're going. And I just said that. And then the team yeah. I would have just been like, oh god, of course I gotta look like more of an idiot.
That's like the reverse caster curse. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That being said, ooh, Fallen trying to make a big play here. Jakey does miss, but gets the second.
It's so much time.
Ooh, you never miss twice. You never miss twice. That's the rule.
That's true. It is the rule. It is the rule. Oh, Unique getting a little bit of a spray down there too.
And all of a sudden, every UWinEsports are turning it up here. Maxwell's in a bit of danger on that side, as they're going to be caught out now. As Unique thinks about pushing forward, but doesn't so far. But a couple early picks, all of a sudden, UWinEsports in a 5v3, a nice 1D coming out from Maxwell, and then Jakey just still answering with their own op thing. I forget what it's called.
I forget what it's called too. I'm gonna have to look it up really quickly. It does have a really cool name.
It does have
I do remember that.
I do remember that, but I forget what it's called off my head. Either way, timeout being put here by the attackers. That they've lost a few in a row here, 3 in a row to be precise, and they're coming here on this one. UWinEsports are right there. They have a great economy now, too. You know, there's no danger of even losing that one round. They're not going to be put straight into an eco, so they can spend as much as they want in every round. But Western Esports are going to start feeling the pressure, even though they're up by 3.
The Tour de Force, that's what it's called.
Tour de Force, right? French.
Yeah.
I should have just
yes.
It's a French reference.
Yeah, it's French. And the Headhunter, I believe, is the pistol.
Yeah, which is less French sounding, but sure.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
All right, I'll try to remember. Tour de Force. We can remember.
Tour de Force, yeah.
Cool op thing is what I said earlier.
Yes,
Can we
cool op thing, you know what? Honestly, better name. That's what they should have named it. Ryerson should have just been like, you know what? Let's go. This Johnny guy from Canadian land. He called a cool op thing. You know what? That's a fantastic name. We're going to change that. Next patch notes. That's what we're going to see.
That's why I'm not in charge of naming things in video games. No one's never asked me to do that job, and there's no surprise there. But here we go. Like I said, 3 in a row now here for UWinEsports, looking to keep that going. Timeout was put forward by Western. They're looking to reverse that because they know this game has such big momentum swings, and if they could cede all the momentum, and right now it is in UWinEsports' favor, they got to stop it if they want to win this map.
Absolutely. And, you know, a timeout, not only does it take momentum away from the other team, it gives you guys a chance to calm down and be like, hey, let's collect our thoughts. Let's make a plan for our next move. We got an extra minute here to do that and really go forward. Oh, Unique, though. Gonna find Fallen.
Unique with a great play there to shut down their attack. Their attack was, let's all go 5 towards one site. And they're getting on site. They're getting the plant down, but they have the numbers disadvantage here for the retake as they're starting to surround them. Kip checking it out. on the back of them before a flank, but right now they're just fucking forward. Quixotic takes down Lucan. Hey, on the other side as well.
Kitty Cat.
There comes the knife.
There it is.
And who knows what's happening now? There's just lots of colors on the screen.
What's going on?
Jakey take down a couple as well. So we're still down to a 2v2. They're still trying to come in onto this one as the Killjoy ultimate is also used. Kip picks up their third frag, but it's still now 1v1. They're loading. Kitty Cat picks up a gigantic kill there. They'll have enough time to defuse this bomb.
Do they? I think so. What is it? What does it say? The frames say yes.
0.72. 0.72.
What a round.
Not even close.
That was close, baby.
All right, there we go. Another huge defense to be able to get that one down. And with everyone dying on the attacker side, they were the ones hurting for money more. So they got a pretty weak buy coming up in here. And so they're going to pick up some sheriffs. They got one vandal in there. They're trying, but it's not pretty, and we could be within one here in this game right after this round.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one to see. We are, I believe you said that, we are seeing from the side of Western Esports, they're not doing a full buy, and they need to save money because if they lose this round, all of a sudden it's 11-10. Potential overtime.
Jakey able to teleport out of that situation.
He did miss the first shot. He can't miss this one. And he didn't.
He never missed twice. Fallen eventually makes it a trade, though, so you take that on attacker side as they start moving up towards his B site. Unique, the one currently holding it. Over here, we see Lucan in mid, potentially wanting to contest the push through this way. 55 seconds left to go in this round as Fallen's going to establish a smoke so they can run through. Lucan tries to fire through it, but won't find anyone yet. Unique now, holding the back of the site.
Here comes Omen.
The teleport comes in. Omens is here now, too. So here they go, try to defend. Kitty Cat will get the wall bang. As
a lot of vision they just got.
Unique goes down. Lucan and Kitty Cat, though, are still here to defend. Kitty Cat switches to shorty. Comes in to help. We're now 11-10.
That was a lot of vision that Kitty Cat as well as Unique got there. When they kind of did that peek onto sight from the back, they saw 3 oncoming attackers. As long as they seemed that way, that they did give that information to the rest of their team. Everyone was ready for the assault on their little base camp in the back of B site. It was a really good execution from the side of UWinEsports there.
This match was crazy. This had 3 different 5-0 runs by both teams.
It does work. See, we just got that vision.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
There we go.
Jakey, though, at least slow down one of the attackers. Hayes gonna pick up another one. Fallen grabs another one, and they're tired of losing rounds here. They're able to get this one on attack. They're trying to get onto this B site. Kip waiting just around the corner with the judge.
Oh, they know someone's there. They're going to come in and assault it.
Judge time, baby. Kip grabs that.
Boy, here we go. Clean up.
Let's go. Comes up with the judge and wants to find a third. Lucan eventually takes him. But now Lucan's got to deal with 2 more.
Got some unfortunate angles to cover here. Oh.
Good shot from Fallen. Nice little wall bang. They finally win one. I was talking about 5s in a row, and that's the maximum you're allowed to win.
Operator. Did they pick? They didn't pick it up. Interesting.
Yeah.
Fallen. Yeah, Fallen had the option to pick up that operator, but didn't take it. Interesting. Maybe they're not feeling confident in it this second half.
On attack sometimes is just more awkward. It looks like they've decided to go more aggro rather than staying back as they're already posturing towards this B site once again. So you usually go, the operator's not the right gun for that situation. But we do have 2 ops on the other side. Jakey and B-Bog both having that, so we'll see if they're able to deal with this setup. They got enough information to know that they're coming up B once again.
Yeah, and we are going to see Sova, Jet, and Killjoy both trigger their ultimates here too or have the ultimates available for this round. So here comes the Killjoy on the side of Kip. So we'll see what we can get here, because that is going to trigger everyone knowing that is going to be a B site. So it's going to be a nice V5 bloodshed moment.
Maxwell picks up another one. They got themselves a 3v3. Jakey still sitting back here with the op looking to attack. waiting for anyone to come over here. Right now, only 2 of them are over on this site, as B-Bog is still kind of chilling out in A. But they're waiting for more action to get in on top of this. Kip still has to judge in this round.
Yeah, I just noticed here on Jakey's side, he has his op. He goes down here with the op, but he is actually going to have a free one come the next round, which could be available if that next round happens. It is going to be a benefit because it'll give them more money to have to spend, you know, if their economy is hurting, which it is.
Oh! Maxwell ices the round, and despite a big run for the comeback, map 1 is going to go on over to Western Esports.
Dang, what an absolute baller of a match that was.
Yeah, and it's a best of 3, so we get to see these teams go at it again, which is awesome.
I'm excited. This was fantastic. There's nothing better on, at least in my opinion as a caster, than watching a game you know, look a little bit maybe like it's going to be a stop, but then it's an absolute comeback and it becomes such an even round match afterwards. It's great to cast because you get to see both teams play well, and it's not just like, oh yeah, okay, this team kicks some butt and, you know, whatever. It was an absolute pleasure to see these teams teams play.
Folks, while we set up the next game, do you want to give a shout out once more to our giveaway, an MSI GL 66 rather 15.6-inch notebook? Use ! giveaway in chat for more details on that. It's like a $2,000 notebook, so you want to get in on it. You trust me, you'll want to. So we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Valorant action here on MEsports United.
Yeah.
Hey Crash, thank you so much for helping us build the perfect PC for streaming and gaming. Now, if you're a student, it can pretty much handle all your schoolwork as well. The cool news is we have 5 stores in Ontario, and all 5 locations are carrying the Stream PC. So if you want to check it out, you can head over to our brand new Mississauga store, our recently opened Etobicoke store, or London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. All 5 of our Ontario locations are carrying the Stream PC, so feel free to head over there and pick one up for yourself today. Other than that, just want to say, enjoy the show and thanks for supporting us. See you later.
everyone. Welcome back to the MEsports Valorant Collegiate Invitational. And we had a banger game one, Archer. And how are you feeling about that one?
Oh boy, man, that was quite the show from both teams. Ended up being it was oh, I can't even remember who won. Honestly, I was just like it was just like back and forth each time. I
Yeah.
believe it was Western ended up taking the win on that one,
Mhm.
but uh, honestly, that game came down to a couple of quick plays and a really, we were talking about it during the break. The comeback from Kip,
Mhm.
pulling out the judge those last few rounds and absolutely cleaning house with it, and
Mhm.
just really giving Western Esports uh, a presence on the
Yeah.
site. It was beautiful to see, like kind of a, I don't want to say they were a non-factor to start the beginning of the
Right.
matches, but they got a lot of vision. They did a lot of
Mhm.
good, smart moves, but they weren't getting a lot of kills or assists. They were kind of just,
Mhm.
unfortunately like bait. And but in the end, they really showed it up. They got like 5, 6, 7 kills with the judge
Mhm.
and really set the pace and gave Western Esports the edge rate that they needed at the very end. It was
And
a wonderful comeback.
And that just goes to prove how big tack pauses can be. Because remember, it was 5 in a
Yeah.
row for UWinEsports. They tack pause and they switched what they were doing. They were kind of default heavy throughout their entire attacker phase. And then they were like, no, let's just be aggressive. Let's get in these guys' faces and let's just like frag out and prove we're better than them mano a mano. And it worked out. We were even commenting on that on Fallen, not going with the op and instead just running in with rifles and stuff, trying to get things done.
Yep.
Yeah, their op is their best weapon. Yeah, you saw it on defense, how well it was working. But at that moment, it wasn't working and they needed to change something. And that was a huge timeout. They stole back momentum and were able to close out that game. So absolutely huge, great team play, great, whether it was a judge or excuse me, a coach or a player decision to call a timeout and make the necessary adjustments. It was huge because there wasn't enough rounds left for UWinEsports to adjust to the sudden aggression that Western was putting on.
Yeah, we're just getting notification here right now. The other match is happening off stream right now, which is Naru's Minions at Humber College. That's going into overtime right now,
Oh,
which is
nice.
pretty crazy. Yeah. It's fantastic. That means that both of these matches we're seeing here right now, it seems like both teams are really good and
Yeah.
at par on skill level, which means after we're done this best of three, we're going to be moving on to the grand finals, which is going to be the winner of this team group versus the winner of Naru and Humber College.
Mhm.
It could mean that we have a fantastic winners finals coming or grand finals coming up, Johnny. I'm
Yeah.
I'm I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
I'm excited for that. As much as people of Mississauga should be excited about the new store Emerald Express is open up
Yes.
there. Boom,
Great
segue.
segue.
There's now 5 stores open in Ontario. The new Mississauga store. I always pronounce this wrong. And
Etobicoke.
yeah,
I know,
what he
I know.
said.
I used to call it Etobicoke when the first time I saw it. I was like, "How do you Etobicoke? Like,
I
what is that?"
apologize for
Etobicoke.
not practicing that before trying to read this. London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. So Ontario, you have tons of great options to buy computer stuff, and GPUs are actually in stock now, which is
You know
awesome.
what?
So tons of options over there in Ontario to visit a store or of course online on memoryexpress.com. So
Yeah.
check that out. But we're jumping into Haven now between these two teams again. Advantage right now for Western Esports. They will be on the attacker side here. UWinEsports on defense for Haven.
Yeah, and we're seeing, it looks like on the side of Western Esports, not a ton of picks coming out yet. Looks like we have maybe a possible Neon coming out on Fallen. Yep, they are going to lock that one in. We got quite a bit of lock-in coming on the side of Ewan, though. We got Fade coming back, Omen, Jet, Chamber, and oh man, I am terrible with this agent's name too. I can't remember. I
Hi.
can't. Sky, yeah. It's like I never see them played except for in tournaments. Like you go in and you go play some unranked because I suck at this game. Matches, she never comes out. You never see her, but like you come in and you see pro play all the time being picked up and
Yeah.
played, and it's because of her kit. I know her kit, tons
Yeah.
of flashes, tons of vision, and lots of kind of like control over the site.
Mhm.
It's fantastic to watch a really good
Select your
Sky player,
agent.
but.
Yeah, I'm a little bit spoiled because one of my buddies always plays Sky, and it's just awesome to have a Sky on your team. So
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So it'll be interesting to see if Hay locks in Sky here as well. Kip going back onto the exact same agent they had last time, it seems, with Killjoy. Yep. we're gonna see a Brimstone come out too. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, I actually like thinking like I feel like Brimstone kind of in general sometimes doesn't get played enough.
Yeah,
Brimstone
and
just
his
gives you
kit is fantastic.
yeah. Brimstone gives you so much control on both attack and defense. Just like super
Hmm.
versatile agent, and excited to see one in this one. But also, like you mentioned, kind of at the top, excited to see Neon come in. It'll be a first time seeing Neon in today. And because like Neon can make some flashy plays and just kind of
Yeah.
go in there and 1v9 if someone's good enough. So I'm very excited to see if they are indeed good enough. But we've seen Fallen on Jet, and yeah, Fallen is a real good player, so I can imagine that they will be just as good on Neon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it even like Neon's like overdrive is it's one of those interesting ultimate abilities that I've seen it a couple of times come out and it absolutely crushed me. And I was like, what's the counterplay for this?
Yeah, what's the counterplay?
Like,
Don't
what-
wait for their
yeah,
ult to be over.
yeah,
Zero
run away.
Yeah, it's kind of it can be a free round win, especially when you're kind of playing in pubs and stuff. So we'll see how that goes.
Absolutely.
They're moving up A site already.
Interesting
Jakey's
vision.
already
I think that might have been a little bit of a miss throw from Unique, but we'll see. Oh, double! I think that was a freebie? The second one
baby.
they had no idea they were getting that kill.
And they're just leaving there like, okay, I guess we're not going to A. Let's get out of
Thank
here.
you very much. Goodbye.
Unique New York gets it done over there on the A
We'll
site.
just pronounce it Unique New York. Unique New York.
They're coming onto the C site now, and they'll have free access to be able to get this plant right away. As Kip is hanging out in mid, maybe trying to look for a pick of people rotating over. Kitty Cat dealing with that initial turret there. Kip does get found out by B-Bug though. And Maxwell will take down Luke. Hey, with a jumping shot, picks out another, so we still have a 3v2. As they're continuing to try to defend this site. B-Bog looking for a wall bang through that box. Defuse.
They know exactly where Hay is, but I'm not able to take him down. Interesting.
Ooh, Unique with the third frag though. Unique.
Wow.
It was just their pistol round, clearly. Gets the 3 frags, gets the defuse, and looks real good while doing it.
Yeah, and that's going to really queue up their ultimate here for like possibly a round 3, you know, even if they lose, they're going to be able to throw that nightfall out. So it'll be interesting to see the usage of getting so many ultimate charges towards one player. You know, and if they can use that in case of potentially losing this next round, which they really shouldn't because they've got a bunch of Spectres and a Marshall on the side of Jakey. So I think we're going to see a bit of a one-sided round here, but it is Haven. So
the one sheriff from Kip
happen.
is the one thing someone bought at least. So we'll see how they get on that as they are just pursuing at this ace hit once again. Kitty Cat in a little bit of trouble here. Does get taken down by Hay, so it's a quick take of this site as Jakey though walks in. Is able to get through 1-2. Jakey still waiting. There's a 3K. Can they keep going? Continuing fighting for the smoke.
What a straight round! That was a little dipsy doodle from Jakey there. Like, I think he kind of knew that Omen was there from the sounds, but you know, was like, okay, there's a smoke in between us. I'm gonna dilly into the smoke, and then I'm gonna kind of dolly out of the smoke. And Omen went into the smoke, had his back turned, and B-Bog ended up being able to pick up the kill there instead of Jakey. But whew, what an explosive round.
Yeah, absolutely nutty. And sometimes I like to see that at a team. It's like, hey, well, we got like a disadvantage, of course, with kind of weaponry, but like, let's just go in as 5 and just see if we could beat them. And it was a good effort. They got the plant down. Yeah.
They're not picking it up now. Okay.
No.
They stopped.
Where are you?
Well, here we go. They're trying to come up to this A site now. Unique meets with Fallen, and Fallen just being better in that moment.
Yep. Aiming up a little bit higher. Hey there, throwing out the skilled. Lots of abilities coming out there and managing to pick up the kill into Lucan. Maxwell picking up B-Bog as well.
So much utility coming out.
Push.
Yeah,
they spend quite a lot.
Yeah, hopeless to defend that one here. But here we go now. All 5 of them are on site trying to defend against 2. Kitty Cat goes up to heaven.
Kitty Cat saw the top of Fallen.
Starts firing at
Kitty Cat eventually did.
Trades, but it's only Jakey left. Quixotic will take him down.
Not coming back.
And that'll be their first round win, but it'll still be a 2-1 lead for UWinEsports.
Yeah, that was not the best or like the greatest thing to happen for UWinEsports there. Or I should say for them to get the win, that was absolutely fantastic. Or for Western to get the win, sorry. So UWin Western, it just keeps confusing me so much. But so. So it's like as Western Esports managed to pick up the win, not the greatest thing for UWinEsports, unfortunately. They didn't spend a lot that round though. They stuck with the Spectres in play. Didn't want to put any money in just in case, and if there was a buy up from the side of Western, that they would be able to kind of, if they win it, crush it. Yeah, interesting. 2 of them down there in the bottom of the sewers there. Whew.
Sometimes Fallen's ability, those walls just hurt yourself. Lucan. But Kip comes in with the judge again. It's judge time, baby, and Kip is here to play.
Oh, fantastic. And what a great play on Kip's side, too. Just kind of rush in. You got the judge. You know exactly what you need to do with that. You need to go in. Oh, no. Are we going to see Jakey zoomed in and get face melted by the judge here? Oh, Kip is looking. Omen's going to peek first.
Here comes the judge. One more. 3K for Kip. Jakey still with this op. Might want to consider backing off and keeping it because that's a lot of money early on here. Switch to the AK though, or excuse me, the Vandal though, as they're looking to get in on this site now and are trying to 1v2. Remember,
they are going to have a hard time because either angle they take. Oh, Brimstone wasn't there.
Pixels away from the head of Quixotic, but Quixotic takes him down. 1 HP left on him.
Oh, that's the one where you wish you had it. He just got one more bullet out, or just a little bit higher. Oh, Jakey's really showing up in this these first couple of rounds here. Already 6-2, only 4 rounds in. That's a pretty good. What's the statistic? They use it in CS:GO a lot. It's like your kills per round.
Let's just call it kills per round. KPR, sure.
KPR, sure. Kills per round, right? Like averaging over 1.5 right now. So, really pulling their weight.
That's the one thing I do wish we got ADR, like the attack, their damage they do per round would be nice.
That's it. That's the stat I was thinking.
That's the one you were thinking of? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, because ADR is just literally how much damage they've done as opposed to kills, which is, you can kind of equate, if you did at least 100 damage, you probably got a kill.
You probably got a kill, exactly.
But anyway, moving on from that, B-Bog here, waiting up here with the Bucky, trying to see if anyone gets into the site.
Kip's got the judge, though. Which one wins?
Which one wins? Shotgun battle that potentially come out here.
A couple of op shots coming through the wall too, just to say hello. Oh, that's the Marshal, sorry.
Yeah,
just waiting there. There's a whole bunch of people on the other side of that wall, so I'm. Ooh, they get a tag on the Fallen there. Jakey. Oh,
uses the tour de force there.
30 seconds left.
No, the cool op thing. Sorry, Johnny. You forgot to call it the cool op thing.
They'll get this plant over onto the B site. Still 4v4 here. Unique trying to get things done with the Sheriff. Killjoy's lockdown in use. 3K for Kip.
Oh, man. That's a really cool judge, actually.
Oh, there's the judge. B-Bog showing Kip, hey, thanks for showing me how cool the judge is. Able to get that. Still 2v3, though. They want to retake this. Maxwell could peer around his corner, just eyeing the spike.
Last player standing.
Fallen. Oh! Maxwell takes down another. And a nice win for Western Esports.
Yeah. What did they, okay, so the judge had been trashed, unfortunately. No more judge coming out this round. Oh, Kip hasn't bought yet, maybe. No, they're going to pick up a Phantom. That's all right.
Yeah, that's fair. Right. That's fine. We're having fun with the judge.
Yeah. Haven is a little bit different. There's a lot of long corridors you need to shoot down. And, judge not exactly known for its long-range accuracy.
Yeah, but you like it in like spots like garage and stuff.
Exactly.
Like there's certainly spots for it in this map, and they were utilizing it earlier. But here comes a push towards the A site as they start making their way up long there.
Lots of vision coming out from Sky, but you know, they aren't going to quite commit yet on the side of Western. There we go. Brimstone bringing out the fracture.
Kitty Cat trades it right back. Maxwell's going to pick up one more, but Lucan trades that right back. So we're down to 3-3. Lucan then continues it on, takes another one. But Quixotic trades. Unique picks up another. Only Kip left versus 2, and they got to pick up the bomb, which is held by them at A.
Yep, that is a good spot for the spike to be down at. You know, you get a lot of crossfire able to be kind of angled onto that. But it looks like Jakey and Unique both going to kind of go. Oh no, okay. I thought he was heading up towards you know, the sniper nest up there, but that spike is in a real bad spot for Kip to pick up, unfortunately. Jakey coming around, misses the shot. Kip's going to be able to pick up the spike.
Big miss there. Can make their way all the way to a different site now if they so choose.
They have enough time. It looks like Unique is going to understand that that's what's probably going to happen right now. What spot is Kip going to head to? Looks like it's going to be C. Probably the smartest one, able to get the furthest away. You know?
It's also the kind of the easiest to hold.
Yeah.
I think compared to B. Gotta worry about angles with B. So with C here, let's see if they decide to go to the back corner or if they head towards spawn. No, actually, they're going to go up towards long.
This is going to be an interesting one because it's all going to be coming down to the angles. You know what I mean? Like, Unique here is going to be pushing up through C long. Not seeing anyone, but they do get a clear view of the spike, and Kip kind of looking the wrong way right now, but they're going to flank around here.
Here we go. They do get towards the spot and long, which is potentially tough for them to deal with. Unique starting to
they're not going in?
Halfway. Playing around the box. Fake defuse again. Kip still playing around the other side. Do it now. Kip played that
Good
perfectly.
one from Kip. Yep. I agree. Read every
unfortunately, he was last one. 2v1 clutch comes in from Kip. That kill to take down Jakey, who's actually been on fire for most of this game. Just a rare miss from them, but that's going to be the difference between these two teams. They're both so good. If anyone makes a single mistake, the round is won by the other team.
Yeah, and that's what's so great about this is like, and the matches are so close that it's just one mistake. You miss that shot, and you know you can't miss that op shot, man. You miss the first one. Sometimes you don't get a second chance. Unique here, kind of getting their vision distorted quite a bit. They're gonna back off. Looks like we are going to have another A push. Smoke's coming up into the sniper's nest. No one's gonna be shooting from there anytime soon. All angles covered coming in from the attacker's side. Unique just got a blind fire down there. Doesn't get anything, though.
Fallen, though, is one to get one. So you're able to get an attacker side pick. Jakey trying to come for a flank, though. We'll meet up with all 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, they're set up for this.
Oh, no!
Oh, they gave it away.
I think he could have just waited a little bit more trigger discipline, and you guarantee a shot, and then maybe at least get 1 pick, maybe even 2.
Just wait for them to all cycle past you, and then turn around and just pick up at least 1. I agree. Yeah. D-Bog here, though. Got the blades out. Manages to kill. You'll love to see it from the Jet players when they're super accurate with those knives. It's beautiful to see.
It feels like cheating when someone's good with them, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I agree.
Ooh, Fallen. Speaking of feels like cheating, 3K from them, and they're picking up where they left off last round.
Yep, and Fallen really is, you know, starting to show how great they really are. But interesting, looking at the scoreboard, Kip's top fragging right now for the team. So
Kip's going nuts, and it might be like I have this problem too. I'm a better defender than I'm an attacker, so maybe Fallen's the same way. I'm drawing conclusions from a single match played or single map played even. So that might not necessarily be true. But with that 3K, maybe Fallen just is getting back into it and could be saying their name more often in the rest of this.
Yes, absolutely.
Cover going out.
Oh, here comes the Nightfall. Kitty Cat gets in and takes down Fallen. Kip, though, is going to pick up 1 more. Unique, able to pick up Maxwell on the other side. As we watch Unique in the middle of the site fighting with Quixotic right now. Reloads their gun. Quixotic gets around. Lucan will take him down. Lucan picks up 1 more, leaving Jakey here to walk up. But all up to Kip now. Unique with a big round for themselves. Gonna pick up 1 there. Again, that was another time where 5 rounds were won in a row by one side, so it's big for them to shut it down.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little infusion of cash into the side of Western or UWinEsports, you know, and they're going to need it. They and was that a flawless? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think
my short-term memory is awful,
it's
man.
terrible. Terrible. We're boomers, right? Yeah, I know. Total. We're older millennials, Johnny. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Either way, we're getting full buy from both teams, and this is potentially a big round as Kitty Cat's already picked up the opening frag, as this could force the other team into an eco potentially.
Oh, that slide! Oh.
1 for 1. Maxwell also will pick up another one. Kitty Cat trades there, so we had a 3v2. Kitty Cat looked at the other, hey, but Hey wins that fight. Lucan walks into the fight now, picks off Quixotic's head, but now Hey comes to the party, and we're suddenly in a 1v1 here on the A site.
No.
Coming in behind him is Unique.
He didn't hear the gun switch. Oh.
He was gonna switch back to the knife and go for it.
I was hoping that too. They had no idea that that they were looking at Hay walking backwards towards them. But
yeah, that's unlucky in that sense. But there we go now. 2 in a row going the other way. And if anything, this match so far has told me people just win 5 in a row back and forth. So we're about to see 3 more wins here for UWinEsports maybe. And that would be gigantic if they close this half that way.
Absolutely, you know, and that would be our last one. No, it was Western. It was 7-5 for Western on the last map going into half. So it would be interesting to see the swap between the two teams. I'm interested to see if that's what we're going to see on this.
Oh, Observer smurfing once again.
I love it, man. This is a fantastic view.
Behind Jakey. And Quixotic takes him down. They are able to build a crossfire situation there. Fallen using their agent's utility perfectly in that one.
You should run.
Absolutely. Here comes the Killjoy. That's going to push the entire defender side out. They're going to have to back off. Otherwise, they're dead. Kip's going to just find where they are, and they're going to clean them up. So, a really good use of the Killjoy from Killjoy.
Yeah.
To buy them some time.
Yeah. While you're speaking there, I love how Fallen could have stayed on site with the rest of the team, but instead actually just walked down long and picked off the person trying to get in behind them. It was like, I'm not even going to wait for you to get here. I'm going to come kill you now. And they have a very good chance of winning this round as a result.
Yep. It's going to be an interesting... I was going to say, it's going to be interesting if we do see Ewan try and take this one over, but no, they're going to play it safe, keep that cash in hand and those guns in hand, and not have to worry too much about anything.
Well, because like I was saying, this was potentially a round where you were going to be forced to eco if you lost it. But keeping the 3 guns at the very least, maybe one person has to be on an SMG, but you still got 4 rifles there, one of them being an AWP on B-Bog. So you still have a good shot as next round when you had a very low chance of being able to pull off that retake. I like the play there. But Kip's on the judge again, so GG Easy is about to come up.
I think so, though we are going to see here, I imagine, Jakey not buying a gun. Most likely going to pull out that cool op thing, and we're probably going to hear that shout come out any second now, and we're going to see some good work though. Kitty Cat, whew.
Kitty Cat seems to get kills in bunches just like that. That's been happening.
Yeah.
So they're never the top of the kill board, but when they get kills, they get 2 or 3 every time.
And it's interesting too because Fallen had I believe they had their ultimate ready as well on Neon, so that could have been a very Kip. There we go.
Can't be the judge. It's a broken gun. Clearly, Kip is amazing.
The bullets just kind of, when you have a judge, the bullets of other people just kind of make a silhouette around you.
Yeah, it deflects other bullets.
Shaky. Oh,
Shaky going down. And now we're still at a 3v3 though, so it's still anyone's round. But usually even numbers still favors the attacking side, so we'll see if they do indeed pick up another one here. They ended my prophecy already of 5 in a row happening, so it's really
interesting to see where they're going. It looks like they are going to go for a B push here. All 3 of them running up into that area, throwing some smokes down, getting ready to take the site. Are they going to be able to get a pick here? Is Luke going to go down? Luke's going to get 2!
Lucan with a huge defense there.
That just shut the push down. And
Lucan.
wow.
Lucan.
Big plays right there.
What I'm loving about this game so
Last
far,
round
yeah, we've
before
talked
the
a
switch.
lot about names like Fallen and Jakey on one side, and but at the same time, different people are stepping up all the time, and you're like, oh, this guy's the best player on their team. No, this guy's the best player on their team, and it's back and forth action, and you never know who's gonna step up. This is like one of the best matches of Valorant I could remember in a while.
Absolutely. It's just both teams are so evenly matched and all the players are really like pulling out everything for it. No one player is carrying the team through every map so far. Like last map, we saw Kip kind of on the bottom for a little while, and then right at the end, pull out that judge. It just really showed like, I'm really good at these close quarter fights, and this is what you need to get those kills. And quite literally won the match. Those last 3 rounds for Western Esports, it was all Kip. Like getting 2-3 Ks, holding sites, taking the site back. It was all on Kip, and then letting the rest of their teammates push in and do what they need to do. So, absolutely, just amazing team play on both teams here, and it's nice to see the timeouts coming out and being used here as well. It's not even just a mental, it's not a mind games thing for the other team all the time, like when you call a timeout to kill their momentum. It's also for yourself, because sometimes you are just you guys are all over the place, because you're like, we gotta win one, and you get into that mindset, and you kind of too focus too much. But we got some action going on. Colin is gonna pull out that neon
Overdrive coming through. What do we say? What are you gonna do?
Here we go. They just push right in. Oh, 2 kills with it though.
Yeah, 2 kills is huge.
Yeah,
and there was 3 ultimates used there by Data. Obviously, the last round before the half, just got to use it or lose it.
Use it or you lose it.
They get a quick take from that, but now they still got to defend against 3 to finish off this round. Just kidding, it's only 2 left as Maxwell takes out B-Bog. And can Kitty Cat do what Kitty Cat did last round? Quixotic takes out Lucan, so it's got to be all Kitty Cat. He's up against 4.
Oh, I mean, he got 1.
Got 1. Valiant
There
effort,
wasn't much of a chance for him there.
Yeah,
he had no idea what was coming in for him, but if he had gotten all 3 of those kills, that would have been a godlike play.
Yeah, that could have been insane. But it's another 7-5 half here. Once again, advantage for Western Esports. And these 2 teams, like, it's such a narrow mark. If this ends up being a 2-0, it'll be one of the closest 2-0s that I can think of, because these 2 teams realistically are pretty evenly matched. Western Esports has just gotten like a little bit of an edge better, as proven by another 7-5 half.
I just want to say the wonderful zoom in onto the graphics card spray there. It's a perfect segue into the MSI being a sponsor, giving away a laptop with a ball and GPU built into it. Exclamation mark giveaways in chat, guys, if you want to get in on that. It's a 1,900 Canadian dollar laptop as a chance to give away. You have a chance to win if you want to get in on that. Canadian residents only, excluding Quebec, unfortunately. Exclamation mark giveaways in chat for that.
Yeah,
thanks, MSI.
That puppy's got a 144 hertz screen on it, and that's what you need to be even as close to as good as the people that you're watching today. Trust me. So here we go into the pistol round here, and we vamped a little bit about how big pistol rounds can be. And
look at Unique swinging around the back there.
Lucan was lining up ahead, but then Lucan was also lining up theirs. So they're able to take that down as Fallen is jumping around over here.
I love the sprints on Neon. It's like the distance you can travel is crazy. Yeah. It's like, it's not as kind of quick snaps around like Jet, but it gives you that momentum and the ability to get around and a little bit faster than Jet. They're really good agents to see a good Jet being able to play a good game as a Neon, to give your team that flexibility, and that seems definitely what Fallen is showing here this day.
Yeah, definitely, as they're starting to move up towards the C site that's already being held here by B-Bog, and they're getting onto the site now pretty freely.
It's going to be a rough retake for the side of Western Esports here.
Yeah, especially when they die.
Even harder.
Not been able to pick off at least 1, but in the end, that will be a pistol round win, and we might be looking at a tie game already.
Yeah, because it's most likely going to be an easy win coming off to the side of UWinEsports here. You know, you win the pistol round. Generally, you're going to win this follow-up round. You got some money to spend on guns. But I've seen some crazier things happen in the round after, so you never know what's going to happen. But just even matches all over today. I'm loving it. I'm loving it, Johnny. It's beautiful to see a game where the teams are so evenly matched.
Certainly. You got a shorty on Maxwell. Everyone else is just keeping the classic. We'll see how that works out for them. That shorty is over on the C site while they all move towards his A site.
Yeah,
So,
hard rush onto A here.
and they're able to move up now, getting that haunt up and marking up people on this team. They're still using their utility to move forward. They're actually deciding to rotate back.
They got to be careful of this Maxwell, though.
Lucan takes him down.
That's going to cause an entire reaction from the side of Western Esports. You see them. They are all rotating over towards C. They are going to clash on C long here any second now. It looks like it's going to be explosive. Yep.
Here they come. Unique meets up with Fallen. Unique wins that one. Beatbog in the middle of it. Quixotic takes him down. Able to get the spike down on the C side. Kip trying to defend. Unique takes him out. Lucan then takes out Quixotic. And then Lucan picks up a 3K on the round. We're tied back at 7s.
Just like that, hey, like that was. I really liked the rotation, but it was really unfortunate that UWinEsports ran into Maxwell in that spot because it was completely. If Maxwell hadn't have caught it, they would have had no real idea that there was a full-on rotation happening from the side of Western Esports or UWinEsports. Sorry. So, really good play to be in that position for Maxwell. You know, you do go down, but to get the amount of vision that he got, well worth the death.
All right, let's see how this bonus goes because again, they keep their weaponry from the previous round without spending it, but you got rifles right now on the defense here. So it looks like potentially just a push into the B site as they will just get smokes down and try to get this plant off.
Is he going to get the plant? He did. Just in time, too. Oh, man, that was rough. A lot of kit went down onto the side of B-Bog there as soon as he started planting.
Oh, Kip and Fallen.
They're gonna get the defuse here, I think, though. Jakey's not continuing on.
Well, Jakey picks up another couple kills at the end of that one, but bonus
He
goes.
got all of the bodies that were standing in front of Maxwell as he sat there defusing the spike. Oh, you know, you're trying to defuse that spike in a bit of a high action area. You need some bodyguards.
Yeah, look at that. Kip on the judge again, this time on the defender side, so it'll be interesting to see where they kind of bring it back. Right now they're hanging out near A. Get a full host of rifles coming in at you from the attackers as they're postured up towards that A site.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Kip kind of finds themselves defending it. Yeah, they're in sewers right now, so I'm not. I mean, we could see it. It looks like the spike might actually be coming their way. Yeah, here we go. Maxwell coming along.
And Kip is in the perfect spot for this judge if they were to peek around this corner for
Yep.
You hear the footsteps. This is where Kip gets excited. Oh, they're backing off.
You got that judge. The shots came through. They're like, okay, that's a little sketchy. You know, who knows what's going on.
The trap was right there, but they back off now. Maybe head towards the B site.
The spidey senses tingled there.
Yeah.
Jakey kind of scoping OP here. He kind of has to have it.
Yeah, a decision like that could be huge because that was just like set up for Kip to get a 3K, right? Just kind of for free.
Absolutely.
Or at the very least 2, to be honest. So like good smart decisions that they don't objectively know they made the right decision. They might review that in tape later, but it's just smart play. These teams just,
absolutely.
You know, they're not only good fraggers, they're smart. Kip though still wins one. So they're able to pick up that now. As Kitty Cat's going to jump over towards the other side. Has got the spike planted on top of it here now. Breeze trying to come in there. He's going to start this defuse. Gets it halfway.
No one's going to be shooting at him either. They're not there. Oh, wow. That was so close.
You need to pick up one more here. Jakey grabs another. And Jakey just is one out.
8-8.
Oh, look how close that was to the defuse. 8-8, like you said, exactly. Tie game, and that's absolutely gigantic. That defuse was legitimately half a second away from being over.
So close. Like, if they had stopped firing, thinking, "Oh, maybe I'm not actually hitting anything. It's not really worth it."
Yeah, maybe they faked it and are just moving on. No, they stuck
Man.
it, and it was good that they got that frag because it ended up winning that game. And that's another one where you're gonna review later and be like, "Oh, that was real clutch that we made that decision." So 8-8 game. This is
You
real
want to
close.
play?
Again, if you are
Let's
just tuning
play.
in, Western Esports have the map advantage, so they won map number 1. But it's anyone's map here on Haven. Here comes the night.
Oh,
They
here
start
it
moving up
comes.
towards the seaside. Beatbog leading the charge now. Fallen's gonna try to use their wall to get on over to the other side.
Oh, no, it checks the corner.
And then gets the wall bang on
Two.
Fallen. Absolutely huge. Here's Hay fighting out with Unique. Unique wins that one. Kip, last one standing against 5, just has the Sheriff and nothing else.
Nothing else. Oh. Gonna play it safe there. Save the armor that they're rocking there. You know, save himself a little bit of credits coming. Oh nope, they're going for it. Oh, Jakey didn't miss the second shot.
You
The
never,
rule still stands, Johnny.
true. You never miss twice, especially with the cool op thing.
Yep, that tour de force really paying off dividends on that round.
So quietly, it's a 4-1 half so far right now for UWinEsports. It's a 9-8 score in total, but that's proven like a big potential comeback here. And if they could win this one, we're set up for map number 3. They have all the momentum on their side.
Absolutely, and I mean, you're up 4-1 on the map half. Are we going to see, like, we are seeing a full buy out from the side of Western Esports here? Yeah, hopping up to the top there, not able to quite catch anything. I like when players do that. Oh, okay, sorry.
Even just for the information, right? Like, go,
Yeah,
okay, let's
just to
find
get
out
a
if there's an
view.
offer
You
there.
might not
Yeah.
get the kill, but yeah, you get the information. You see that there's nothing there. So quite obviously, well, now you have the information. Not seeing anything is just as good as seeing something, because
Yeah,
now
and
you
now-
know where the enemy isn't.
Now they moved all the way up in mid here like they have, and they have access to this B-side Quixotic, though. On the other side, they don't have this information, as he's going to
They switched.
1 for 1.
It's always that one thing. Like, you take the shot, you do not want to stay where you are, because now people know where you are.
down
But
A.
what if they have a teammate that's coming around the corner at the same time? It's a
JP.
tough call. It's a tough call when you do that swap to move faster.
B-Bog able to pick up
Still
that
got the
last frag
blades
here.
out.
So it's 3v2 in favor of the defensive side here. They have control of the bomb. So that's huge. We might be staring at a tie game once again.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to push off of where they are
30
currently
seconds
on the
left.
side of Western Esports. You know, they don't want to move anywhere because, hey, they have control of the spike. Here comes B-Bog. Gonna go down. Kip ready with that Phantom. You know, they have the crossfire on the spike. There's no real way Jakey can get this unless he gets a quick kill right here. Like,
I'm very surprised he stepped up towards there, to be honest. 3K for Kip. Obviously huge. But Jakey has that Vandal, had the opportunity to keep it for another round. Not that they're like hurting for money, but like it's still $2,900.
nice.
to
Yeah,
just
like,
keep, with only like 3 seconds left. Like at best, you were gonna get 1 frag, right?
yes,
I think.
yes.
So,
At-
anyway.
I mean, maybe you get some fluky thing where you get all 3 kills. You
Yeah,
know,
with like
you
10
get
seconds
lucky.
left,
But
because they all
at
left
this
their heads
stage,
for you. Yeah.
yeah, it's not as required. Like, you don't need to be that risky, because it is, you know, it was 9 versus 8. It's only 1 round. Keep the money, but nope. No. They played that risky play and they paid the price for it.
Yeah. Again, their team still got the full buy in this round, so it's like not completely burned. But if they have to go through another eco, if they lose a couple rounds, you'll remember that $2,900 you had to spend this round.
Absolutely.
So
Well, it's-
patient round this one. We've had a lot of fast-paced rounds through most of this map so far, but right now a little bit more patience coming through.
Yeah, like, it seems to be, especially here on Bind, you know, they become very explosive. You know, it's play, play some mind games, be like, hey, I'm gonna go here. No, we're gonna fake a push here. We are gonna see that push on to A right now. Defender Killjoy does come out. That is going to be a little rough on the side of B-Bog. He is being captured in that. They're gonna have to plant and run away.
Yeah.
And he's okay. There is a little spot for him to sit there, you know, so if the spike does go down, but Breach does
that's so
see that.
smart.
Yeah.
So, we'll add that in a bit, because Kitty Cat's getting another frag here. Quixotic is looking to throw up the flash here for the other two that are in this corner. And Lucan, though, somehow wins out that fight with Quixotic, and they're starting to move up short here. Maxwell's got one more, taking down Kitty Cat. Lucan taking some damage, who eventually goes down. Maxwell picking that up. Defuse starting to happen here as Maxwell comes up and steps up and gets another 3K in this round. Fallen picks up the last one, and now we have a 10-9 lead for Western.
Yeah, so like it was a great placing of that Killjoy, and you saw Kip ready to do that plant. Like if it came down to being an A or a B site, they were set up to be able to put a Killjoy down, which forces the attackers to have to get out of the site. Otherwise, you know, they're going to be useless and they're just going to get crushed. A very smart play on the side of Kip on placing that Killjoy.
Yeah, but and then following that up, where Breach used their ability
Into the corner, yeah.
The one corner they could be at. Like, you know, they have to go there after the plant. So you just eliminated that person. Like, stuff like that, man.
Beautiful teamwork.
Great
Beautiful
plays.
teamwork.
I love it.
Yeah. That means you know there's some communication going on behind the scenes.
Here we go. They're trying to get onto the C site, and right now the defense is backing off from there as they are able to get onto the site quickly, waiting for the rotations to come in. The plant should happen shortly. B-Bog gonna hide it behind that middle box.
Absolutely.
Here is the Rolling Thunder coming through again, trying to force them to move. Unique picks up a couple frags, though. Maxwell picks up a couple frags. And he's going to answer that 3v2 for this defense of this bomb. Hey, trying to run forward now, trying to shoot through the smoke. The Wolf using all of their kit to try to defend this. They're trying to take him down. B-Bog, though, is being a nightmare. Hay's going to pick up a frag. Kip is going to pick up a frag. We're suddenly in a 1v1 as Jakey did take down Hay as well. And they're just around this corner, but B-Bog's going to win that. And look how close every round is. Look how close the score is. It's 10-10.
Every single one, Johnny. It's back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, we're going to have a round where it's going to be pistol round again.
Oh, yeah, this is what you want. This is everything you want when you get to the top 4 of a tournament. Sometimes you get to the semifinals, there's still a gap between teams there. No, all 4 teams, especially since we're hearing the other side of the bracket, they're having an extremely close match. All 4 teams deserve to be #1, but only one team in the end of the today is going to be and take the $700 grand prize.
Absolutely, and we may be seeing one of them right here. Fallen gonna pop that overdrive.
Oh, only one though. That's huge. Only one kill with the overdrive. You definitely want to get more. Lucan also picks up another one with Hay. Maxwell's gonna jump on over here from the shadows, but gets taken down by Lucan. 4v2 in favor of the attack now as they get onto this A site. Quixotic tries to hold on, but will not. Lucan will take him out. Kip will trade it back though, at least. But Kip still has to fight against 3.
He's got that Marshall here too. Not the operator that he would probably wish he had right now.
Oh.
He didn't even get to see that one.
And teleports away in style.
Yep.
Back and forth. Now, earlier I was talking about how teams would win 5 in a row. Now they're trading 2 in a row wins, just to make it that much more insane.
Oh, and this is the point too here where you can't lose 2 rounds in a row. That's it like you know, if we were to see a 2-round comeback on the side of Western Esports right now, that is not a good spot to be.
Yeah, it would suddenly be match points. So this is absolutely huge. Again, reminder, Western Esports won game #1. UWinEsports advantage in this one. We could be set up for a game #3. So hang on to your hats, folks. We might be in here for the long haul.
Absolutely. We may be going to a game 3 here if UWin can take this one. 1 point away from match point. They're looking very, very strong. Jakey getting spotted out by the drone there. He's got to be careful. There. Okay. Exotic. Going to, or sorry. Kitty Cat's going to take out that drone for him. Kip here knows something's going on over there. His bots are destroyed. Jakey, turning his head just... dangerous. Kip didn't want to push out, man. That could have been 2 big players taken out. One or the other taken out. Neither of them wanted to make the move. It's such a close match.
Nightfall coming through. Falcon trying to deal with it. Hey, gets up though. It says, "I don't care about your nightmare. I'm taking you down."
Here we go. We're gonna see a bit of a push back in from the side of Western Esports. No, I thought when they threw all that kit out, they were gonna come running in, but nope.
And with how close this game is, to like basically lose out after your big ultimate, Fallen and Maxwell picking up another couple of frags here.
Oh, flawless victory.
With 3K in an absolutely gigantic play. Kills off their ults, kills off their players, and we're back to 11-11.
Wow. That is going to be absolutely rough for the side of UWinEsports right now, because looking at their economy, Jakey's going to be the only one with cash even if they win this round coming in. Like, they cannot lose too many players to take this round win. If it comes down and they lose, like it's a 1 versus 0, they're like
Fallen!
What are you doing?
Defense is gonna run out of there. Somehow he's still alive. What a gigantic!
What happened? No, I don't know. What a ballsy play!
Absolutely huge, and to also get the escape down. Oh, okay. So
Beautiful.
you play League of Legends too. That's like a little Blanc going in for the
the deletion and out.
Yeah, that's just like, that doesn't happen in this game. But somehow Fallen looks broken out there. That's incredible. In this
that
situation,
was incredible.
Like, you gotta be nervous. Fallen says, "I ain't nervous. I'm just gonna run in there and kill someone." And then we have
be
advantage.
flashy.
That's absolutely insane to make that play. And like you noted, every death here is huge right now because of the economy situation they're in. That rebuy, even if they win this round, is still significant. So they got to do it 4v5 though, or else they're going to send one team into match point. And right now, Western Esports are trying to close out this match in this map.
Absolutely. They really want to take this win, have a chance to have a bit. Oh!
Jakey, though, gets
Not
another
a good spot for Exotic to be in for that. No. Now it is back to a 4v4, but Maxwell's going to pick up a lot of vision off of that poke or peek.
Jakey uses the teleporter to get back onto the other side, so he's still alive. Fallen, though, eventually takes him down. Fallen wants to make some more plays. Maxwell picked up Unique. They're trying to deal with the two people that are hanging out in long. Bomb gets defused. Kitty Cat picks up one. Kid takes up 1v1. We're now in a 1v1. Lucan's down to 56
Oh, the
HP, but
defuse. He didn't push. Was Lucan? He probably just trying to save the gun. Quite honestly.
Match point.
1v1. It's not much point.
It's not really worth it, I know, but man. Oh, that was rough. It was rough to see. I hope that it was his team telling him to save. I hope his team told him to save and they didn't save.
I think he just thought he had more time.
Possibly as well, yeah.
I think he thought he had more time to reload and then re-engage, but clearly he didn't. Kitty Cat clutches, goes straight for the defuse again. They're now at match point, but it's still anyone's round here.
It really is. We do see a full buy coming from both teams, though B-Bog is going to be sitting on that Spectre, but he's got the heavy armor. This is Western Esports all or nothing, or like going for it, right? There's a Defender Killjoy coming out too, so
I'm surprised they didn't do the same play they did last time and wait for the plat and then doing that.
Yeah, I agree. Though this does kill time.
Yeah, this time it just puts pressure on them. So they're going to back off from there and buy themselves these 30 seconds or so. Because now they have to go back and re-engage and reposition here.
It also gives Kip a chance to go up. They do have the operator. They're watching A site. The rest of their team can split off and cover B and C, because we did see that bit of a pullback. But, oh no, Kip, you need to be looking right now, buddy. There it is. He sees one. He sees two. He misses the shot. The rest of his team's going to collapse in onto this A site. What a takeover from the side of UWinEsports.
Here's the execute now. B-Ball. Oh no! It's going to switch.
That's not good.
Gun. Hey now, trying to finish off a couple of them. Will spray down one. Kazak's got the other. There's still two people left here. They can cheer this game.
All falling apart.
Jakey's gonna go down. They're gonna win this map and an absolute banger series. It says 2-0 on the scoreboard, but everyone watching knows this was one hell of a match, and it was hella close. And UWinEsports should keep their heads up high, because
I agree.
It was a fun one.
Absolutely. That could have gone either way. A couple of ballsy plays, especially on the round previously with not Jakey, sorry, but Fallen doing that, just like 1-2 bang, you're gone, I'm out. Ho, ho, ho. That was like, it just like set the tone for the next two rounds. And my gosh. What an
And
end.
news from the other side of the bracket, it was honestly just as close as this one. There was an OT in map number 1. I hear round number 2 had very close score. I don't know exactly, but it was also a 2-0. So
Yes.
huge shout out to our 3rd and 4th place teams, because honestly, the margins were so close that either one of them could have been in the finals. But we're going to see Humber versus Western duke it out for the grand final prize. Again, it's a $1,000 prize pool. They'll both be winners, but basically decide who wins 700 and who wins 300, which is not an insignificant difference.
It is not at all. No, especially when you got 5 people on your team. You got to split that up, man. It's nice to be taking a nice little paycheck home after playing hard like these teams have this weekend. It has been just both days. Yesterday there were a couple on stream of some real blowout games, but most teams it ended up going to be like 2-0, but could have been a 3-1 or a 2-1. Today we see a 2-0 here, and that does not sell, exactly like you were saying, Johnny, does not sell the rounds that we saw.
Oh, for sure. It was
One kill, one bullet goes like hits the target instead of kind of just clips over the shoulder. And we could have seen UWinEsports on this side taking the win, us going to a round 3.
Yeah, it was really that close. So we're going to take another quick break here, folks, but definitely want to give our sponsors another shout out again. MSI, who's hosting one of our giveaways today, ! Giveaway in chat to see how to enter all of those. There's over $5,950 in giveaways, including
it's not just the laptop.
Yeah, it's not just the laptop. So definitely check it out. !MSI for that laptop too as well, to see how all it goes, and share it with your friends too. Let them all know.
Yes.
If more people actually join the giveaway, it unlocks a bigger giveaway. So you'll want to get everyone. Just tell all your friends. One of my favorite songs from back in the day, because I'm a millennial, and it'll be worth it. Let's get as many people into that giveaway as possible. Also, we have the Crash Cowick halftime show coming out, who's also helping sponsor this. He's a professional live streamer based here in Canada, and is honestly the cream of the crop when it comes to streamers, and you'll definitely not want to miss that out. So check out the halftime show. We'll be back with our grand final. Again, that is going to be Western versus Humber, going head to head for the champion of our Collegiate Invitational. So stay tuned for that. We'll see you all soon.
Hey Crash, thank you so much for helping us build the perfect PC for streaming and gaming. Now, if you're a student, it can pretty much handle all your schoolwork as well. The cool news is we have 5 stores in Ontario, and all 5 locations are carrying the Stream PC. So if you want to check it out, you can head over to our brand new Mississauga store, our recently opened Etobicoke store, or London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. All 5 of our Ontario locations are carrying the Stream PC, so feel free to head over there and pick one up for yourself today. Other than that, just want to say, enjoy the show and thanks for supporting us. See you later.
Hey guys, welcome back to the MEsports Collegiate Valorant League. I'm joined here with Brodania, who you might see in chat from time to time. He's a bit of a MEsports United Memory Express dude. Sometimes I think when you guys cast Street Fighter, when you do Street Fighter, do you commentate on Street Fighter? I can't remember the last time you commentated.
I don't know. I don't commentate on Street
Oh, it's
Fighter. I've done
Ronnie
a
that
little
was
bit on
doing the
CS. Yeah, Ronnie's the Street Fighter
yeah.
guy.
Oh, good times. Well, we've got a little bit of
Absolutely.
extra time here. We kind of expected some three round matches. So we've got our lovely Brodania here. He's one of the organizers of this tournament, works directly with Memory Express. They're fantastic people putting on this tournament. If you guys haven't checked them out, they got the brand new store opening in Mississauga this weekend. Tons of giveaways in store. Door crashers, man. I was on your website yesterday looking for a monitor because I want to get a new monitor. And I was like, well, that's a killer deal on the, I think it was like a Samsung monitor or something. It's like, door crasher. I
Door
was like,
Crasher.
maybe I can
Yeah,
fly to Toronto.
there's been some crazy things on sale for our
Yeah,
grand
man.
opening sweepstakes, but it's been a
Crazy.
long time coming for wanting to get into the Ontario market, and we're just so happy. I love Ontario. Aside from esports, there's just a huge population of great people, and
Yeah.
it's been nice getting to slowly talk to more and more as we go on. So just been amazing the whole time around.
Nice.
Yeah,
So let's talk a little bit about why Memory Express started Me Sports and like kind of like what's the backstory of the founding of this new brand that you guys have effectively just launched.
absolutely. So Memory Express, for those that don't know, has been a Canadian retailer since 1996. And just in the last 2 years or so is when we opened up into Ontario. But at the same time, the company was going through what I consider a kind of an evolution of sorts. So, Ronnie, who is the national community manager, and I'm the Western Canada community manager.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's
Oh, you're the
essentially my boss.
Western.
I
Oh,
am,
makes
yeah, but
sense.
I mean,
Okay,
both of
okay.
us really serve the entire country and stuff. But it's whatever. But with that said, he'd left the retail side. We'd both kind of started at the retail side of the company for a while, and he's like, "Hey, Arian, I kind of want to do esports at a head office level. Would you be interested in helping me out?" I said, "Yes, I'm super down to do that. I love Memory Express. I just don't see myself in retail for a long time or being a store manager. So to be able to go into head office to do something like this would just be crazy dream." But that's sort of the backstory back in the beginning of 2020, and now here we are, the
And I
middle of
remember that.
2022. Yes, yeah,
I
you were
because
one of the first.
yeah. The Be My Valentine was a fantastic cast, and
Great times.
it's just kind of like running into you guys and having the conversation. You're like, hey, we're trying to do this thing and get everything rolling and seeing what it's evolved to in these last couple of years, especially through the hardships of COVID. Like I can
Yeah.
remember, I think it was the summer of 2020. You guys were looking to do this really cool event that ended up getting canceled because of it was like a fundraiser and it ended up getting canceled because like it was going to be an in-person event, but it like COVID kind of was like
Yeah.
no.
No. we
Oh
we wanted to do some crazy in-person Rocket League events.
yeah.
We had a lot going, but then the next wave of COVID hit, and at
Ugh.
that time, everyone was a lot more worried than we are now.
Definitely. Yeah. But it's been a fantastic to see the evolution of this brand in like such a short amount of time too. And the amount of love and care that you and Ronnie have both put into this, like
Thank you.
online all the time, answering tons of questions. It felt like, it was just you two for the longest time running these tournaments. And you're finally able to bring in other staff members to help too. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see. And the one thing that like kind of I always wanted to know is what gave you guys the idea for academy? because like that's a really cool one that you don't really see from partnerships outside of like an actual school partnering with a brand like like Memory Express, but instead it's the brand opening it up for all schools, right? Like in
That's right.
Canada? Yeah. So
Yeah.
like
So
what was the idea behind that?
Academy, man, it just really came down to a few things. The esports scene in Canada at a collegiate level is amazing, but with any school trying to run a club or students trying to run a club at their school, money is hard to come by, right? Not every school is going to have a lot of support for their teams. You know, we have a lot of Ontario schools with varsity teams that that are doing really well, but there's always the clubs out there that aren't necessarily varsity. And while they're able to fundraise and whatnot, they could always use a little more. Esports is probably
Yeah.
one of the most expensive clubs that you need to
Yeah,
run.
especially the initial costs, like
Yes,
to get
yeah,
like, usually you need 5, maybe 6 PCs set up and they've got to be decent rigs. Like, you can't be running like 10-year-old tech on those things. You can't go to the gym and be like, "Hey
exactly.
guys, can we borrow some hockey nets that the school invested in 10 years ago
20
or
years.
20 years ago and they still work great?"
Exactly.
It's a little rougher. You need to keep up on top of that.
Hey,
So
you
that's
you
really
got it
awesome.
right.
And so what is Academy? To the viewers that might not know exactly what it is, what's the elevator pitch for Academy?
The elevator pitch. Okay.
Yeah.
Academy, for everyone who isn't familiar with, is a platform that Memory Express created that allows any student or post secondary student in Canada or faculty or staff at the school. They're able to go on our platform and purchase our products at an education price, special price set for you guys only. And once the purchase is made, there's a percentage of every sale that goes back to the school in the form of fundraising.
Oh,
And
cool.
if you sign up with your club's referral code at the very beginning of Academy, then everything that you purchase, a percentage goes back to your club. In
Wow.
Yeah, so it essentially gives the clubs their own fundraising tools to be able to go and do whatever they want with esports, given the price of
That's
things.
crazy. Like that's just so much usefulness. Like, obviously there's the side that Memory Express gets, but like the amount that you're giving back and like and the referrals, like ongoing referrals back to the club. That's really not, that's a really generous offer for Memory Express to be extending to it. But I love it because like as a kid growing up, I loved esports and its early days of being called like e-gaming or like just being called you're a nerd.
Yeah,
There was no real support for that
no,
in any community to grow up, and it made it hard as like myself to grow up. And I played a lot of MMORPGs, some shooter games like Counter Strike. League of Legends was really big, and I would see these big universities that would like shut clubs down for the
yeah,
esports stuff because they were like, no, we can't do this. This is not something we're going to sponsor. We don't want to put our name on this club. And now, you've got University of British Columbia, Simon Fraser University. You got University of Toronto. I think was it Ryerson had
Ryerson
one in
just
here too.
they do they recently
Yeah,
rebranded to Toronto Metropolitan University, but
that's
yeah,
it.
they're also a great
Yeah.
one.
And they had teams in here, and it's great to see all these universities across Canada and the US and globally start bringing up esports programs for these kids coming through school and offering like and offering tuition like benefits as well. Like
Absolutely.
it's fantastic. So what exactly got you yourself into kind of esports, and what kind of games did you enjoy that might have the esport kind of take to it?
Great question. So I guess it would have to start with playing Counter-Strike Source in 2005. I was around 10 years old, playing on public servers and whatnot. And actually, it wasn't until CSGO's release with their built-in matchmaking mode for competitive that I
Yeah.
actually got into the competitive side. So I actually only really enjoyed Counter-Strike from 2005 till competitive mode in 2013. and then after that, it was all about ranking up. But
The grind.
the grind, yeah.
And
And
back in those days, you had to play a certain amount of matches every week. Otherwise, you got rank decay too, didn't you?
pretty
Or was that
much,
more
yeah,
of
it
a
was
new thing from
hardcore.
CS:GO?
Back then, I mean, when I was starting out, if you were just experienced a little, you'd hit global elite without any problems. So I mean, ranks were all over the place, man. It was pretty bad. But I want to say it was around 2013 where they really revamped the game and Valve kind of took it back. Guns were fixed,
Yep.
audio was fixed, the skins were released, and then the
Oh,
esports from 2014 to 2016 for CS:GO. If you were around that time to watch,
yep.
was for
Insane.
myself the initial holy, like, I want to be doing this kind of stuff one day. I don't know if I
It
will, and if I do, I'll be happy. It'd be somewhere good to be.
That was like I remember kind of like the first tournaments, you had your minors, your majors. They were being
Yeah.
run by like MLG and
Yeah.
Intel. I think they still do
Intel,
some.
the
They
IEM
would
extremes, yeah.
have some crazy ones going on in Europe, and there was tons of tournaments in Europe, but like nothing going on in North America. And so it's
ESEA at the most, really,
yeah,
and
it
some
was
face
really
stuff.
cool in those early days to see those tournaments happening, and Counter-Strike, I think, is one of those games that it's like Counter-Strike and StarCraft were probably like the
Yes.
two big ones that got a lot of us kind of older guys into esports at an
Yeah,
early age, and to be able to see it evolve into what it is now, and be
absolutely.
so
They
many
paved the way.
options to get in. It's crazy. So that brings us on to a great segue of what do you guys look for in a good Me Sports volunteer?
So someone who's coming to help us out. Well,
Yeah.
I'd say it's fair to say that there's tons of people who love video games who want to work in esports. I mean, it sounds like a dream job to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And with that said, you get a lot of volunteers who want to help out, which we're always grateful for because, as esports grows, we're going to need more people. But what I really look for is someone treating it like they would a job. Specifically speaking, a teenager who starts their first job at McDonald's, if they're really enthusiastic about wanting to grow, maybe they don't care too much about the McDonald's side, but they go up to their seniors or whatever and they ask what can we do to be better, etc. Blah blah blah. They like to learn and shadow. That's
Mhm.
essentially what I'm looking for because there's there's tons of people out there that want to do esports, but when
Yeah.
you start doing the more serious events, which we're just starting to get to now, there needs to be more organization, there needs to be more ownership, and just being able to listen to the small details that go on. And that's really what we look for.
That's
Um,
awesome.
just wanting to help out, listening to what you're told and picking things up on your own. Now, when you're a volunteer and you're just starting out, obviously we can't ask everyone to do that, but when you're trying, anyone can see that. Anyone in a leadership position can see that you're putting in the effort. And Ronnie and myself and the rest of the esports team, and Leo, which we just added on as well,
Yeah.
we we love you guys. Like, we'll see that.
Shout out to
We're gonna
Leo.
try to help you out. Yeah, shout out to Leo, our newest member of esports.
You can see him in chat there, so
Yeah.
give him a shout, give him some love because he's working his butt off this tournament. That's for sure.
Exactly. So yeah, just show up, you know, work hard, kind of try and stand out if you can without going over what you actually need to do, and just find that balance. And I think you'll do fine, and you'll have more
Yeah.
opportunities to help out.
It's definitely an industry that really thrives off of like you can really thrive off of putting in some effort and wanting
Yes.
to do better and learning because like it's not something that you can go to school for yet. Maybe in 20, 30 years they'll be the first kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
become an esports broadcaster or whatever. Maybe that'll come out,
Few
but not
programs out
quite
right now,
yet.
but nothing
Yeah.
really settled in like other
Yeah.
areas to
So
study.
we've got quite a number of people on here right now on working this event. We got Bonky running the broadcast. We got
That's
Lemon being our amazing observer, and then we had myself and Johnny doing the commentating. So, what do you look for in a good commentator or observer or similar, or like the broadcast tech?
First thing would be, just always showing up on time. Like for myself especially, I get super anxious if the team isn't ready to go, and I'm sure you guys see that too when I keep reminding you to meet up and whatnot. But it's for a good reason. If everyone is just, we know we're good to go ahead of time, we can chill for the next hour or whatever before the event
Mhm.
starts, and kind of go from
And
there.
those are
But
the best times sometimes, guys.
yeah, we're just having a good time in voice chat before the tournament starts. We're going over things, and everyone's relaxed going into the event because we know we don't need to rush, which is really important. Whether you're
Mhm.
running an event or anything, just kind of being prepared in advance is always a good thing. But on the commentating side, it's what you have, what Johnny has, what Kappa Frag and
Moxie.
Aaron from yesterday have. Yeah, Moxie is exactly what it is. You're you're passionate about what you do. You're into what you're observing or what you're casting. And for Lemon as well, he's taken the time to learn all the great angles that are there in Valorant, and he puts in that extra
Insanely
work.
good.
Yeah, he's amazing, and that's what I love to see. Just to be a good observer, you can just learn how to switch to the players and kind of know who's on what number. But to take it to that next level, that requires some passion, which is what Lemon has been demonstrating today. It's what Kale, who helped us out yesterday on a whim,
Yeah.
as well demonstrated, and those two are a power duo when it comes to observing, which we'll see in the future as well. But
I hope so, because man,
yeah,
what we saw
lots of
today
stuff.
and yesterday is fantastic. So, last
Absolutely,
question,
yeah,
because you yourself said that you started at the Memory Express retail stores.
that's
So,
right.
do you guys look for talent that you might have as well in the store level, or someone who maybe is a retail employee and they show a lot of interest in esports? As the brand's growing up, are you going to look internally for that role as well?
Great question. So yeah, we the whole culture around Memory Express, whether you even want to go into management, is they like to hire internally. So someone will go into manager and training and then work their way up. They'll get a shot of the managers. And that way you have someone who knows the culture in the company from the get-go getting into it. And that's actually similar to what we're going to be doing as this department grows and we're able to bring in more people from the retail side. We're going to be looking for superstars within the company who do share the passion, who are willing to
Awesome.
learn, and hopefully pull them out.
You heard it here, folks. If you got a passion for esports and you want to get in on it, you can volunteer for MEsports United, or, as well, if you're looking for a part-time job, especially when you're going through school or anything like that, hit up a Memory Express, because I've chatted to a lot of Memory Express employees over the last few years, and I've not had a single one of them tell me that they didn't like working there. And like
That's
you,
great to
if
hear.
you're a nerd, you'll find people in there to be able to nerd out with, because I've gone into the stores and nerded out talking about latest tech, or like, going in and be like, hey, I'm looking for a 144 hertz monitor. It needs to be at least 2K. I've got 3 display ports on my 3070. What do you recommend? And I had one staff member, their name was Devin, and they were like,
Yeah,
well, we've got
shout
this
out
one, we
to
got
Devin.
that one. This one's on sale right now. This is a great deal here. One of these 3 monitors is going to be great. Like, this one's got 144, this one's got 160, this one's I think it was like 240 hertz
Yeah,
one. It's like a little bit overkill, but the future proofing and stuff like that. They were fantastic. We nerded out for like 10 minutes about monitors and like what games we played. And then eventually I bought the monitor that I'm staring at right now, which is a beautiful 32-inch 2K monitor.
yeah,
So thank you
yeah.
very much for that.
Yeah, hey, thank you for the compliments, man. As someone who's worked at so many different retail companies, just trying to figure out what I like, Memory Express stood out. This is the longest I've ever been with a company. It's been a
Nice.
little over 4 years now. And at a retail level, you won't find anyone better, which is why I think people love shopping at the stores. Um, just based off the Google reviews and whatnot at every location, people seem to be having a great time. And
Nothing
that
better
comes
pre-COVID than
from
going in and like using the keyboards. That was
exactly,
fantastic. Being
exactly,
able to test out the keyboards and stuff like that beforehand
exactly.
was beautiful.
Yeah, we got our own music playing. We're hanging out. We're having a good time, and we get the work
music
done.
too. Yeah, it's not like boring elevator music.
No, and we're not singling out 94.5 FM radio the entire day. No forced Justin Bieber for 6 hours for this stuff.
Oh, that would be awful. All right, well, I think
But
that
yeah.
wraps up our time here. Hey, we're gonna throw it over to
Absolutely.
a short break, and then we'll be back with Crash Coic and the halftime show featuring Ronnie as special guest, who is the
Awesome.
cohort to Bro Dania here. So stick
Yes.
around. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with an amazing halftime show featuring Crash Coic.
Thank you so much, Sean, aka Arjun,
welcome.
and thank you, chat. Thank you guys for being here. Honestly, these matches are crazy. Grand final is going to be insane. It's been equal, completely equal the entire way through the semis today. So Humber versus Western, if I'm not mistaken.
Looking forward to it, man.
Gonna be
Looking forward
freaking
to it.
crazy. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you guys all in a bit. Ciao.
Crash here, and welcome to the halftime show, everybody. Hope you're having a fantasmical day today. My name is Crash, and I'm here with Ronnie. Hi, Ronnie.
Oh, hi, Crash.
Yeah. So that time is that way. But if we go over here, then we got to flip the other way around. I got to.
That works for me.
We'll do that. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying the Valorant tournament so far. We are on day 2, and it's. I mean, yesterday I saw, just before the halftime show, I saw that there was just some insanity going on. How's the event been going for you guys today?
It has been super close. Unfortunately, both of our maps, or all 4 teams, ended up doing a 2-0 result. But when we were watching in the TO channel in the Discord server, it's neck and neck. Like we're seeing really close games, but our finals for this Collegiate Invitational is going to come down to Western Esports versus Humber College. So they are going to be up in our finals, best of 3, right after this halftime show ends in about an hour and a half. But yeah, it's been super exciting. I think with day 1, we saw a little bit of a skill gap between teams, but today we already had an overtime. It was off stream, and now we're looking at 2 very similarly skilled teams. So we're looking forward to our best 3 finals here.
Nice. Yeah. So today we're going to be doing a bit of a live Q&A. We're going to be talking about, just tech in general. It doesn't have to be just gaming. It's not just streaming. It's just tech in general. Yeah. And we're gonna talk about whatever kind of piques our interest and whatever you guys talk about. Now, there is a little bit of a delay on the stream, but when we do see your questions come through, we will be answering them. So have at her. You're gonna show up here in about 2 minutes time from right now.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay on our stream to give context to why. It's so that people don't stream snipe or watch our stream to get an advantage in the tournament. Yeah. So to prevent that from happening, we've added a 2-minute delay, which goes well beyond the length of a single round in Valorant. So that way, you're not stream sniping your competing team. Yeah.
So I mean, over the years, what do you have? We're at over 2 years now of esports events that Memory Express, now MEsports United, have hosted. So we've learned over the years. I've learned, there are the different things to do to keep the competitive edge, keep it entertaining, a good balance between the actual competition and then your viewer enjoyment.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that this is our 11th online tournament since the pandemic. I heard Artrin and Brodania just a few minutes ago talking about the one in-person event that we had planned. It was this really cool Rocket League tournament where we were combining 6 different mayors. So we had 6 different municipalities in BC, and each mayor would be teamed up with 2 teenagers from their city. And it was a really cool way for the younger audiences to connect with their local politicians and representatives. So that was unfortunately canceled. That was, I believe, October 22. Yeah, it was October 2020. So it was still within the first few months, within the first 6 months of the pandemic.
Right.
So that was canceled, but for very fair reason, because 2 weeks later there was a huge COVID surge again, because we've gone through like 5 of those now with the last 2 years. Yeah. But yeah, this is our 11th online tournament, and the online tournaments don't have to slow down. Fortunately, we can keep doing those regardless of what's going on with COVID. But yeah, we're here. We're really excited to be able to host our, I believe this is our 2nd Collegiate Invitational, which limits teams and players to collegiate teams, whether it's varsity or one of the club teams represented by the esports clubs at the whichever school participates. But in this case, it's Ontario schools only.
Right. And so future plans with it, though. I mean, right now we're Ontario only. Can we talk about what the future of MEsports United is?
For sure, yeah. Ontario is a very unique province for us because we, as a company, Memory Express, are quite new in the market in Ontario. So we opened up our first location in Hamilton, Ontario in 2019. But fast forward to today, we have Mississauga, which is our brand new location, open today, or open now. And we've got Etobicoke, which opened a few months ago. And then there's also London, Ottawa, and Hamilton locations. So between those five, we're focusing a little bit more on the Ontario market. However, this may be one of our last collegiate invitationals limited to Ontario, meaning it may open up after this. So that's the good news, because there are a lot of schools who keep asking if they can participate, even if they're not from Ontario, and well, we're getting there.
You know what? I always read it, and I always mispronounce Etobicoke. Like I try to read it exactly as it's written, and yeah, that's
Yep. It's one of those. So it was someone from Ontario who told me that the K is silent, and that made me realize I was saying it wrong the whole time. But yeah, it's Etobicoke, and what else? Out of all the other names or the other cities, that's the only one that was out there. It was a bit different, but yeah, we've got a lot of cool things planned throughout the summers. So definitely want to follow us on social media and just stay up to date with what's going on there. We've got a couple giveaways. Crash, if you don't mind sharing those graphics for those giveaways. Let's
Absolutely.
see what we've got here.
I need to.
There's two actually.
There we go. Bring you back on here. And switch over to that screen. Ooh, double face. Hello, me.
Hello
me.
Hello, us.
Okay, first off, for the Ontario
Yes.
store, the Mississauga Ontario store.
Yeah. So in celebration of our 5 stores in Ontario, we have the grand opening sweepstakes. So if you're in the live stream chat on Twitch right now, you can type !giveaway, and there are there's tons of stuff there. There's a $5,000 PC that's being given away, and then a bunch of other peripherals and accessories, which bring the total just under $6,000 worth of giveaways. And that's open to anyone in Canada. You do not have to be in Ontario to claim the prize there. We've also got another giveaway dedicated to just one particular product, which is an MSI notebook. It's a GL66 15.6-inch notebook, and I gotta say, this thing is kind of a mid to high end laptop, because it's got some pretty powerful stuff, including a RTX 3060 video card. 16 gigs of RAM sounds pretty standard, but what's not standard is the fact that it can go up to 64 gigabytes of RAM. I mean, if you need 64 gigs of RAM, I would like to know what you're doing with your computer. Like, there's very few use cases out there that would require 64 gigs in a notebook. But it's a great giveaway, guys. You could hit up that giveaway with !MSI. It's worth just under $1,900 Canadian, and this, almost anyone could make use of this, and it's honestly such good value. It also has 144 hertz refresh rate on the display, so if you're into gaming, this thing is a mobile gaming machine. It's got a 3060. It's ready to go. But yeah, that's all I wanted to add about our giveaways. Maybe we'll talk a bit more about them later, but let's get into some nerdy stuff, Crash. Let's talk about streaming. Let's talk about content. Let's open up the floor. If anyone wants to ask us questions, we've got an open Q&A for the next hour. But Crash and I can talk for days about this stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm going to get us started. I've got a really good one for you, Crash. I was actually thinking about asking you this yesterday, but we ran out of time. This
As we
alone
usually
could turn
do.
into a... Yeah, I know. This
I think
question...
even today with the extended one, we're going to run out of time today.
Oh, I know. I was telling you earlier, it's like, oh, we've got a longer halftime show for the first time, and it's not going to be an issue, like filling that time. So here's my question. It's long. I bet this can stretch for like an hour if we really wanted to. But here it is. If you could pick 3 pieces of gear in your studio,
right,
that completely transformed how you live stream. So yesterday I was talking about workflow. Let's define transform as something that forced you to change your workflow for the better. Right. Now here's some guidelines. You're not allowed to tell us about a computer as a whole. You're not allowed to use a monitor, but you can use other products. So accessories, peripherals. It doesn't even matter if Member Express sells the product or not. I just want to know, was it a product like the Shure SRH 840s, which are a brilliant pair of headphones that are game changers for some? What is it for you? What are 3 products that absolutely changed the way you live stream? Let's talk about it.
All right, number 1, the number 1 product, without a doubt, Elgato Stream Deck. Without a doubt.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Without a doubt. It allowed me to naturally control my stream without having to click buttons elsewhere. I mean, if you're running you can run hotkeys in OBS and whatnot as well. If you're just interested in switching scenes, but 1, you run out of hotkeys, and 2, you're stuck with switching scenes. The Stream Deck allows me to do everything. Like, I remember, as a streamer, you aren't just the person on the camera talking. You are the director. You're the camera person. You're the lighting. You're everything. Yep. And anything you can do to simplify your workflow, to get it at your fingertips. So what you require one person to do, you can do with a push of a button. That is insanely powerful. And that's what the Stream Deck. And over the years, I started with the original Stream Deck, which you can actually see behind me. This Stream Deck up here, I got that Stream Deck when they first launched, and it still works fine today. In fact, I actually use it on my stream. I've done something original with it. I use it as a sub counter. Whenever anyone subs, it starts filling up the Stream Deck. There's 15 keys on there. Once we get to 15 subs, we have a shot of maple syrup. I know, doesn't sound healthy. I know.
So it's like
you don't have to
Tetris.
tell me.
Once the pieces add up, boom.
Yeah.
Shot of maple syrup.
So it actually fills up like that. You can see it filling up behind me right now.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's really cool. Like, I think what people miss when they look at the Stream Deck is how open-ended it is.
Oh yeah.
Because a lot of people don't realize that each button not only has its own little LCD screen in it, so you can customize your icons, but each button can also be nested into folders.
Oh yeah.
And there's so much. Yeah, you can go in an endless rabbit hole of customization, just like what you showed us.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like it's. Not only can you nest folders and have different pages, right? So you can have pages, you can have folders, but you can also have different profiles. And if you have multiple Stream Decks, you can have your master Stream Deck, and then you push a button on it, and all of a sudden it changes something on your other Stream Deck, depending on what you're doing, right? So you can hit this one button, you want to change scenes, you hit this one button to change the scene, but at the same time, it changes your other Stream Deck to have all the relevant stuff to that scene. It's incredibly powerful. And if you guys wanted to try it out, for free. So this is the thing. As awesome as the hardware is, it's extremely well made. You have the LCD screens. As awesome as the hardware is, the software is the real powerhouse behind it. And you have access to that for free for 30 days with a Stream Deck app. You can download it on Android or iPhone. You can download the app, try it for 30 days free, but try it out. If you haven't already, it'll... Whatever you do, it'll improve your workflow. Like whether you're video editing, whether you're doing an audio engineer. I mean, they're everywhere. I saw the VP of Corsair. He posted something on Twitter where when they were doing setup for a Formula One car, the driver's in there with a Stream Deck, hitting buttons on the Stream Deck to prep his car.
Yeah, that's
the Stream
so
Deck
cool.
is so universal that it can be used for anything. But yeah, there was a Stream Deck that just put it on his dash, and he was able to push buttons and it would give readings and everything like that. So
wow.
It can act as a monitor as well. You can get something on there where it shows hardware info like RAM usage, CPU usage, GPU usage. So they can make custom plugins for Formula One racers where they can push buttons on the Stream Deck to work on to check out stats and do stuff on their car while they are sitting there, right in the pit. It's insane.
So here's kind of a side question, still related to the Stream Deck. There's a few variations of the Stream Deck available. Right. What are your thoughts between each of your options? Let's just focus on the hardware options.
Sure. So there's a standard one, which is just called the Stream Deck. It's 15 keys. It's 3 rows and 5 columns. For lots of people, that's gonna do the trick for you. There's a Stream Deck Mini, which has 6 keys, 2 rows, 3 columns. And there's a Stream Deck XL with 32 keys. And so, of course, 32, that fits perfectly with my branding. Yeah, well, there we go. There we go.
Yep.
But just recently, earlier this year, they released the Stream Deck pedal. So it's 3 pedals that can be programmed exactly the same way. It integrates with Stream Deck software. Another cool thing integrating with Stream Deck software, some of the high-end Corsair keyboards have macro keys that can integrate with the Stream Deck software as well. So you can use them as Stream Deck keys. Now, granted, you don't get the screens that are on the Stream Deck, but if you have the K100 definitely has those keys, and I think the next one down from the K100 as well. So the whole Stream Deck ecosystem is amazing. In fact, let's take a little bit of a look at it right now, because we can.
Yeah.
So we also have the Stream Deck Mark II, which is a 15 key. I have it mounted on this PC right here, so that's also a Stream Deck counter. So no matter what camera angle you have, you can see it. So there's a 15 key Stream Deck right there. So 15 keys. You can see that it's light up LCD buttons, LCD screens behind each button. So there's a 15 right there. We have down here, we'll go boop. There we go. We'll boop. And as soon as my other camera's out of the way, there are the 32s. So I have two 32 Stream Deck XLs right there to run my show. Now, something really cool is I can go like this. I can go over here. I can press a button here for the sub. So whenever somebody subs on my channel, there's a cartoon sub. You can see it in the bottom corner right there. And that fills up with ingredients, and I eat the cartoon sub. Now, if someone subs, I can hit this button right here, and it changes the screen to the sub menu. So I can add chicken to the sub. I can add moose meat. I can add nails. I can have the regular sub, or I can have the special menu. So everything on here is now controlling the sub. I head over here, and that's all my utilities. So
Crash, how does the responsiveness feel when you're using the Stream Deck?
Okay, it is so responsive. This actually works out really well. Let me go to. I'll show you here. I'll actually show you a video I made when the Stream Deck first came out. Let's go over here. But responsiveness, instant. It's like using a keyboard. It is.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, it's instant. And I have videos. I'll show you a quick upload here that I did about a year ago. There we go. As soon as we skip ads here, because we shouldn't be. Those aren't the ads we want to show here.
Ooh,
all right.
Ads.
Oh, I have, of course, I'm listening to, I've got that right there. So on Doom, let's switch over to this scene here. So on my YouTube channel, I have the Stream Deck XL.
Oh, wow. I see Doom Guy in there.
Yeah, Doom Guy. We hit the button loads up Doom. Then we go in, and now I have it set up as a controller. So I have all the arrow keys. So I played Doom E1M1 on Nightmare using a Stream Deck XL as a controller.
That is so... Like, it makes very little sense why anyone would do this, Crash. But the fact that you can is enough to prove a point.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's doable. So that's the thing. Like, you can play Doom on Nightmare with a Stream Deck XL. Or a regular Stream Deck. Actually, just recently, someone beat Elden Ring using nothing but a Stream Deck as a controller as well.
So this is kind of a thing people like doing.
Yeah.
What about, okay, so we've talked about the different options of Stream Decks, and sure, if you have basic kind of entry-level needs, maybe a Stream Deck isn't exactly what you want. Because for the most part, you can just use your keyboard shortcuts or macros in OBS, just customize them yourself. However, there's only so far you can go before you realize that that's not a long-term option. That's not really going to grow what you're trying to grow as a streamer.
Right.
So, we've covered the Stream Deck.
Yep.
What would the second piece of gear be in your current setup that really transformed or really pushed production value up to a point where you wanted to change your workflow to account for these improvements? So Stream Deck's 1, what's number 2? Your microphone.
My microphone.
All right. Tell us more about that Electro Voice mic.
Yeah. So one thing to keep in mind, like everybody, when you're getting into streaming specifically, live content, not everybody has eyes on you at all times, but quite often they'll be listening to you at all times. So they'll be listening to you while they're doing the dishes or they're taking out the trash, kind of thing, right? They can't have eyes on you. They're busy, but they'll have you propped up on the kitchen window on their phone. So they're going to be hearing you. So the most important aspect regarding quality of your stream is audio. I mean, you could have blurry video. Like, watch this. I turn my head so my camera focuses on Ronnie. It's a little bit out of focus, right? Not the end of the world. But if all of a sudden my microphone started sounding like garbage, you guys would be, lots of you would be out instantly.
Like, it'd be hard to ignore. That's for sure.
Yeah, you can't ignore bad audio. You can't ignore bad audio. So, yeah, it was the Electro Voice RE20. And actually, hold on. This was the first one, the RE20, the one with the old...
That's the original.
Yeah, the original right here, the original RE20. And last year, year before, I'm trying to remember which year it was, they released the RE20 Black. Mm-hmm. And this was something, I started working with Electro Voice 2-3 years ago. And so I'm partnered with Electro Voice, full disclosure, but it's also because I reached out to them because I really love their microphones. So it wasn't something where they came up and, hey, you wanna promote for us? I went to them and I begged them to be able to work with them. So
well, they have a long-standing history specifically with that microphone, that RE20 that you're using right now.
Yeah, it came out in the late 60s and it hasn't changed aside from, well, they've tweaked a couple things and they changed the color now, but it hasn't really changed ever since the late 60s. Now, if you're listening to the radio, which we all always do, but lots of podcasts too, many of them use the Electro Voice RE20. It's got that classic broadcaster sound that everybody's used to, right? Like it is that broadcaster sound. Now, with me to drive the RE20, it is an extremely gain hungry microphone. So to really take full benefit of this, you want a bunch of different audio equipment. You want different preamps. You want to be able to tie it all together nicely, right? Like this microphone has the ability to sound absolutely amazing, but if you don't do anything with it, it can sound like absolute crap. It's meant to it's a microphone where it's meant for you to put time into making it sound the way you want it to sound. It's not something that's meant to sound amazing out of the box. It's meant to sound better than amazing if you put a little bit of time into it. So that has forced me to one, I love the audio on my stream, but it's forced me to go through different equipment and try different options to get the exact sound I want. And that's changed my entire workflow. I've gone from I used to have an Yamaha MG10XU mixer on my desk for my old Audio-Technica microphone. It wasn't that picky, right? As soon as I got my Electro Voice microphone, it's like, oh wow, I can really notice the difference. So I needed more channels, went to an MG12XU, and then I got processing strips, and then I switched to a completely different mixer / interface and all different grounding options and the way I'm routing stuff, and it's just all of it is basically centered around this microphone. And this microphone is the sound that I've wanted to have since I started, but I didn't know how. So this is the microphone for me. There's a few things with the microphone. One, it really needs you to speak a certain way to take full advantage of it as well. I think it's a very, very picky microphone. It suits my voice extremely well. Now, if you wanted, if you just wanted a microphone that sounds much better, is much more forgiving, you can use it out of the box. There's the RE320, which you'll see looks very, very similar. A little bit of shining.
Yeah.
It looks very similar, and it uses the same technology as the RE20. The main thing being you see all these ribs down the side. That's for something called the variable D technology, which helps eliminate the proximity effect. So when you get up on a microphone, you know that if you use a microphone, you get up on it, you sound like Cookie Monster lots of the time, right? Get up and rah, 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 rah. This one, though, all it does is it changes my volume. It doesn't actually change my pitch as I get closer and
we
further
could demonstrate this because my microphone is about half the cost of your RE20, and it does not have any sort of technology designed to reduce that proximity effect. The funny thing is the proximity effect is something we've all heard in radio, because there is a certain characteristic in radio voices, radio hosts' voices. It actually uses the proximity effect on purpose, but it's not always desirable, especially for recording, like if you're in a music studio and you're trying to do a professional recording. So I've got this microphone here. It is not an entry-level microphone. These are both XLR dynamic, or not dynamic, condenser microphones. So they're in a different realm, and what that realm is in the XLR connector or cable. It's not the same as USB microphones. They just don't use the same technology to get your audio to your microphone. So let's demo the proximity effect, because I have about, what is that? That's like 3-4 inches away from this microphone. Typically, it means there's no proximity effect because of the distance that I have. But the moment I do this and I come in a little bit closer, you'll notice that my voice actually has a lot more of the bass frequencies coming through. And this is called the proximity effect. Now, it's not just louder, it's a different frequency response. The sound of my voice has actually changed. And now if I go further away from it and kind of come back, this is my normal speaking position. So Crash, if you try the proximity effect, let's see how yours sounds.
Yeah, so I'm about the same. I'm about 4 inches away. It's normally where I am when I'm talking on this microphone. But if I move right up close here, it doesn't change how my voice sounds. It changes the volume because I'm closer, it gets louder. But as soon as I move away, you still hear the same amount of bass from my voice.
That's right, yeah.
It's just getting louder. So these microphones are designed so that when you're moving around the studio and you're going like this, you're gonna have the same pitch. It's not gonna do a pitch shift on you, and you can. If you move around a little bit like this, you can actually have compressors and whatnot kind of address it and kind of keep it around the same volume too. So you have a little bit of mobility, not a ton. I mean, I still move to the back of the studio. It's going to be super quiet, but it gives a little bit of flexibility. And when you get right up on the microphone, it doesn't change the pitch. And that's what these slots are on this microphone. There's actually 2 tubes that go down the inside of this microphone, and they work to eliminate the proximity effect. So if I was to cover these up, I should be able to trigger the proximity effect, although I don't know if I'll be able to. Let's see. Hello, 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 hello. No, I can't cover it up enough.
That's okay, because if I do it, it's very obvious the proximity effect's coming into play. So when I'm talking like this, I'm 100% confident that there is a way bigger bass boost in my voice that's artificial. Whether or not you find it pleasing is totally a separate conversation, because that's where audio engineering kind of comes into play, where you can change sounds to your liking. However, the normal speaking use case for me is not to talk this close to the microphone. I'm not looking for the proximity effect. So instead, I'm here. What's different though is Crash has a lot more flexibility with the way his voice sounds when he talks. If I move as much as Crash, my voice, my tone is changing. For sure, it's changing. Lots of inconsistencies are going to occur. And that microphone, the RE20 by Electro Voice, reduces those inconsistencies quite dramatically comparatively to most microphones.
Yeah. And like I was saying, though, there's lots of people that ask me about microphones. They ask, okay, what should I go with for a microphone? And to be honest, if they're asking me what they should go with for a microphone, I usually don't tell them the RE20 right off the bat, because they're the RE20. I mean, you have a $450 to $500 microphone. You're not going to want to get a $20 interface to go with it or anything like that, or one of those simple XL, right? Yeah. So you need the equipment to back it. So I talk about the microphone. If people like the way my voice sounds, I'll talk about it. But the RE20 is not one that I try to necessarily push and people to get, because there's a lot to it. You need to need to really be passionate about the sound, and you need to have the equipment to back it up. What I will do is I'll tell them, okay, try out the RE320. So the RE320 is the younger brother of the RE20. The RE20 has been around since the late 60s. I believe the RE320 was 2011 that it was released. And it uses a neodymium magnet instead, a completely different magnet, completely different capsule. This this the RE20 has 20 something parts in it, like not that many pieces. This has about 200 pieces in it. It's a much different internal design. It still has the variable D technology, but it's a much brighter microphone and it's a much more forgiving microphone. It doesn't need as much gain, so you can plug it into a basic interface without needing a whole bunch of gain boosted. And you can get amazing sound out of it as well. So if someone's really wanting to just get into XLR, and they want really good sound right off the bat, amazing sound without having to break the bank, I go with the RE320 versus the RE20. There's a ton of other options as well for XLR. One that I recommend, if you want to start XLR on a budget and you want good sound on a budget.
Yeah, tell us about that first mic you replaced.
Oh, the Audio-Technica AT2020.
Oh, okay. So that was the one that you got before you entered this world of Electro Voice.
Yeah, it was. So it's a condenser microphone. So there's a slight difference between dynamic and condenser. Condenser, generally, they need to be powered. They're a little more sensitive. They pick up. I find that condenser mics generally pick up more ambient noise than a dynamic phone.
There's a dynamic mic.
Yeah. So for me, I prefer in my studio. I mean, I have a sound treated studio. I could go with a condenser mic, but I prefer the dynamic mics. They get up close on them, and it helps eliminate the background noise.
This isn't plugged in right now, but what's really cool about the dynamic microphone is the pickup pattern or the polar pattern for the mic itself. It rejects noise like nothing I've ever used before. Dynamic microphones are so directional that if you had sound that was coming from behind the microphone here, or even to the side of it here, or on this side, it rejects it as much as -6 on the minimum, all the way to like -30 dB. Like there is a hard drop off if the sound source is not coming from directly in front of it. Yeah. And what's crazy is if you're here, it's also not picking up much from this distance. Like you almost do the proximity effect on purpose with a dynamic mic.
Yes.
And you see a lot of like rap artists, singers, when they need to get up close, they're practically putting this microphone right up against their lips, and then they'll peel back if they need to prevent it from clipping. Linkin Park, rest in peace, Chester, but he knew how to use a mic. When he would belt his voice, he really knew what he was doing, and he was making perfect use of what a dynamic microphone is great at doing, which is directional polar patterns.
Yeah, and on that note about getting the microphone close, that's where this one comes in. So I'm going to switch over here so I can hold two microphones at the same time.
Cool.
There's the ND76, this is a workhorse microphone. This is like the Shure SM58, I think it is, 57, 58. Can't remember, but it's
SM58 by Shure, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the Electro Voice kind of equivalent of it. Are you going to focus? Or you're trying to focus on Ronnie here? I gotta cover Ronnie's face. There we go. So there we go. The ND76. This is the workhorse. There we go. We're good. The ND76 is the workhorse microphone. Now, we were talking about having the microphone right up and sound rejection. This is the stage mic that's meant for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. This is the stage mic meant for that. This is the ND96. You see how it has the flat top? It's actually meant so it is right up on someone's lips when they're on stage, and it is excellent at rejection of monitors and whatnot. Because, I mean, if you're doing a live show, you have the monitors, you have everything. There's so much noise that you need a microphone that's going to reject the noise, and that's what this specific microphone is designed for. It's got the flat top. It's meant to be right up on your lips, and excellent sound rejection.
Well, if you're on a stage and you've got a band and everyone's making noise, especially the drummer, you don't want to be picking up the drummer behind you. And that's what these dynamic microphones are built for, is that stage performance and sound rejection when you're in a very noisy environment. Now, Crash, we've been talking about condenser microphones, which is the RE20 that you're using and the Rode NT1 on my end. These are not meant for the same use cases, these two types of microphones. So why do you use a condenser microphone in the studio versus a dynamic if we love both?
Well, the RE20 is a dynamic mic.
Oh, my mistake. It actually looks like a condenser.
Yeah, so it is a dynamic microphone. And the reason I like the For me, I choose the dynamic microphones in the studio because it less chance of picking ambient noise. I have computer fans all around me. I have computers all around me. I have a camera on a slider. I have all kinds of whirring and buzzing and whatnot all around me. And so I choose a dynamic microphone. Even though my studio is sound treated and whatnot, you still have a piece. I still have 3 PCs in here and a rail, and I have HVAC unit, I have air conditioner. So I choose dynamic because it helps reject all of that other noise. You're not hearing it through. Like, I cut the music here. I'm not using any sound suppression on Discord. I do have a gate. I do have a gate, which basically acts like a switch. So when it's below a certain volume, it basically is a switch on the microphone that turns off. It's an automatic switch. And then it turns it back on when there's volume. But as
you actually demonstrated it like just a few minutes ago. Could you cough into your hand while facing the mic and then do it again, but facing away from the mic?
I have another little trick for that. That I'll show. So that wasn't actually the gate.
Oh, it wasn't a gate. Okay.
No. So what I've done, and I'll show you here because this is something that I've wanted to do for a while. So actually, I can't show you, but I have an XLR switch here. So my mic actually goes down underneath my desk into this XLR switch, so I can hit this button to kill my XLR feed right there.
Considerate. You don't want to cough into my ears. Crash, exactly. If you ever felt the need to, you have my permission. but like when you coughed away from the mic, I didn't realize that you were actually hitting that switch. But it is the same effect of a gate, a noise gate.
Yeah, exactly. So
very cool.
What I wanted to do is the reason I put the switch is I do have a noise gate, so I could lean over a little bit further. But with my gate, I have it set very, very close to the actual threshold, so that it doesn't have that abrupt feel. Like a noise gate, if it's not set up properly, it sometimes will miss the first syllable or miss the first little bit when you're talking if it's too aggressive, right? And if it's not,
it can also add
enough.
pops if you don't have the right settings. You get a little bit of a weird effect that it's almost like a slight crackle or distortion. Even it just depends on your settings.
But so anyways, I forget how we got onto noise gates, but it was just talking about everything in studio. Anyways, dynamic microphones. The reason I choose them is they are much better at sound rejection. With all the equipment that's in here, whatever I can do to get rid of some of the noise, even though it's not that loud in here, it's still loud enough that it could be picked up with a microphone. I
bet I could drop something in my room right now and you'd hear it hit the floor. But if you did it, I probably wouldn't hear anything coming from your mic. I don't have any noise gates. Let's see. I'm just going to drop, because I have a lot of these. Just gonna grab something. Some of us play Street Fighter, and I've got my controller here. This is my beautiful controller, and clearly it's gone through some bad times. But I'm gonna drop this because it clearly works still. Bluetooth is definitely my go-to. But yeah, this is gonna just drop and hit the floor right now.
Yeah. So and on the meter, it hit at about the same peak as your voice.
Wow.
You broke your controller, dude.
I mean, Bluetooth should still work though.
I need to find something to drop here too. 1 second.
So condenser microphone is what I have here, and it doesn't have the same aggressive polar pattern that's commonly found on dynamic mics. But Crash has a microphone that's based on dynamic microphone technology, I guess. Let's see what happens when you drop something in your room.
All right, so I just have a book. I'm gonna drop it first on the floor to see if my meter can even pick it up. No, it picked it up a bit.
A little bit. But it was way quieter than your voice.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So, yeah, there's that. I'm right now. Another thing that I like is, let me get this here so I don't wreck anything. There we go. So I am button mashing on my keyboard right now. You might pick up a little bit. And the keyboard...
Just tiny.
And let's switch over here so you can see where it is. This is where it is in relation to the mic.
Yep.
and you get a little bit of it. And this is a really clacky keyboard. So it's a mechanical keyboard. So it helps reject that noise.
Well, Crash, we've got a lot of gear. Clearly, you've got a lot of gear going on. Let's bring it back to the third and final piece of equipment that was a game changer for you. What would that third one be? So we got the Stream Deck, of course, in any variety, right? We've got 3 options. You use the 32 by 2 of them, so 64 almost, or pretty much. And then you've got your RE20 from Electro Voice, and third, what would we say is the game-changing piece of gear that you really needed to adopt into your workflow?
That's a really good question, because I can't do PC and I can't do monitor. It's hard because I look at everything that I use now. I look at everything that I use. I've whittled it down to things that are useful, and I've gotten rid of the garbage. So everything at this point is important. I'd say
here's another way to think of it. You said you got rid of the garbage.
Yeah.
So there was a turning point when you realized you had garbage.
Yeah, stuff that.
So something shifted there, and there must have been a piece of gear that made you realize everything else here is garbage. What would that third one be?
Well, the problem is it's a combo setup at this point. And it falls back into audio, I think. Like, don't get me wrong. My camera's messing around with the cameras. I've been using the Sony Alpha cameras for a long time. Those are great. But you can get great quality from all kinds of cameras. It's not just that specific camera or that specific lens. For me, audio is incredibly important to me. So that's going to bring it back in to... I'm going to have to put 2 of them together for this. All right?
Sure. Yeah.
My Focusrite 18i20 interface, which is a rack mount interface, paired with my PC panel.
Ooh,
so,
okay.
Yeah. Together.
Okay, so this is actually very intriguing for me because I am 95% certain I'm going to end up purchasing that same audio interface that you just mentioned. So the Scarlett 18i20.
Yep.
It is a
I
beast.
said solo, didn't I? Oops. Scarlett 18i20.
It is a beast. That device is practically made for live streamers without them realizing it was made for live streamers.
It's so good. It's exactly what I've been looking for 3 years.
So tell us more about the Scarlett 18i20. We actually sell Scarlett audio interfaces, but that one is a little bit at a higher price point. So we don't have that one in our stores currently. But for those of you who are curious, audio interfaces are what allow you to connect analog equipment such as microphones or speakers to your computer. Yeah. And it opens up just a plethora of options because what we're used to is the tiny 3.5 millimeter jack, whether it's for headphones or microphones. This is kind of your default entry level standard. But sometimes you need something a little bit more, and that's what Crash is telling us a little bit about. So yeah, Crash, let us know, what are your thoughts on that interface?
Yeah, so I've been looking for an interface to do everything that I need, not just plug in all the cables, but also submixes and everything like that. So things like the Go XLR. Lots of people swear by the Go XLR. You don't get proper submixes with the Go XLR. You have cables that come in, you have decent mixing software, but there's quite a few things missing. You go over to the Elgato Wave XLR, which is amazing for what it is, but you don't have all the connections you need. It's meant for you plug in a microphone and that's it. It's a microphone interface, not a complete interface. Like for me, where I have 3 PCs going and a whole bunch of other gear, including preamp strips and I have another strip for side chaining. So the side chaining is when I talk or Ronnie talk, when there's voice going on, the music's quieter. But if we stop talking for a sec, the music volume will come back up again. So
amazing.
Yeah, so
it's so subtle, but when you add all these different details together, that's what creates this production value that appears unachievable to the average streamer or to the average viewer. They just experience something just well polished, right? Like that's what you watch a movie for, is because there is a higher production value that is so immersive, and now you're just experiencing the film. In a similar way, I get to appreciate your stream because I'm not noticing the quality of your microphone. I'm not noticing how much noise there is in your webcam, which there's like none whatsoever. There's nothing distracting me as a viewer. So all I'm here to do is take in whatever your message is, whatever it is you're focusing on. So
and that's the point. If I do it right, you shouldn't notice. You shouldn't notice that the music is getting quieter. It should just feel natural. You shouldn't notice that there's no proximity effect. It should feel natural. You shouldn't notice that there's no grain on my camera or anything like that. It should all just feel like it that's the way it should be. Like you shouldn't notice. If I'm doing stuff right, you shouldn't even notice it.
Ooh, Leo's got a great question.
Okay.
So he and I have the same curiosity. This is both a question for both of us, myself and Leo. How are you using the PC panel with the Scarlett 18i20? In Leo's words, how did you link the PC panel to the interface?
I didn't. They're actually being used indirectly. But so what's happening is the 18i20. I'll show you in a second. So if you guys want to know what the 18i20 looks like, that's it right there. This thing is a monster.
Can you show us the back as well? Because it's a channel strip, so it's designed for a rack-mounted setup.
So I actually have it mounted underneath my desk, hanging from the underside of my desk on a rack with two other pieces of equipment. This is the front of it. So you have your two main microphone inputs, 1 and 2. And then you have dials for all other 8 inputs that look like this. They're XLR combo jacks, which XLR combo jacks, if someone's not using an XLR combo jack, they're doing it wrong, because you should what you should have. Yeah. So that's an XLR there with the 3 pins, but the combo jack, it's awesome if you can get something like this. This is a combo jack. It accepts XLR at mic level, which is a very low level amount of gain and voltage. And then that one in the middle is the big, big, it looks like a headphone plug, but it's much, much larger. It's a 1/4-inch jack.
So I've got the 1/4-inch on my.
There you go. You have it right there.
Screen, and there's your standard 3.5 millimeter beside it.
Right, and that is a line input, and lots of the time that's a much higher voltage, much higher gain. So it has to differentiate between the two. Like that is something that's everything should have it. Like in my opinion,
combo jacks
should have that. Right, combo jacks right there. But here's what it looks like on the front. You have so the 8 inputs, but it's an 18i20. So that means 18 inputs, 20 outputs. So where are all the others? Here we go. We have on the front, we have 2 of these jacks, and then we have the other 6 right here. And then we have all these outputs that are 1/4-inch output. We have MIDI in, MIDI out. Here's all the other ones. Optical, ADAT, SPIF. So I actually have optical coming in from my gaming PC, and soon, after this weekend, I'm going to have optical out to my studio monitors, my Kanto YU4s. Right? We have SPDIF, we have world clock, and then right here, this is how I connect it all to my PC right here, a USB-C connection. Now we'll talk about what it actually looks like here. So on my end, that's what I see. I see all these submixes.
Huge. Software on this device is a whole other long conversation we can explore.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
submixes to everything. So this is what's going out to, so with these monitors, I have things routed all different ways, but this is to my side chain. So I have audio going out to my side chain right now, which is the other piece of hardware. When I'm talking, when there's these bars being filled, it drops the music volume.
So that's how you're doing the music compression. Yep.
So I actually have a line output 3 on my Scarlett 18i20, and I have the main mic, alt mic, game PC chat, and Discord chat, and then also systems. So alerts and stuff like that on my stream, they send line out, which is plugged into line in on my DBX 266XS, and then that adds compression to the music then, which drops the music volume. Right here I have a Discord line out. So right now we can see that in Discord, Ronnie is hearing my main microphone, my alternate microphone, if I had my game PC chat going on, you'd hear that. Right now, music is being passed through, so the music you hear on stream is coming through here. If I go like this, I still hear the music, but you guys don't hear it anymore. I've muted the music for you guys. Game PC, so the screen that's actually showing the focus right, I can control that. So I can control all of these here. I have all these outputs. I have inputs. I have all these outputs here. I have my loopback, my main mix. But here's something that's really cool. If I want different hardware inputs, look at all the hardware input. Well, it's going to be hard to see because I'm blocking it. There we go. All the hardware inputs right here. I have ADAT, 1 and 2, SPDIF.
Oh, wow.
I have all my analog inputs, and I can route them all differently here, so I can choose what goes where. And then software inputs. Look at this. Software playback. I can have all of these exposed in Windows. So you can have all of these inputs right here. Now, Leo's wondering, how do I tie this to my PC panel? Let's open up sound settings. Actually, we'll open this up. If I right-click on Focusrite down here, I can go expose, hide Windows channels. So right here, these show up as sound devices in Windows. Analog 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, loopback, optical in and out, outputs. I can have all of my outputs on there. So I can actually have these all set up on my PC. Now, the way a PC panel works is if I go into open sound settings. So open sound settings, I go to sound control panel. This is a little bit much for a lot of you. I know a lot of you are going to be like, oh, what the heck? But those of you who have messed around with this are going to look at it and go, oh my God, mind blown. So here we go. Playback 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. These are all going through that one USB cable to my Focusrite. And I can control these. With my PC panel then, because PC panel can actually tie into these Windows devices. So it's using Windows as the main thing.
Yeah.
So Focusrite is mixing it all, putting it all, the Focusrite is mixing it, but lots of it, these outputs, before they make it to the Focusrite, they go through here. So properties, levels, I'm now turning the knob on my PC panel. So before it even makes it to the Focusrite, it's the volume's being set before it makes it to the Focusrite. So that's how I do that. It's a bit of messing. It's a little bit of messing around, but honestly, there is so much control with this. It does exactly what I've been looking for years.
So this product, this 18i20 by Scarlett, it's also a product that I plan to purchase, and it's being added to my live stream studio in, I would say, within the next 30 days. But my use case is a little bit different. Crash, you typically are in a studio environment with your RE20, and do you ever use more than just the RE20 in a stream, or is that your typical go-to solution with your current workflow?
It's my typical go-to, but that's on input 1. So if we go back over to this scene here, turn that off. So we'll try to zoom out a little bit here. And it puts it behind your camera, of course. There we go. So that's into input 1. So what happens in my RE20 goes into my DBX286S, which is a processing strip. It has an incredibly powerful preamp. It has a built-in compressor, de-esser, a little bit of basic EQ, expander gates, all kinds of stuff like that to get the exact sound I want. And then I plug it into input 1. Input 2 is actually from my wireless receiver. I have an Electro Voice RE3 receiver, and it works with my body pack, with my lav mic and my headset mic, and if I want, it works with this microphone as well. Wireless mic with ND76 capsule on it. So if I do anything where I'm not sitting right at my desk, for example, when I was building the stream PC, I wore my lav mic or my headset mic, and it would pick up the sound if I'm facing away from this microphone. So I use 2 microphones, but because of the other equipment that I run, I'm actually using, I think I'm using all but one of my inputs. So I'm using 7 of my 8 analog inputs right now on it. So for me, it's not as many microphones. It's just everything else that has to go with it. But yeah,
but you have
what's your use place?
You have 2 different kind of use cases, where one is a stationary microphone, the
Yep.
RE20. And then you have another one when you need to be more mobile in your studio. And that one is wirelessly connected to you, so you're not tethered to the RE20 at the desk. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Third use case, which combines everything you just said, is actually what I'll be doing.
Mhm.
So right now, I'm in a chair. I'm just sitting, just relaxing, having a nice interview with you. But my normal live stream is music performance. So that requires me to be able to move in a space because there's so much gear that I have to access. And it's a combination of music production and DJing, but live. So music production, you don't typically do live.
Yep.
Picture this. Giant truss, okay, 10 feet tall truss, 11 feet wide.
Yep.
And on each end of the truss is a shotgun microphone aimed at the space where my
Right.
studio is located. 2 microphones. On top of that, there is a wireless, this microphone right here actually, the Sennheiser EW100 G3. An amazing microphone, especially considering it's wireless. There's one of these that's just ready if I need to use it. So there's already 3 microphones. And then attached to the desk using desk mount arms for the microphones, there are also 2 condenser microphones floating in midair for a total of 5.
Yep.
My secret is they all get summed into a single mono channel and EQ'd to sound like a single microphone. And effectively, what I've created is a giant sweet spot because of the way that there are 2 2 shotgun mics, 2 condensers, and then ultimately a dynamic microphone.
Right.
When I combine all 5, I account for almost every scenario I could think of because this has a 50-foot radius. So if I go out to my backyard and I want to continue the stream, I can go to my backyard and continue with no issues whatsoever. But that's why I need the 18i20 is to create an open sweet spot where I don't need to consider the location of a microphone given the entire live stream setup.
Yeah.
So that's my need for this 18i20.
So here, like as you're explaining that, I was thinking, okay, what's the best way to route this? Easy. So we'll just say it's going to be your loop back, which is your main USB output on there.
Yep.
And if you just wanted loop back, what you would do is you go to loop back, you go to plus up here, and you would just click 1. You could, if you hit 1 and 2 over here, it puts it together as a stereo, right? But if you click over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you just click those 5 buttons, you're done. Like you
It's
plug
so
them
fast, so simple.
you just click these 5 spots right here.
Yeah.
You're done. You've routed everything. It's mixed properly and it's all synced up exactly the way you need and throwing it out over USB. So you click loop back, go over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, done. It does not get any easier than that.
And each one with their individual input gains, and each one has their own little track in the software. It's pretty damn professional if I'm comparing it to a proper workflow in a studio. That is impressive.
Yeah. So right here, I mean, there's submixes. Look at this. On my loop back here, music and game. Like I have music a little bit louder than game on this. So I hear exactly what it sounds like going out right now. Here on my headphones. There we go. So I know what it sounds like on my loop back going out. This is my main stream mix right here. Loop back 1, 2. But I match my headphones to match what's going on the loop back, so I know what my stream sounds like exactly. But
so you're able to monitor everything at the same time using the same software, and you can just turn it off or on.
Yeah, right here I do that. Unfortunately, I can't hear you anymore. I do that, mute Discord, or I go like this. Music's still going through the.
There's live stream. I hear it. I can hear it.
Yeah, you hear it. But it's not in my headset anymore. I've turned it off in my headphones. Right. So if I don't want to hear music, or if I want music at half volume, I can put my music here. So
without affecting what is happening on the stream, because I didn't hear a single change there when you reduced the volume.
So here, I'll reduce the volume. Let's go a little bit louder song. Find something that's a little bit louder right off the bat. And we're using copyright-free music. And why is it? It's freaking out. No, stop it. Why? Okay. Why would you do such a thing?
That's
Right.
live streaming 101.
Yeah,
Nothing's
if
gonna
something
work
can
as you
go wrong,
expect.
something will go wrong. That's just the way.
Yes.
That's the way live streaming is. It looks like we might have lost. Yeah, Pretzel just all of a sudden freaked out. Weird.
That's a new
Oh,
one.
that's a new one. I haven't had that before. But anyway, so I could control it so that the volume goes down. Or right here, I can make it, okay, I don't want to hear myself anymore. I can't hear myself, but yeah, I'm still
Your
being
volume
routed
is
through.
completely fine. Yeah.
So double click that to reset it back to 0 or reset it back to default, which is not 0. 0's up there. This is about it sets it default to a roughly -6, I think. So right, I mean, right where it should be. -5.9. There we go. So yeah, it puts it down to -6 by default. And so you can change everything. For the side chaining, I want really aggressive side chaining when we're talking on the microphone, right? So when we're talking, I want it to be really aggressive and really work on my DBX 266XS to drop the music volume. So I have overall volume cranked way up, and I have the volume of all the microphones and everything that affects it cranked way up too. That doesn't change the mix for what Ronnie hears in Discord or what the stream hears. And you can see here, I have a Discord out mix. So right here, Discord out, I'm sending my microphone. I right now send my music. I can send system sounds. So if I go like this, that's being routed through. That's being routed through Discord right now. But I can easily do this. I can mute it. I'll hit that same button again. I hear it in my headset. You see it's going through, but it's not being sent through Discord anymore.
Yeah. Now we don't hear it. Yeah.
It gives you ultimate control. So people will look at it and go, wow, what is it? I think it's $800. They look at it, go, oh my God, that's expensive. But you have to look at everything that you can do with it. It's just the amount of control you can do with it. You have with it is insane.
This is a good point you made. So what about if you don't have $800, but you do have a PC panel, like a few of our viewers, I'm sure. If you're streaming, you've probably seen this product. If not, maybe you even own one. But as a streamer, technically, if it's an audio source or output that's recognized by Windows, couldn't you, to a small degree, get the PC panel to still work regardless of if
Absolutely.
you have the Scarlett interface?
Absolutely. So I'll show you a prime example of it. Actually, I do have that set up. As soon as I reset up stuff here. So we're going to go
I think
back.
a lot of people have interfaces that are sub 300. So between like $150 to $300 is kind of the entry level price point there.
So let me show you something here. So you can see I have two PC panels. I have PC Panel Pro.
Yep.
And the basic one. I have two of them.
Yep.
PC Panel Pro is actually hooked up to my streaming PC, which I'm using through Discord and everything like that. So this is the volume to Ronnie right now. This would be music volume. This is the game PC volume and OBS coming in. Look at the slider that you can see right there. So it directly controls OBS.
Can we demo my volume? And if I keep talking, can you reduce the volume? And if I'm just going to keep saying words, is it actually going to reduce the volume on the stream?
Not today, because it's actually routed through Discord.
Right, right.
Normally I could. If we're like on yesterday's stream, I could have. But right here, you can see I'm controlling output to Discord here. This is for game chat, for if it comes through the game PC. This is for Discord chat into OBS.
Oh, I can see how it's already syncing up with your OBS levels
now,
there.
Here I'm talking. This last fader right here is to control my volume in OBS. So I can be talking right now, and so I can talk to you in Discord without being passed through to OBS. But if I go like this, there we go. Now my output is now my audio is being put into OBS, and I can fade that down so I'm not talking in OBS. So we can talk behind the scenes without OBS picking it up. So that's how I use it on my streaming PC. This is my gaming PC. This here is game volume, main game volume.
Yeah.
This second dial I have to game chat volume, because I have two different outputs there, right? Like this one is the main game. This one now controls the volume of game chat. And this one controls my microphone into game. So right here, just even for gaming, you have this right here where you can independently on the fly control game volume, game chat volume, and your microphone volume. And so this one's $100 US, the Pro. This one's $60 US. I think it's $60 US for the basic one. They both use the exact same software, which let's head on over here. and I'll show you the software. There you guys, there, you're all chatting. All chatty. So here's the PC panel software. Look at that. Super easy. This is my volume into Discord for Ronnie. Like, it's just, it goes live. Here is my music volume. You can see the dial turning. You just click it and you go, okay, so I want this button that I just clicked, the K5 button. When I press the button, it mutes playback 5 and 6, which is my music. My music's played on that device. For the knob, it adjusts that device volume. You can set it so it controls a specific app. For example, this one here, K4, this controls Chrome, just Chrome. So when with Chrome.exe, I can mute Chrome by pressing the button, and I can adjust the volume of just Chrome on this PC. And then for settings, we have different scaling. We can change the trim. We can do logarithmic scaling. We can control focus volume. So whatever app is focused at the time, we can control a specific device, and we can reroute it to another device as well. So if I go here, this is controlling a device volume. The slider controls analog. Oh, here we go. Here, so this
these are all things that are pretty difficult to do in OBS without third-party support.
Yeah, so this here, I mean, I have different routing too. I can have it, so right in here, I can have different programs go to specific devices or to my default device. Here we also have direct tie into OBS, and if you want, you can, if you've used Voicemeeter, you can directly tie this to Voicemeeter as well. It's an incredibly powerful product. In my opinion, they should charge way more for it. Like, it is just, it is so good.
A lot of the time when I'm streaming, I just wish I could press 1 or 2 buttons and then have my software read my mind. The nice thing about the PC Panel Pro is it can get you there. A lot of the time, I'm looking at my desk and I'm thinking, man, it would just be nice if I could just take my finger and just take a dial up or down, or push a button, you know, just do an on-off switch, toggle on-off switch. The PC Panel Pro gives you a lot of the flexibility that Crash and I are talking about that you don't natively get with OBS. Now, he combined it with his Focusrite Scarlett 18i20 in a way that's very in-depth. I wouldn't say that's an entry-level approach or a workflow. No. But Crash, how long have you been streaming for?
Okay, to be honest, I started streaming in April 6th, 2015 was the first day I did a stream. I created my Twitch account. But I didn't really start getting into hardware and whatnot until roughly 2017. And to be honest, there was so much information floating around out there that I blindly followed a bunch of different creators when I was starting out and spent a ton of money. And then I decided, you know what? There's so many people that are they're giving advice and they don't know my use case. So I wound up spending even more money figuring out what works for me and what doesn't. But along the way, figuring out what works for me, I was able to figure out, okay, would this work for other people? So, for example, I don't like using, I'm not a fan of the Go XLR, the main Go XLR, because for me, it doesn't, I can get more professional grade gear for about the same price, and I'm willing to put the time in to get the exact sound I want. But I do realize that there is a market for people who just want the simplicity of the Go XLR and the flashy RGB lights.
Yeah. Convenience factor versus technical expertise. There tends to be two different products to appeal to those type of people.
Exactly. So very similar to the Go XLR, I was able to achieve a very similar thing with a Yamaha MG 10XU and 12XU. Very similar, but it required me messing around with cables and just plugging a whole bunch of stuff in. I had this big thing on my desk that I was willing to have, and I enjoyed messing with it. But it can be extremely overwhelming for some people. So even though there's lots of stuff that I personally don't use and I personally won't use, I messed with it. I bought it. I bought the newer, dirt cheap US interface and microphone, the cheapest stuff I could, just so I could know, okay, if these people are using this, what's an upgrade step? Or what can you really expect for a $25 XLR setup kind of thing, right? I don't intend to use it in my stream, but I wanted to know so I could give proper advice. So I have spent a lot of my own money to experiment. And so one, so it could help you, but two, I wanted to better understand the gear that I had relative to the other gear that's out there. So that's kind of where I've been.
7-year
over all
journey?
these years.
Roughly?
A 7-year, yeah, roughly a 7-year journey, and 5 of it, my wife giving me crap for spending a lot of money on gear.
Well,
And,
7 years is a long time relative to how long live streaming has even existed.
right.
The mainstream has seen Twitch blow up over the last few years, but Twitch actually was around since around, I believe, 2013. 2012, 2013 was when
I
live
think so.
streaming
Yep.
was starting to hit kind of mainstream popularity, but it took a few years before it truly was mainstream. And even now, I don't consider live streaming a mainstream activity. I think what you have done in the last 7 years, though, Crash, is something a lot of people want to achieve. They strive to get to where you are. So for those of you who are just tuning in, Crash has about 7 years experience as a streamer. He has a regular schedule, of course, occasionally. He does not always have the same schedule. You know, it's always changing.
Yeah.
But it's been 7 years of trial and error, and what you've been able to share with us is hugely thoughtful, hugely valuable. I'm not a live streamer in the same degree. I absolutely would love to be, and I'm working towards it. But my experience actually comes from film and music production, and that's where my passion for gear comes from. Fortunately, there's a lot of overlap, Crash, when it comes to that live streaming side and kind of music and film. There's very similar gear, similar crossover. But yeah, I think what I want to ask you now is, what advice do you have for people who are thinking about live streaming but maybe don't know where to start?
Just start with whatever you have. Don't spend money right off the bat.
Great
Discover-
advice.
It's going to take you a while to figure out who you are and how you want to deliver your content. It's just that's just the way it is. If you buy a bunch of gear right off the bat based on other people's recommendations, or you see what it is, like if you all of a sudden, like I love working with Electro Voice. I love their products. But if the first thing you buy is an Electro Voice RE20, you've made a poor decision. If you bought it on your second day of streaming, you've made a poor decision. Because you still don't know what your stream is going to be like. You don't know how you're going to talk. You don't know if that's actually a good choice for you. So
There's a learning curve there for a lot of the gear.
there is. So right off the bat, I say buy something that gets you going. So for me, when I started with my MacBook Pro, 15-inch MacBook Pro that I ran boot camp on, so it could actually run OBS. I had a blue snowball microphone and a desk lamp and a C920, and I stuck with that for quite a while. And yeah, the quality is not even close to what I have now. Not even remotely close, and honestly subpar compared to today's standards of streaming. But I didn't spend a whole bunch of money up front, and I was able to figure it out. Like my first few streams that I did, I was not comfortable at all. I didn't know how to address it. My microphone was terrible. My lighting was terrible. Everything was by my standards today, looking back on it for myself,
Yep.
it was terrible for the quality. But my content wasn't good either. Like I had to really work on it. So even though my quality was bad, it matched my bad content, my bad delivery, right? So my biggest bit of advice for anyone wanting to get into live streaming: one, do what comes naturally to you. Don't pretend to be someone else. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. Do what's natural. You will get burnt out if you always have to strain. You play a persona. Playing a persona is incredibly difficult. So if you can be yourself, if you can have fun, if you can enjoy it, start with that, and then slowly add equipment. If the next step, after you have kind of figured out how you want to present yourself, you're comfortable on stream. More important than a camera is audio. Like I was saying earlier, people generally, when they're watching streams, it's not like sitting in front of a TV watching a movie where you're there and you're glued to it. Most of the time when people are watching a live stream, not always, but most of the time, they're doing other things. They're working on something at their computer. They're doing the dishes, whatever. And they're not staring at you the whole time, but they are listening. So make sure your audio quality is the next thing you work on. After that, start adding whatever whatever you want, whatever you think will make you feel better about your show. It's how you feel. So much of this is how you feel. If you are having a bad day, if you're not happy with how your content is, the viewers will know. They pick up on your subtle bit of disappointment in yourself, right? So do what makes you happy, what you want to see in your show. That is most important. You have to go in when you're presenting to people. You have to you can't be dragging them down. You have to be happy with yourself.
I think that's a very, very powerful point because let's say you just get your driver's license. Are you going to buy a six-figure car knowing how to drive that thing, knowing upkeep? Like, let's talk about your RE20. The microphone itself is its own cost, but to get it to sound as good as it sounds right now, how much more did you spend behind that to make sure it was properly powered? Probably spent an equal amount.
Let's go from the microphone, everything to get this sound to your ear holes.
Yeah.
The RE20. That's $450 to $500.
All right.
I got a shock mount. This one, you can go with the Electro Voice one, which is big. It is the best shock mount by far. I can smack this mic arm and it not pick up, but I went with a cheaper one, $25 there. XLR cable, however long that is, so that's $10 to $25 depending on the length you need, yada yada.
Yep.
A mic arm so that it's not sitting right on your desk, $100 to $200 on the mic arm, right? Next up, and you can't buy a cheap mic arm with the RE20 because it's so heavy. It'll fall down. So you need a heavy duty mic arm. Next up, it goes into an XLR switch, which was about $100 to get a high quality XLR on off switch. It sounds pricey, but it is a little bit, but it's an amazing switch. It doesn't give a pop when I use it, so I can turn it on and off.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear. I just turned it on and off 3 times. You didn't hear it. So that's why I spent more money on that.
Yep.
Now another XLR cable into my DBX 286S, $5 to $10 there on a short one.
Yep.
My DBX 286S, I think is 300 and something.
So is that a preamp compressor combo like that? The
preamp
DBX,
compressor, noise gate,
7
EQ,
pieces of gear now. Yeah.
de-esser, all of that in one.
Okay.
And then from there, balanced TRS cable, so balanced quarter-inch cable into my 18920. So
9.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And then my Focusrite 18920, which is $800 right there.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, this is sign language for 9. So we're now at 9 pieces of gear, and it all started with one microphone.
Started with this. So it's just like you buy a Bugatti. Fine, you have the money for the Bugatti. Do you have the money for the insurance on the Bugatti?
The car insurance. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
So there's everything that goes with it.
So you got the one mic. You got a learning curve to figure out how to use that microphone. And then on top of that, I would say, cables aside, you've got your DBX preamp de-esser compressor. You've got your Scarlett 18920. You have a switcher, which is unique. I didn't realize that switch was its own separate purchase for the RE20.
Yep.
And then the microphone itself. So out of the 9 pieces of gear, there's actually 4 that you have to learn how to use before you can reap the benefits of the microphone at the quality that you're using.
Yeah.
That's why you don't just rush into gear, in my opinion. There's so much to learn.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so easy to spend way too much money doing it too.
On the wrong things.
On the wrong things. I've done that. So that's why I try to give advice to people. Because I have spent money on the wrong things. Lots of time, the wrong things intentionally, so I can tell you, avoid this, and I know exactly why you should avoid it. Yeah. Or it's like, okay, maybe there is a specific use case for this really cheap thing. But let's just look at this. So I got the mic, we'll say, then plus $20 for the mount, plus 15 for the XLR cable, plus we'll split the difference, 150 for the mic arm, plus $100 for the switch, plus $10 for the XLR cable, plus I think it's about $300 for the DBX 286S, plus another cable, plus my Focusrite, almost $1,900 to make this microphone sound the way I want it to.
Yeah. From what was originally a $600 purchase for the microphone by itself.
Yep. Well, yeah, and that's not even taxes in. So yeah, it's $450 to $500 for this microphone, depending on where you are. So add on another $1,400. to
Yeah.
support this microphone.
Yeah. This is why I always stress to people, your learning curve is what should dictate how much you spend.
Yep.
Simply, if you don't know how to use a piece of gear, chances are you shouldn't buy it. You
Yep.
should buy something that is a little bit more entry level friendly, that'll allow you to bridge the gap for that learning curve.
Yep.
I'm in a similar position. The microphone I use is a $300 microphone, and I don't have the proper setup right now, unfortunately. But it goes to 2 pieces of analog gear. It's $800 already. $1,000 plus a really, really gem of an interface, the Rode AI1 instead of the Scarlett 18i20. They're like the
Yep.
opposite use cases. But that's $1,000 that I had to spend, $1,200 before taxes, to get this $300 microphone to work the way I wanted it to.
Right.
So, again, learning curve. Like, if I didn't know how to do these things, I wouldn't reap the benefits of all these amazing pieces of gear. Anyways, so
Yep.
we've got a few minutes left. Crash, could you help me bring up our giveaways? We've got 2 giveaways
Yeah.
going on right now, everyone. And we're just about to wrap up our halftime show. Now that our players for the finals are ready to go, we're gonna spend about 5-10 minutes just getting ready for the grand finals for our Valorant Collegiate Invitational. This is really exciting because these 2 teams are super, I would say, very closely skilled. But before I get to the grand finals, we're talking about our brand new store in Mississauga, Ontario. So this is a Memory Express retail location located at Unit 7, 1100 Burnham Thorpe Road in Mississauga. Feel free to head over there. They are open. I think they opened in April, so about 3 weeks ago. But they are now open for business. If you're interested in some free giveaways, including a high-end gaming PC, head over to the live stream chat. I'm going to throw in a chat command and you can participate for free in our giveaways. There's tons of stuff going on there. We've also got a laptop giveaway, which is compliments of MSI. So MSI is also doing a giveaway with us specifically for the GL66 15.6-inch notebook. Long story short, it is a mid to high-end notebook giving you a 3060, RTX 3060, 16 gigs of RAM, and I forgot the Intel processor. It's gonna come to me here. It is
12700H, I believe.
12700H. So it is a current gen i7 12700H. Powerful stuff. This is amazing. It's a free giveaway, guys. So feel free to enter. Just hit !MSI in the live stream chat, and you can participate in the notebook giveaway from MSI. And then we've also got the grand opening sweepstakes available to you in live stream chat. Hey bot, can you do your job?
So one thing, the 12700H, the 12th gen processors are revolutionary now. This has the P cores and the E cores, right?
It does.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar, Intel has introduced performance and I guess with their eco cores.
Yeah,
So
efficiency cores, yeah.
efficiency cores. So you're able to get better performance when you need it versus better battery life when you need it. And now it's built into the CPU itself. So for your notebook mobile needs, this is a huge win for everyone. So
Yeah.
12th gen is pretty good stuff.
Think of it kind of the same way as a Prius, but not a Prius. Think of it as it can run on battery power when you just have a little, like it has a little less powerful engine when you need it to. But instead of it being, a Prius, think of it as something where it's like a Prius, but transforms into a monster truck when you need that power. Because those performance cores, those are the high performance cores for video editing, for streaming, for gaming. Whereas the efficiency cores are the things taking care of, Google Drive and Dropbox in the background and stuff like that. So those efficiency cores, or if you're doing a Word document, something like that. And those efficiency cores really don't take that much battery power. So you can really extend battery if you're not doing something heavy, you're not doing heavy lifting. But when you do need to do the heavy lifting, it picks right up with those performance cores.
So that's a ton of free giveaways. It's actually just under, I think, $8,000 worth of free giveaways. And it is open to all Canadians as long as you're a Canadian resident. and unfortunately, in any province outside of Quebec.
Those gambling laws in Quebec, they are very, they're very, very strict. They're very challenging to work with.
Unfortunate.
Okay.
But yeah, that's our halftime show, Crash. Any final thoughts before we head back into the grand finals?
You know what? I'm going to try to stick around a little bit and watch the finals. I do have a jam-packed day of stuff, but I'm going to be taking my phone, and as I'm doing my honey-do list, I'm going to be setting my phone around, and I'm going to be listening to the event. I'll be watching it now and then, but then that ties back to the big conversation we had about audio right there. I have a lot of stuff I have to do. I have my honey-do list. I got to change my wife's tires. I have to do my bookkeeping. I have to do a whole bunch of stuff today. And I can't watch the screen, but I can listen to the event. And I plan on doing that. So everybody, even if you can't sit and watch when you're doing your tasks, open up that browser tab, set your mobile phone aside with the audio and listen to it. The announcers are doing an amazing job. They're going to fill you in with everything that's going on. I mean, we have a very talented caster, and we have very talented announcers as well. And I mean, they can paint a picture like you can't imagine. So that's definitely, I recommend you guys do that. I'm going to be doing that throughout the rest of the day here.
Crash, as always, thank you for joining us for our halftime show. It's always a pleasure. It's great. It's great to be able to just really nerd out with someone who has as much of a passion for gear and content creation, live streaming, as I do. So let's head back to the stream, to the tournament. We've got Artrin and Johnny Esports on commentary, and our grand finals today is going to feature Western University versus Humber College in grand finals, day 2 for the MEsports Valorant Collegiate Invitational. See you guys.
Bye.
We are back, folks. Welcome to the MEsports United tournament, Valorant Collegiate Valorant tournament. Those are words I'm trying to say. I'm Johnny Esports, and I swear I'm good at speaking. I'm joined by Archer. And how you doing, my dude?
Yo, I'm doing really well. We've had a little bit of a break, given our hearts a little bit of a rest after the intense matches that we had in the first half, because wow, did Western Esports, I mean, and you win.
Oh yeah,
They both killed it
that was a
on
show, man.
stage. It was a great show. Could have gone either way. Had a great time. We've given our hearts a chance to rest.
Yeah.
And in fact, for hopefully this grand final between Humber College Esports or Humber College Esports and Western University Esports, going to be a great game. I saw Humber play yesterday. They absolutely killed it. And we have seen what Western University can do here today. So I'm excited. How about you, Johnny?
Definitely same. And if anyone wasn't tuning in earlier for the semifinal, I had mentioned sometimes when you get to a tournament like this, you get to the top four, one team maybe doesn't belong, or maybe even two teams don't belong. You just get the final, or sometimes the worst case scenario is the final seems to be one of the semifinals. I don't feel that way about this tournament. All four of the teams could have been at this final game. Yeah, there were 2-0s when you just look at the bracket, but just based on the game we previously saw, there was a close game with Humber for the other semifinal. Like, there was close games across the board as we get into this grand final now, and man, we have the two best teams after this tournament this whole weekend, but it's definitely not a foregone conclusion on who's gonna win. That's what gets me so amped up about this one.
Absolutely. We've seen some players here popping off as well. On stream, you guys have seen Fallen and Kip from the side of Western University, both absolutely displaying some intense skill. Their entire team, honestly, there was not one. These two were the ones that kind of stood out a little bit more, just because they either were top fragging so heavily, or they came back and showed how they play on defense as opposed to offense.
Yeah.
In the terms of Kip, we saw them pull out that judge and just hold spots indefinitely and get great information. And Fallen in the op when these on the side of attacking was insane to watch them just like absolutely pick off anyone that came in front of them.
Yeah,
And
and
yep.
yeah, sorry, I was gonna say, and kind of the most exciting part too is, like, as much as we did see those two kind of star players do star player things, we definitely saw different players just step up at different times. Every single name had a clutch round. I could very clearly remember Maxwell doing crazy things on Omen.
Yes.
I definitely remember Hay coming in and clutch a couple times. Like it was just everyone on this team had a different moment to shine, and it's crazy when you have a team where, like, yeah, you have your stars. That kind of just happens on every team, especially at a collegiate level. Usually someone just like happens to be going to the university, but it's just insane. but
Yes.
to also see the fact that this team is actually pretty well balanced too, like beyond that, like we memed a little bit about, like, hey, if they could take out Fallen, then they could win the round, and you saw that a few times.
Yeah.
But there was definitely moments that everyone got to shine on that team and got to step up and have huge clutches, and that just comes to see, like, Humber College, like, we didn't get to see them today yet, but just by looking at the scores of the game and that having an OT involved in their first map and everything kind of going on there's definitely some players who are going to match that skill level on the other side too, and we get to see them on stream for the first time today, and couldn't be more excited for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we've been told, Fang and Mikey both popping off really hard in the last rounds for their team. So looking forward to that. We've also got Nick's Drip and Dano. that's gonna be a tough one. We got the Drip, we got the Kip, and then just randomly Dano. Like,
Yeah.
there's not a lot that you could be like, oh, Dano, and then just like roll that off onto another sentence. it's like the sentence ender right there.
We'll find
One
a way.
word.
It's literally our jobs. We'll find a way.
It is. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys come on and play today, because we haven't. I mean, they played yesterday on stream, and I got to watch a little bit about that, and they were fantastic. Games were extremely eventful, and I'm sure everyone loved watching that yesterday.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
it looks like we're just getting teams readied up here for our first map, which is actually going to be Fracture. And it's going to be Humber playing on defense first. So that means we're going to see Kip maybe pulling out an operator in the early rounds, maybe. Maybe they'll pick up, they'll play Chamber. for it as well. Who knows? Get that free operator, cool operator like weapon. They can pull out or not, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Fracture's a funny map because like I hate getting it in solo queue because like no one's organized enough to play it. But
Yes.
at like actual organized level play, it's actually an extremely interesting map because there's so many ways for people to come in and attack a site. Obviously, quickly rotate towards the other one. And, like the two different sides, obviously, instantly having a flank. Like it's actually very interesting when you get to organized play. As much as I hate seeing it whenever it comes up in solo queue.
Oh man.
But it's still great to see. Map number 2 will be Bind, and if needed, Ascent will be the last map. But we're jumping into Fracture right away here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was playing on Fracture the other night. It was one of the first times I played on it. And being left alone on A site is a nightmare, dude.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, okay, so last tangent on it being on solo queue is that like it feels like such an attacker-sided map on solo queue, but actually when organized play, it is pretty defender-sided.
Yeah.
Because if you actually hold down where you're supposed to hold and everyone rotates properly and does all this thing, like it's actually pretty hard to take a site on this when you're playing against better players and the team's more organized. So that's why,
Yes.
again, why I hate it in solo queue, but it's actually an interesting map when it gets to organized play and higher level play. But let's see some agents being picked up here. Chamber on Kip, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
We're seeing that once again. We are seeing Nyx also match that Chamber. Just like having that op on both sides, having the free cool op thing is definitely it definitely helps a lot. It definitely can sometimes just like win you that round, having that extra economy that having that free op affords you. And then we're gonna see for the first time today a Viper on there. Hayes playing that. Hayes played a bunch of different agents today, if I recall. So a
Choose
very
your
versatile
agent.
player, which is very interesting to see. And we will once again get Neon on Fallen.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to see Fallen playing Neon in the last rounds because that ultimate is such a it's such a game changer when they pop the overdrive, but they have to play it well. You have to be close to the enemy. You have to get kills. If you don't get kills, you don't get resets, which means it's going to go it's just going to get thrown away. And seeing I'm going to get confused in this too much. The Brimstone and the Breach on the same team.
Oh
Man,
yeah.
on both teams too. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
I
that
get
would
these
get
two
me.
these two agents confused all the time. And now
I think their
I'm gonna
faces
deal
are
with
literally the
4.
same. Like,
They literally look the same. Yeah.
different scowl. That's what they have.
Yeah, different scowl.
That's about it. That's all different. One's wearing a hat, sure, but the color palettes are even the same. Anyway, that's a different discussion altogether.
Yeah.
On just agent design that way. But yeah, either way. But both of those agents provide so much utility, so I get why people will often want to have it, especially on this map. We're talking about like needing to defend it on different spots and having different angles of attack. You need a lot of utility on this map. You can't just rely on a bunch of duelists to go do duelist things. You're gonna have to have the utility that Brimstone provides, that Breach provides, and both of them are pretty key choices, I think, here. And we'll see that defense kind of be put together here right now, and we'll see how Humber can be able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we do need to have a ton of kit on this, especially utility, and we are going to see that through double Breach, double Brimstones, lots of smokes, lots of crowd control, lots of area control coming out from both sides, and Mikey kind of getting the first view, taking that first shot of the game. Not going to hit anything, but, throws his flash out there. Maxwell crossing over. They are going to know. They do know Mikey's up there, but they did manage to cross over onto the B site a little bit. They're looking to push the spike on. He needs to take a look. Oh!
Fallen
First
and
blood going to Fallen.
Yeah, they're making quick work over on this B side and are getting this plant now. The rotations are starting to come in to see if they can then retake it. Here's Drip walking right on site, but Fallen's going to surprise them there with that frenzy, get on top of them. Nyx finally gets a frag for their team, but Fallen, another one. There's a quick 4K that comes in for the star player of Western University Esports, and they had a break, but they're still warmed up.
Man, that frenzy though, hey, like if you were rocking a Ghost or a Classic, that double kill is not happening. But the lucky spray, I don't even want to call it luck. These guys know the spray of these guns.
Yeah.
That was beautiful to see that happen. So well played on the side of Western University, getting that first win.
Yeah, certainly. And while they had a good plan of attack on that, that's what makes this site difficult on against an organized team. It's kind of easy to take a site, but it's also easy to retake a site. And you saw that come through here in this one. So here's Fang walking up with the shorty, trying to get through the smoke.
Yeah.
He's taking a bunch of damage so far.
And he's dead. Fired through the, I mean, you have to expect that, you know, you're walking into a smoke. Don't just like sit there. You got to push out, especially with a shotgun. But Hay is going to get the plan here. So
I think he was hoping someone's going to start walking through it and he would
most
surprise
likely.
them. But, you know, that's the gamble, right? That's of making a play like that.
Poison's going out. Yeah. You're going to start blocking a lot of vision there with the Viper. Very strong.
He's surrounded here a little bit as a bunch of his
4
teammates
on 2 or 3 on 2.
He's trying to get on site here. Does see one, trying to use the CZ to a fashion here, but Nyx pulls off a 3K now. Hay is still alive, but no longer as another 4K comes in for Nyx.
Man, that was a really great retake on the side of Humber there, or Humber College there. You know, the quick plant on the side of Western kind of, you can throw off the defenders a little bit because, you know, it's like, okay, crap, we now have to regroup and make a plan of attack to get into this site. But you know, they managed to put a plan of attack together, which was walk in, kill the rest of the team, defuse bomb, win.
Easy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's almost as easy as entering the giveaway we have going on. If you use exclamation mark giveaway, MSI GL 66 15.6 inch notebook is up for grabs, so definitely check it out. Again, exclamation mark giveaway in chat as we get into round number 2 of this one. And the rare conversion going the other way, this one has led us to a tie game here. Let's see what they can do as they start to come out towards this A site. Nyx trying to match here. We do have the Vandal on Drip so far, who's looking to flash. Nyx
can get a lot.
Drip jumps down
behind
to the party. Quickly,
Standing.
we're all of a sudden in a 1v5, and it's just Quixotic by themselves.
Yep, they're gonna run away. I guess they don't even have a gun, so not much to save. They're gonna go try and get a kill. And
it's not gonna get it. Don't know who's gonna pick that. Team Ace, everyone gets a frag, and they're sharing that there. So here's a little lead here now for Humber College, 2-1.
yeah, and coming up off of that, you know, loss in the pistol round and then winning the follow-up round is quite a good play on their end, honestly. Like, a lot of teams just don't buy on the round after first, right? If they've taken the loss, what's the point of buying up too much on that post pistol round? Because you've got very little economy in the run, and they can all buy, you know, their SMGs and a little bit of armor. But hey, they took the risk. They played it. They won it, and now they're going to be able to push on and have a great economic advantage here.
Yeah, they certainly do. And right now, Western University's hoping to get this one down, but here we are with the tour de force trying to slow him down. But he slowed down because Fallen is here to play. Drip will go down. Fallen will pick up a second frag in this round, reload that Phantom, and be ready to defend the spike.
Wow, what a quick play from Fallen, hey, to slide across, totally distract them, and then and then the flank came around, right? Like, Fallen plays the distraction, and then all of a sudden, Nyx doesn't know what's going on, gets taken out from behind. A really well played.
Fallen 3K, looking on fire. Fallen a little bit quiet in the last map we played, like comparatively to how well they played in the first map we watched today, but they're done being quiet, 7-2 already, and it just looking fantastic out there.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I really like about Fracture as a map is that it's quick rotations and quick fallbacks, like to defend a site or to take the site. The map itself looks confusing, but it's really easy to get from point A to point B and to kind of like have those extra angles. And it makes it hard to defend, and it makes it hard to attack because you have to worry about all the angles that could be covered coming in. So it's fun to watch these teams kind of try and figure all this out.
Yeah,
and just kind of like make a play.
It makes a cool chess match here because it ends that normal pattern of like get mid control and then go from there. Like there's no mid, right? Mid is just for connecting the two sites essentially. So there's less of that and more of this like, again, chess match comes through. Fang makes a decent play to trade for 1-for-1, but Fallen able to pick up that info there though. Again. Yeah, able to see that lots of people are there. Rotations are coming through. But they're starting to move up still towards this B side. Going to be split as they come up towards it now. We're watching Kip hang back and looking for a pick.
Yeah, it looks like Nyx is kind of hanging out looking for someone in A site, but he's not finding anything over there. So, oh, but we are going to have the rotation here, hey? Hay is going to, he is taking the spike, or they're taking the spike back towards A site. It looks like they didn't like the optics on B site, which, you know, that's fair. They brought a lot of noise out there. 30 seconds to make this rotation. They are taking it slow. You know, Nyx is not looking the right way, but we do see Dunno here. Kind of coming into cover. A loss coming in.
Here's the execute now. Nyx takes down the first target as they do a little bit split, and they're coming one at a time. And you Nyx one at a time. He'll take you all out. Dunno helps out too, but Nyx pops off with a 3K.
Wow, it paid off magnificently there for Nyx to be hanging back on A site, you know, not taking the full bait, letting Humber like, okay, we'll put the majority of people onto B site, but leave one person hanging, just cherry picking, waiting in case that rotation comes back. And boy, that was a fantastic call on the side of Humber.
Yeah, certainly, and a little bit surprised by Western literally coming at him one at a time, because we've seen them play attack so proficiently that was, I'm gonna go with a hiccup, and we'll see how the rest of these rounds go. But Dunno, looking at him already, but Maxwell steps up and takes him down. Hay will then take out Fang, and here we go, moving in together and getting onto the site. They're looking to get on B.
That they are. Here comes the smokes. There we go. That's going to block off quite a lot of vision, and it's going to give them angles they don't have to worry about as they walk back in. Viper pit coming out. Hey, going to put the plant down. The rest of Humber is looking to come back in and retake this site, but they're not going too aggressive. Drip here. Yeah, there comes the blind. Doesn't manage to really get anyone.
Right now,
Oh, there we go.
Tremor comes in from Drip. They're still trying to step into this one. They're all in the Viper's pit now. They start to defuse, but they're going to back off from that because Fallen comes in here to fight. Nyx will trade one back, taking down Quixotic, but Hay's going to take down Drip now. It's only one person left here as Nyx is trying to hold it down. Nyx takes him down, but still has to deal with the Viper. He's definitely has like no HP as it's ticking away. He's going to try to get the defuse down, but Hay's going to be able to see him.
Oh!
And take him out. Hay uses the Viper pit to get 3K and a W, but will go down, so at least force the rebuy out of everybody. 3-3 apiece.
Yeah, that was a fantastic use of the Viper pit by Hay. Like, it absolutely blocked off the spike, and it made every single member of Humber College have to second guess if there was going to be someone that's just going to walk in and find them defusing. And to play it back as well, knowing that, you know, you can hear that defuse happening. So as long as you are out of sight, you know where the bomb was planted. So just pop around the corner, take them out, take the win. And that was almost effectively what they did.
Extend up already, and it goes like, oh, let's just piece out of there as they teleport back up. It looks like they're posturing towards most of the A site. They have the lurker towards B as well. They're actually stacking 3 towards this A site right now as Drip is looking to prepare this flash. Waiting to hear some noise.
Could get 2. He doesn't know they're there, but you know, we can see. He's marking it.
I feel like he's just taunted us there. I don't know.
See them. Don't worry.
Even though there's a stream delay, and there's no way he knows what we're talking about at the same time. But
yep, we do
Nyx
see
Nyx
pushing forward. Oh,
cool op thing.
Yeah, the cool up thing followed by the teleport. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
And now here comes the execute as they make their way over onto this A site. Dunno watching back of sight. Drip is going to take down Maxwell. The spike is down as Drip gets taken out. They're still moving forward there. Orbital Sprint comes down, but Hay's going to pick off Mikey. Fallens will take out Fang, and it's a 2v2 with only 25 seconds left. And who's going to pick up the bomb and run? Of course it's going to be Neon. They're going to get all the way over towards the B site.
And they've got a really good setup for this too, right? You have the Neon picking the bomb up super fast, able to rotate unbelievably quickly. And High has kind of been sitting over at that B site, waiting for someone to kind of like meander over maybe and look for something, but they didn't find anything. But now it's acting crucial because they know the site's clean.
Dunno spots out the Neon, falling down here to 89 HP. Does have ultimate available. I'm not sure if they want to use it here on this one or save it for the next round, but Could potentially just secure the round with it if they wanted to, but spotted right now by Nyx, who's trying to tag him.
Last player standing.
Right now, Deneau does find Fallen in the end. Ooh,
Oh,
quick
what a
hits from Nyx
flick.
will take him down. Very nice flick coming in from Nyx. And they'll get this defuse up. And we're just trading rounds back and forth here.
And this is like the absolute worst thing you want, to be able to build up an economy. But I'm not going to lie, it's fantastic gameplay to watch.
Definitely, definitely. We will have that save round coming in here for Western. So likely they're going to be a 2-0 lead here. But again, the past 5 rounds have just been traded back and forth. So it's been kind of some
timeout.
wild coming here. Attackers aren't calling the timeout here. Again, that's the team that's going to be saving. So maybe they just want to discuss what their strategy is, whether they're just going to 5-stack somewhere YOLO or what they want to do with the limited cash they have.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting thing because neither team is really on a roll for winning. So the timeout is more, like you said, to kind of maybe discuss some tactics here, see what they can do, maybe decide if they're going to actually make like a small buy into some Spectres or something here. But I mean, at this point, it's so early in the game that I don't want to say it feels like it's a wasted timeout, but at the same time, because like at any point, just sit back, discuss some strategy. It's definitely worth it. But on a save round, maybe they're going to discuss what they're going to buy next round, so they don't have to worry about it.
Advance to that too.
Yeah.
And there's always this thought of like, hey, are we just gonna YOLO this round, or are we legitimately looking for picks to try to get it? Like it's a decent discussion to have.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just go into an eco and it's just like, no. People are split on what they're kind of trying to figure out what they want to do here, but they've talked about it. They'll go somewhere and potentially move up towards this A site. Viper is gonna split that side of the map off.
Let's play.
In fact, they're using some ultimates here, trying to get it done right away. Nyx, though, is going to shut down Fallen immediately.
We're going to see a bit of a flank around here, though, right? Like, but they are all looking at them. Here it comes.
Nyx now. Take one. Kip is able to find one shot, but misses the next one. But he doesn't miss a second time.
Ew.
You never miss a second time.
You never miss the second time. That's very true. And he gets a double kill there, Kip. So a great showing from them, especially popping up the ultimate to bring up that tour de force, getting that cool op-like weapon. But the bomb goes down. It looks like it. I don't want to say that Humber is going to. Yeah, here we go. They're popping everything now.
Trying to get in and out. Drip's going to pick off one. It's up to second. It's a 3v1. Can Hay hold this down? Hay is taken down by Fang. So they win this round. But remember, that was an eco round put forward there. So Western University's going to be pretty happy with the results. Getting the bomb plant, taking down 2 of them, forcing some rebuys. Their money situation isn't perfect yet either on Humber College. So that's a good eco.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're both starting the rounds with roughly equal amounts of money. Everyone being able to do a full rifle buy if that's what they're looking for. So effectively, the economies are even at this point just because of how back and forth this match has been. And being able to plant the bomb every single round that they've been attacking, or at least most rounds that they've been attacking, has been an absolute boon to the side of Western University.
Yeah. But that all said, we're going to need a big win for Western University here. Deneau just walking up with the showstopper.
But still gets the kill.
Just shoots him with a gun. Who would have thought that would have worked?
The rocket missed. Let me just pull out my gun and shoot you then.
That's hilarious. They shot that really low.
Oh, yeah.
So
they really did. I was surprised
they
that they didn't kind of try to go for the middle somewhere. But hey, you know what? Sometimes in those high reaction time required moments, you just like, Nick's going to pick up a couple. Oh, he gets lots of vision and a kill. So that was a really great trade for them.
Yeah,
Bang, gonna pop down the molly.
Hay
through the block.
Nyx will trade it back. Hay's grabbing a couple more. Maxwell picks off one more target. It's 2v2. Viper's Pit this time for Hay, as they're gonna get this bomb plant once again. Can the Viper's Pit win another round?
Deneau here is really low on HP as well, so they have to be careful walking into that Viper Pit. They are going to be a piece of wet paper. That's for sure.
Oh, he's taken down. The Viper Pit is down. Maxwell's taken down. Huge defense, and that is gigantic. To not win the round where you use the Viper's Pit, the round after ecoing and saving, you spent all your money into that round. That is a big momentum builder there for Humber.
Absolutely, and especially with especially seeing Dano surviving with 10 HP, keeping their gun. It was just a silhouette of bullets around them that unfortunately not a single one hit. That's a really big boost for their economy. They did lose 3 members, and so those members are gonna have to rebuy, but they're still sitting very flush with cash right now. Whereas we are seeing on the side of Western University of Bulldog coming through, they are getting a full buy, but they are making some
Partial
concessions
armor,
there with light armor. Yeah.
So it's not perfect, but I think they know they need to kind of steal around here. But Kip instantly gets a pick at the beginning of the round. That's what they need, as Kip has kind of been on fire all game long and looking to continue that. Actually, only 4. I feel like I've said Kip's name a few more times than that. But
they've had some really great moments. Lots of vision and being clutch on the team. So it's been there. Kip going down, getting the double kill, triple kill now.
Kip just knew he was saving this moment just so we could get a bunch of these kills.
Yeah. They were just waiting for us to mention their name.
Oh. Sorry.
But hey, Western University did manage to close out that round and take the win. That's going to help their economy, and it is going to, it's going to mean that Humber is going to have to take a little bit of a hit on their economy. But overall, even though it's been so back and forth, both teams have been really smart with their cash, getting bomb plants, making sure that they get kills across the board on every member. So the credits to spend on the next round are not nothing. But again, you're not able to survive 2 or 3 round loss in a row. So every win is a great one in their books. And hopefully we see something good coming out here with Nyx with the all-play cool weapon. I love that. Get the kill, teleport out.
Oh. Mikey, just not a great spray on that one. Probably should have won that firefight, and now they're paying the price for that as they're going to start planting this one down. Here's the orbital strike, trying to slow down this plant, but it actually won't hit anyone as everyone's kind of moved away from it. Still, again, 3v3 on this retake effort. Haig hiding behind their smoke.
You see Dano here, though, kind of flanking around the back, but it might be a little bit too late. They've already lost 1 more member. It's now like 3 versus 2.
Hit protecting their teammate there on that one. Here's a grenade.
That's going to take him.
He somehow does not die to that. So it's just Dano by themselves trying to get in on here. That bullets will reveal their exact position. They're trying to fight him off. He will take him down. And that's a big win. Look at the money now. Like, that's big. This could be a 6-6 half.
Last round.
Absolutely could be. We're going to see pretty much full buys across the board. No one's going to be light on anything. Nyx, I guess, just going to have the light armor in hand, but, that's fine.
Yeah, you got an SMG on Duno.
Yeah.
Mikey's still to buy, but it's imperfect. I'm like, it's not a guaranteed 6-6 at this point, but it's nice. There you have a bit of an advantage here, and you have 2 ultimates compared to none currently ready on the other side for Humber.
And I mean, honestly, none that are really going to be procking on this time. Both are multiple off. Or I guess there is Drip does have needs only 1 kill there for it, but at the same time, they need to get that kill early. Otherwise, that Tremor is not really going to be that great.
Here's Fang firing through some smoke. There's the orbital strike. Kip though. Big tour de force coming through there. Fang gets taken down while they're reloading their gun. Quixotic's going to pick up another one. 5v2 all of a sudden.
I've seen this happen quite a few times throughout this tournament where people, I am absolutely guilty of this, especially in CSGO, swapping between my knife and my gun in the middle of a round just for fun because I'm kind of like, just doing it to move my fingers, and you get caught in between where you're loading that rifle ready to shoot. Man.
And sometimes the old COD reload, you reload right after killing someone. It's just like, it's not great.
Not the greatest kind of force of action that you really want to be doing.
Here we go. They're using
Nyx
their
absolutely blinded forever.
Yeah, this doesn't look like fun. Fallen just looking like they just got nothing going on for them. But they managed to still be up and survive through them. So Fallen gets in there and is able to find 1 frag. Nyx will eventually take them down though, but Nyx going out there. Here we go. 6-6 tie game.
Wow. This is the kind of final that we wanted to have. An even back and forth team. Hopefully we don't get over. I mean, I shouldn't say hopefully because, you know, overtime on every round makes for some great watching. I am not going to lie, but it makes for a long day.
But look at the kill distribution here. We talked so much about kind of being a stability for Western, but look at Humber when it's all Knicks all the time. And it was good for them to build up a good lead, but they're going to need someone else on their team to step up a little bit because literally everyone else is negative other than Knicks. But still, 21 frags so far in 1/2 is pretty incredible.
That's incredible. And I mean, that's the chamber coming out too, right? Having that access to your free operator, you know, with the tour de force, your free pistol. It's, I mean, I shouldn't say free, it does cost, but at the same time, it's not as expensive as purchasing an operator. It allows you to buy for the rest of your team at the same time.
All right, here's the push.
Yep.
They're trying to come up the A site now. XE coming in right away. Once again, our observer is completely smurfing it as we get on top of this one now. Kip and Hay looking to come up the side here. Fang's already planting the spike. So 5v5 full on this one. They're able to get on site without a single frag.
Very few shots fired. Here we go.
Coming now. Dano tried to look away from that flash, but they will be taken down there. Quixotic with a nice little play. Fallen now. It's going to be with Mikey, but Mikey is going to pick up both of them. Fang goes down to Maxwell. Hay over here is going to pick up another frag. 3v2 on the retake. Flashing in for Drip. They're trying to get onto the site now. Kip is going to take down 2 more, though, as Kip is looking to match the other chamber.
Absolutely. What a great play. So little on HP right now, too. It's kind of funny. 6 HP left on them. 6 HP. That is a huge take for them. You know, it's going to give them, honestly, aside from the pistol round, the first lead of the match, I believe.
Yes, they won the first round and then they kind of traded rounds, but it's been a lead for Humber through most of it, and this will now be 4 rounds in a row, including those last 3 in the last half there. So, and assuming they get this conversion, they might go up. But again, last time they won the pistol, they did lose the conversion immediately, so it's not a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, especially playing on the other side now as well. You know, now they're playing on the attacker side. What is that going to mean for them when they get to play into the, or sorry, I should say defender side, when they get to play into, you know, not having to play as aggressively as everyone else. Not here. Oh, he is suppressed.
Exotic doesn't care about being suppressed. Will not be suppressed. We'll just take down 2.
He hit that Quicksilver sash.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that hit but didn't kill. Dano wanting to get that headshot back for sure.
Yeah, Fallen lucky to be alive now, to be completely honest, but they'll back off from there. Dano still trying to live here. They don't have a whole lot to save. Like, they could save these sheriffs with 50 seconds left to go, but I think they're just trying to find some more picks before they can continue moving forward. Yeah, Mikey now is starting to move up onto the other side. They hear this reload, so Mikey knows Fallen is up there.
Yep, and he's going to get it. He doesn't even, he just has to tick him in the foot. You know, he's trying to bait it off with the plant, but Fallen being smarter than that, you know, not knowing what is on the other side. Yeah. It's a 5 versus 2. There it goes. There we are.
Flawless round. And things are heating up for Western. Like, Humber looked like they had something special, especially with Nyx started, but Nyx hasn't had a frag so far yet in the second half. And if Nyx is not getting frags, it doesn't look like it's going to be a Humber College win. So, again, we're just looking to see who else is going to step up on this Humber College team.
I agree. Nyx really needs to carry the rest of Humber College here because, as we've seen in the previous rounds, like you said, 21 kills right now. Hasn't seen a single one on this half of the map. So if they don't bring something up, it's going to be rough because we are seeing Kip, Fallen, and Hay, you know, all 3 of them really taking a lot putting a lot of kills in for the side of Western University here. And here we go.
And I can remember a round each where Quixotic and Maxwell were the most important player in that round. So again, this is still a team where everyone contributes, and it's so crazy to watch.
It looks like Nyx is just kind of hanging back over there. I'm not quite sure what they're doing.
They're just trying to see if anyone remains over-aggressive or tries to over-rotate, but 4 people are sitting on this B site, which is pretty rare. Usually you could only you do only leave 2 here because you can kind of protect the 2 most important angles, but they go for the gamble of leaving 4 on one site, and that's just going to lead to a bloody fight. as they're walking up to it now. Quixotic gets the first frag. They're still trying to walk in, but Baller will pick out 2 more. Fang and Nick's able to get him a couple, but Quixotic and Hay will finish off the rest of them. And yeah, the gamble of leaving 4 on the B site works out for them. 9-6 lead for Western.
That was absolutely beautiful execution. Fallen popping out and getting the double kill. The execution from the side of Western University seems to be a little bit cleaner than Humber College at this point, at least on the defender's side. You know, we saw on the attacker's side, Humber College definitely felt a little more comfortable. Or sorry, on the defender side, Humber College seemed to be a little bit more comfortable over there, maybe. So it'll be interesting to see if that might be. It just could be a map thing, you know. Come second map, we might see them be more comfortable with it. I don't believe they were the ones who picked this map, so.
Yeah, that would be an interesting thought there. And a defender-sided kind of map, and you only 6-6. Always feels a little bit uncomfortable now that you got to do it on attack. Here's Fallen and Hay just teaming up for a couple of good frags here.
Constantly
Fallen will take out their head. Dano's got a target on Hay, but Hay's got a target on them. Flawless round comes through for Western.
Fallen just keeps finding these great angles to come around and like just find the enemy team not paying attention to everything around them, and it's really paying off for their team. Like Western University is just thriving with all of their members, where we're seeing, you know, we got Quixotic and Maxwell as the bottom fraggers in big quotation marks here, because they are really coming in clutch in specific rounds, but they're doing better than the majority of Humber College.
Yeah.
So Nyx really has only had 1 kill this round, this half really needs to step it up to give Humber
And Hay's
College
even catching up to them on that. Like, we're talking a lot about Fallen, but Hay's got 19. Like, there's only 3 frags behind Nyx for the lead on the server. So while it's been a Nyx show through the first like 8 rounds or so of this game, it's the script has certainly flipped already. And again, you're seeing that reflected on the 10-6 score in favor of Western, as they're just hanging out, and right now no attack from Humber College has worked out in any way.
No, it's been unfortunate. It seems as though, we have the rotation coming in. It looks like they played it a little bit safer, but there is a lot of smoke down on that B site right now. I don't really, like, there's no one actually on B site, but no one feels safe to push onto B site because there's no angle that's clean. But Hay decides, hey, I'm gonna find some guys.
I was about to talk about 2 gigantic picks for Humber, but then Hay matches that right away. Hay then takes down Nyx. Hay wants the server lead, has 22 frags now currently, only 1 behind Nyx, who they just taken out. Fang, though, does finish off Hay eventually, so that's going to end that bid. But now we're on a 2v2. Right now, they're actually just fighting over the bomb position, not actually where it's going to be planted. So right now, this is hugely favored for Western University. They grab the bomb.
That was a really... that was a poorly placed smoke from the Brimstone there, honestly. It covered the bomb, yes, but it also gave anyone who was standing on the other side or inside of that smoke way too much knowledge of if there was someone walking up on it. And they knew where the spike was. Unfortunate. Yeah.
But Kip and Maxwell run away, able to save kind of their rifles too as well, knowing that like, hey, we don't even have to kill this last guy. Let's just like get out of here, no risk. They can't possibly plant in time. Humber now is gonna have to time out here. Only 2 more rounds needed for Western University to have the map 1 advantage.
Yeah, and what a complete flip in this game, going from such an even first half to being an absolute blowout on the second half here.
I mean, it was even 6-3 in favor of Humber at one point. Remember that? It was 3 in a row at the end of that half. It's actually been, quick maths, 8 rounds in a row right now for Western University. And right now, Humber College, the word tilt comes to mind. Like, maybe that's what this timeout's about. Like, it might not even be strategy at this point. It might just be like, yo, let's all calm down. Yep. Like we could focus. This game is still open. Like there's no reason to give up on this map. They can get it, but so far it looks like this, of course, being Western University's map choice, was probably put it into this pool because it does throw off some people. I mentioned how I like this map better in organized play because more organized team will play it better, and this is a wrinkle that potentially Humber just hasn't been ready for. But we'll have to see how it goes with the rest of this one. as they have 4 ultimates here, and maybe they want to go YOLO and try to make sure they get around, because again, they haven't won 1 in 8, and they probably just want to feel like what a win feels like.
That could be very true. You know,
Want to play? Let's play.
it's being rather rough here. We see Kip popping out that cool op-like weapon there, but he is suppressed. Oh,
Nyx.
that was
got
an
there.
interesting use of orbital strike.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be able to pick up a couple rounds, and we're talking about kill lead. They're now tied there with Nyx. They can get one more in this round. They will have the server lead all of a sudden.
There.
The motion coming up towards this B site as Maxwell's currently sitting on site, gonna go up towards heaven and try to protect it from there. Does have help from Breach with him too as well. Minute 5 left to go.
There
Flash.
comes the flash. They're gonna push out. No one's around the corner.
Quick Sonic!
Spike down.
Dang.
Huge collapse comes through, taking them both down at the same time. Maxwell is going to step forward here. Should be able to take down Dano. Will be able to do so. And the timeout did not untilt this team. Western University still holding on
Match
strong.
point.
Oh, that was rough.
Yeah.
And at this point, you know, they spent a lot on guns that round, so they're not going to have a ton to bring out, and it is match point.
Yeah, they
We've
got the one Vandal because, like, Chamber didn't have to buy, had their ultimate. But other than that, everyone else got SMGs, Bulldogs, the Frenzy.
Frenzy on
So
Dano.
it's kind of a YOLO round. It's one of those, like, hey, let's just YOLO, get in there, or it's GG next. Let's just try to do the reverse sweep, starting with Bind as the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. And that could be it. Like, hey, let's get the reset. You know, the next map is our pick. Maybe, great shot by Kip. Maybe we, we just take this one. There's not a whole lot we can do. We didn't really want to play it, you know, and move on and just take it. But
that's not over yet. They got this plan here. Let's see if they can defend it. They did lose one teammate on their way to grabbing this, but they're trading it back now. Drip is able to pick up a couple frags. Kip, though, with that op, is able to take down one more. Nyx is trying to come up now and match the other Chamber player. Here's Hay.
it's a great
To
flick
find
away,
Nyx,
block the
drops
flash.
down. Nyx goes a little bit faster, but Kip's
Double
finally got
kill.
3K. Nyx wants to, at the very least, have the top frag moniker, even if they can't win this round. Kip's gonna get 4. There's only 1 left, and you know what that means. Just
Knife fight mid.
yeah, nice fight. I was trying to set up for a really epic call for the ace, and maybe Caster Kristoff. I don't know, but either way, the game's still alive at the very least before that one. And again, Nyx now has 26 frags on top of Hayes 24. That's barring this game actually going to overtime. That's the most exciting thing for me, just seeing who ends up with the top frag. But of course, it's still very, very plausible. If they can pick off a couple rounds in a row, they're right back in the mix.
Absolutely. You know, they just need to get that economy rolling. They have a full buy of rifles here. You know, a little bit of light armor onto Drip and Fang, but not going to be a big one. But Kip
Spike
picking
down
off
A.
people early is not going to be a good start on this round that they need to win on the side of Humber College. So they need to play it a little bit safer. Watch those corners. Oh, Maxwell getting a peek out onto Fang there. Looks like he's going to throw some smokes down.
And earlier, just comment on the play. Sometimes, as Fang takes down Maxwell, sometimes that tremor gives you a false sense of security, like after it's used, that maybe no one will be there anymore. But Kip just hangs out there with the op and is able to take them down. And now here's Fallen stepping up and walking in huge. Fallen wanting to be talked about again, as they're going to pick up another 2 frags and try to end this map. Plant putting down here by Mikey, though. They're able to get it down.
4 versus 2 in a do or die situation here for Humber. They need to take this round. Otherwise, it's over for this map. Yeah, Flash comes out. Didn't really do a whole lot. There it comes. The rolling thunder. Oh, he's blind. He had no chance.
3K has fallen. That's a GG on this map. Western University will have the 1-0 lead. We'll head to Bind in our grand final best of 3.
Absolutely. What a great play by Western University here. Absolutely. Just, you know, the very first half came out extremely close, but then they were like, okay, this is the side that we want to be on, boys. Let's go. Let's take the W on this one.
Yeah,
and they played hard.
They won 10 of the last 11 rounds. Like, so what a message to send. Despite Humber having a hot start to the game, again up 6-3. Western University then ended up running away with it. So absolutely huge. Again, we'll get on Bind. We're going to start getting onto the map choices of Humber. So that's what makes things a little bit more interesting. Maybe off that map, I wouldn't draw any conclusions on like, oh, this is GG already. There's still a very big opportunity for the reverse sweep.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm just looking over like the the combat scores here, the KDAs across the teams, and it's unfortunate to see, Humber College's Knicks on the very top, like boom, but they're all alone for their team.
Yeah.
The next four players all come from Western University before, the next four become Humber College, and then at last was Maxwell. But, you would have liked for Humber College to see it kind of more interspersed in there. Like it's like us, them, us, them, us, them. But it was a lot of that came on the back of Knicks, and the increase, like you said, on this map of Fracture, the teamwork and the cohesiveness of everyone doing of everyone putting in their best effort and putting in a lot of work for each player, as opposed to being on the backs of one player. It really made the difference on Fracture because of how open and quick it is to rotate on this map.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong. This is not just us trying to flame the entire team of Humber that's not Knicks. Obviously they made it to this finals because they deserve to be here, and they're a really, really strong team. But I think they know that themselves. I think themselves know, hey, there was some moments here that we just could have fragged a little bit better. And that's the thing with a game like Valorant, with all tack shooters, that it's so momentum build. You might have missed a shot in one round that all of a sudden led to the other team winning 3 rounds in a row. Like, it's literally snowballs
Absolutely.
that way, right? And
Yep.
so I think they know, if almost any player plays a little bit better at the right time, they'll shine. We touched on that at the beginning, where like Kip didn't have a lot of frags, but had very clutch frags when they did have them. So when I looked at the score and saw they were 4 and 7 at the time, obviously they ended up, I can't remember what the exact score they ended up with, but they ended up positive in the end. But like, they got kills at opportune times that help their team then build momentum and carry the way all the way to winning that map in such a handled fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at, I kind of like this stat here. I'm not sure how big of a play it is, or how much it may actually makes any sense, but the plants, Hay had 6 spike plants. The next closest was Maxwell, same team, with 2, and then Fang with 2, who's on Humber. And then it's either 0 or 1s from there. That is like on the side of Western
Viper, man.
University, that is 10 plants to Humber College's. They got 3 plants.
Yeah.
Right? That's a huge difference, especially when you're on the attacker's side, like Western was initially. That's probably what allowed them to carry on in that back and forth trade, where everyone's getting that little bit of extra cash through the rounds.
Yeah, and that's where Viper's utility just comes in so huge. That's why you give the spike to an agent like that. Their ability to just kind of wall off an area, ability to put up a big smoke, and then get in there. And of course, the Viper's pit. You saw the ultimate. One time it didn't work, but the other 2 times was basically just won the round, right? And that's what you kind of need out of that agent. But we're gonna take a quick break here. The team's asked for 5 while we set up for Bind here. But of course, just want to give a shout out to kind of one of the things we're celebrating over here at Memory Express, our new store in Mississauga opening up. That's now 5 stores in Ontario: Mississauga, Etobicoke, London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. So Ontario has tons of great, awesome options all over the place for you to get your gaming and shopping needs on. I love the retail experience that comes with it. I'm in Winnipeg, and every time I go in there, my favorite part is that they're smarter than me. And I think I'm a smart guy, but if I have questions and I need to know something, maybe it's like about RAM timings. That's the one thing that I kind of can't wrap my head around. They're able to explain that stuff to me in the moment that I need it, so I can make the correct purchase. And then I immediately forget that information and I have to ask it again. But it's great. So it's awesome to have a store there, and the people of Mississauga, I'm sure, will greatly appreciate that. But of course, MemoryExpress.com is also available, but it's just like that, the hands-on experience over at Memory Express is just second to none.
Absolutely. I fully agree with you.
So we will take a quick break here. We'll be back with more action. Of course, exclamation mark giveaway. Check out the laptop giveaway we're doing as well. More on that in a bit, but we'll take a break. We'll come back with more MEsports United action. See you soon.
Hey Crash, thank you so much for helping us build the perfect PC for streaming and gaming. Now, if you're a student, it can pretty much handle all your schoolwork as well. The cool news is we have 5 stores in Ontario and all 5 locations are carrying the Stream PC. So if you want to check it out, you can head over to our brand new Mississauga store, our recently opened Etobicoke store, or London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. All 5 of our Ontario locations are carrying the Stream PC, so feel free to head over there and pick one up for yourself today. Other than that, just want to say, enjoy the show and thanks for supporting us. See you later.
Hi everyone, we're back here with MEsports United Collegiate Valorant Invitational, and it was a banger first map. It looked like potentially Humber was going to run away with it, honestly, as they went up 6-3. But like I mentioned off top, 10 of the last 11 rounds won by Western University Esports, and they put a stamp on that first map. We're going to watch and see if Humber on their map pick is going to be able to start the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was quite the second half, Johnny. We were like, wow, this is a really great close matchup. Both teams are playing so well, and then
And then blew up.
yeah. I think it was it was a confidence in the map kind of thing. You know, it looked like Western University felt comfortable on Fracture, and it seemed as though maybe Humber College just wasn't as comfortable on the map.
Yeah,
So
that's
coming into this next map, Bind, we're on the pick and ban, or the picks of champions. Agents.
Don't worry, I said numbers all day.
Or yeah, it's Riot Games. We're on to the agent picks here. It's Bind. It's a classic map, been in the game since the very beginning. Everyone's got to be comfortable on this because this is not a map that's going to actively be banned most matches. So it'll be interesting to see how the side of Humber College comes back on this. We saw Nyx absolutely dominating in kills for his team and on the server. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to follow suit. They are back on Chamber here once again. So it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the case. Maybe this map, a few of the other players on the team are more confident on the angles, on how to take a site, and maybe we'll see a more evenly distributed KDA on across the board for the side of Humber College.
And I think the most impressive thing with University, and I've kind of hammered home the point a few times, but we're just seeing it again. They're in the 3 maps we've watched them play today, a different person was top frag on their team. I believe it was Fallen in the first map. In the second map, I believe it was Kip, and then Hey in the last map with their 24 led their team with that. So just different people stepping up at different times on different maps and just getting it done. It's such a boon for this team that you could be, this crazy carry, you could be Fallen, you're the jet player shooting up or whatever you're doing, and then like even if you're not feeling it, you have someone else on your team that's gonna be able to step up. This team probably has so much confidence with each other on whoever's still up, on whatever's still going on, that is huge. And right now, again, I don't want to draw too many conclusions based on watching one map of play from Humber. Right now, you don't maybe have that same confidence in your team, and someone on Humber has to step up and be just like Kip, just like Hey, and be one of those people that step up at a different time.
And look at Kip playing so aggressive here into the bathrooms.
Yeah,
Gonna find Fang. They've got it lined up, but neither of them hit. Oh.
Yeah, generally speaking, you want to get that headshot there.
Oh, the shorty
here. No comes in there
Not
with
quite
the
able.
or with the frenzy, take him down as Kip. That one wasn't on purpose. The other ones I did on purpose to troll. That one was an accident. Nick's coming up over here, still trying to deal with them. He's forced to pack up now as they're getting surrounded here. Hayes gonna come in here and 2 big frags here. 4v3 right now in favor of Western as they're starting to jump up now. Mikey takes down Fallen, but here's Quixotic, but Mikey takes them out. 2v2. Kip finishes off Drip. Only one person left here now for Humber.
Oh,
Mikey
High is so low on HP. Oh, Mikey needs a turnaround. Executed there.
4K from High, 3K from Mikey on the other side, but that one more for High ends up being huge, or hey, whatever we want to call him in this moment. It's also going to get the defuse, and that's a big round.
That was fantastic. A fantastic round. Both teams really played well on that. So it'll be interesting to see how we follow up. You know, obviously we are going to see the bigger buy come from the side of Western University here, but Humber College looks like they're just going to stick. Maybe, you know, Mikey's going to pick up a sheriff.
Yeah,
the rest of it, you know, yeah, a couple of them.
After getting a few frags there, but everyone else kind of keeping up those classics there for the save. And an interesting wrinkle here in the agent pool, like Fallen has kind of been playing Duelist all day, is on the Sky on this time around. So that's an interesting, I don't know if it's an adjustment or if it's just like, I feel like playing Sky. Like, literally, I could possibly not overthink it. It might just be that, but let's see how it goes here. It's very, very cool when players have that much versatility to just be able to pick up different agents.
Agreed. And you know, it was a little bit of a confidence show too here, because when we at least when I loaded into the match for that Exotic here getting doubles. When I loaded into the match, I'll talk about this afterwards. It's going to get explosive any second now.
Yeah, they're just going to run right into the bathroom here. Kip's going to pick up that one. They're still trying to run through the smoke as Fallen will finish off that last frag. And that will be a clean round from Western University. They're up 2-0.
So I was going to say, when I loaded into agent selection map for this round, already Western University, all of them but one had locked in. And it was on this, they were confident in their picks. They were like, this is what we want to play on bind. So interesting. Maybe that's the whole part of it. You know, that's also like a little bit of a, you know, kind of like a boasting, you know, it's like, hey, look, we know what we want to play.
Yeah, we're just picking this, pick whatever you want.
Yeah. We're not going to try and counterpick you here at all.
Yeah,
like, this is what we want. This is what we're playing. Pick around us because you're going to need to.
Yeah, and they might just have like literally said, "Hey, you're playing this agent on this map." Like this team seems like a team that's potentially that organized.
Yes.
Or again, we're overthinking it, and they just YOLO pick stuff. You never know. Some of those times, casters, and I'm guilty for it, have just say things. I interview them after, and they're like, "Yeah, we just kind of did whatever."
Yeah. What a great play from Kip there to you know, have that teleportation ready to return back, and absolutely, like, I'm blind, I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Spike planted. They've at least gotten 3 spike plants in a row here. Drip will pick up the opening frag, gets traded back by Quixotic. Maxwell now moving up. She's gonna take this Phantom away. They're gonna put down this smoke, maybe just go for the ninja defuse. Fallen is gonna step up and pick up 3K. Dano takes up Hay, but it might not be enough as Maxwell get taken down.
I thought that was going to go a little different. Mikey, I thought maybe got a triple kill there, but no. Wow, that was a dangerous end of the round.
Yeah, well, we were talking about someone needing to set up, but maybe that's Mikey so far. Already has 5 frags. Nick so far has 0. So, yeah, it's 3-0 so far in the rounds, but if Mikey can continue that kind of performance in rounds that they can win, and Nyx gets back onto form that we've already seen, this could be an explosive map, and I still think it's everyone's game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just going to take a little bit of time on the side of Humber College here to kind of like build up that economy so that they can, you know, take one round, and then if it sucks, you know, okay, you buy up, you don't win, but you have enough of an economy to move on and take that loss. But right now, they're just going to pick up a whole bunch of sheriffs.
Yeah. Just looking for picks on it now as Drippin has moved up. Nick's coming up long towards his B site.
Dangerous.
There's quite a few right around the corner.
Oh, he got one.
Gets the one tap.
He got 2.
Another one. huge from Nyx, but Kip and Hay answer with a couple more. Drip's going to walk in and be able to take down Hay, so it's still 3v2 as they're going to be able to get this bomb plant. So the two of them are going to attempt this retake.
Absolutely, and those are some guns in hand for the side of Humber as well, right? They had a bunch of Sheriffs in a Classic. Now they're rocking Phantoms. It's like Kip and Maxwell are going to slowly push in here.
So
Kip kind of giving away their position, though.
Hold on. Yeah, so in Counter-Strike, they call it a deco when you buy a bunch of deagles. Do we call it a Shiko? I'm going to call it a Shiko, and the Shiko round is working out pretty darn good.
Well, can we call it a Shako?
Shiko? Oh, hey! That reference built in. They're backing up. They have an op. They have the Vandal. They don't want to lose
give
that.
it up.
And that will be the first round win here on this map here for Humber College, and they're looking to start their comeback now.
Thrifty.
I love the sound of the teleports on this map. It
Wow.
gives it away that you're teleporting, but at the same time, like it's just like it's satisfying.
Satisfying noise.
Yeah.
It's like the frags in this game too. You can hear the bah, bah,
Yes.
as you're building up, like it gets you a little pumped. They did the sound engineers from Riot. They know what they're doing.
They know it, absolutely. And we are seeing a full buyout here and lots of cash left over right on the side of Nyx and Drip, who survived the last round. It's looking very nice for Humber College, and we're seeing obviously full buys for the side of Western University. So if they can take a 2-round in a row and hold the orbital strike, the teleport out, beautiful. No, though.
Oh, Drip gets one, but Kip's able to trade it right back.
Oh, he
And
missed.
you're here.
He didn't take a
missed
shot.
Rare miss from Kip there as Nyx is going to be able to tape it down. They have the spike planted here. 3v3 on the retake.
What a! I don't even know if Kip got the shot off. I think they thought they got the shot and then switched over to the knife or something. But
Yeah,
man, that was uncharacteristic. Oh, fallen.
Bang here.
I thought they
Takes
were
him
shooting to
down.
the wrong spot, but they got those quick reaction times, you know.
Player
Oh,
standing.
Quixotic had a bit of an advantage there, but
One.
Fallen's really up to take
Oh,
him down. Nyx
no.
will finish him. And when Nyx is feeling it, gets a 3K, it's danger time for Western University. That's 2 in a row here for Humber.
Yep, and that's Nyx. He's got 5 kills on the board now. You know, 2 rounds ago, nothing. 2 rounds later, 5K. So
Yep.
really starting to show up. Kind of maybe needed to warm up just a little bit, get the wrists a little warm and ready to go. You need that flick skill on bind map.
Yeah. And hey, and we already touched on it. Mikey also having a good performance so far too. So both
Look
of
at that
them
grenade throw.
could look good. They could be in a good spot
That was
here.
a lob.
Oh. Hey, and there's
Almost
the
dead,
other
though.
time. Maxwell being able to get the opening frag is a huge bonus for them as they're looking to
Mikey
move up
around
open now.
what?
Kip gets the initial frag as Mikey's going to start making their way over too as well. But no, they're actually going to back
They're a
off from
little
that. Maybe
surround.
try to meet the
no.
Enemy remaining.
Smart play. They get
Spike
the initial
down,
pick and then
B.
move back to try to meet the flank there. And now it's Nyx all by themselves. Spike is
Yup.
down.
Not a good position to be in if you're Nyx, but hey, if you can get a couple of parting frags here, that would be a very big benefit. Oh, I like that he didn't shoot the bomb, bot.
Yeah,
Don't give away your
Don't-
position. The recon arrow, let it expire.
yeah, they certainly have no idea he's there
I'm
now.
surprised they've left the spike.
Yeah, they're
Not a
kinda
single
hunting for him.
person. Yeah, like not a single person left there looking. It's kind of like ring around the road
I
posy.
think they think they're okay. Nyx is gonna try to
30
save,
seconds
so
left.
he
Here we
isn't going straight for the spike.
Oh no!
Quixotic's found him now. There's a paint cans coming through, trying to stop him off here. Hyphy play from Quixotic distract him enough for Hay to pick off that last frag. And now Western is up 4-2.
Man, that was I'm not gonna lie, that was some fancy feet from Quixotic there. I really love watching the players, especially when they have like explosions they can kind of hop off of and just Ray's playing so well and just playing the distraction because you can't really get a Ray's mid bomb jump right like that just you're not gonna hit them, they're moving too fast, but it's tricksy little plays like that.
All right, surrounding the A site now. Kip is ready to meet up with them, but is going to meet a wall of poison too as well. Has to back up now. And look at all this utility coming straight at him.
There he goes, out of
Stuck
there.
in U-Haul, will teleport out. Quixotic, though, is going to step up and take him down. Quixotic picks up 2, throws out a nade. Mikey takes him out, but Quixotic's got the damage done they needed. Mikey's going to try to flash for themselves. Kip's trying to back off from there, but Mikey gets a little bit of chip damage. Kip stepping up once again. Flashes. And taken down.
Brutal.
3v3. Can Kip find a headshot?
Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it! Oh, there's so slow reaction. There's
Trying to
the
get
blind.
that. There's a flash. Mikey now with those 3 fags. Again, Humber College starting to get their other members stepping up here. It's what they need. Hey, though, waiting to see if anyone moves through U-Haul. Nix finds that pick on Maxwell, so it's just 1 left there for Western.
Yeah, that was it was quite the little standoff there in Lamp. I always love it when there's those windy little corridors and people are kind of like poking their heads around. They're like, yo, hey, hello, nope, I'm here, not anymore. There you go. Let's go. Let's have a little fight.
Right. So rounds being traded back and forth once again here. Now the teams have been able to get full buys in. Game has kind of turned into something a little more interesting. 4-3, still the lead, but it's a narrow lead for Western.
Yeah, it really is, and their economy is starting to show that as well. You know, losing the round, lose, win, lose doesn't really help build up that economy. So you know, they're having a little bit of a rough time. I think if they need to take this round win in order to not have to save next round. So it'll be interesting to see how they play. If they play a little safer, they've been a little bit aggressive on some of these plays here instead of waiting for Humber to come to them. They're kind of poking out like that.
Nix is so fast, man. Like just fast hands. It's good to see. It's nice to watch. Nix getting it done here, giving their team an opportunity. Rare advantage here. Oh, Kip with a rare miss.
Shot miss.
Not gonna try twice.
Not
Sometimes
gonna try. Yeah.
You challenge twice, but when you know it's Nix, you go, that player is too fast to try twice.
Yeah, it's not worth the second shot.
Yeah. Like unlucky that you missed, but kind of lucky that you are still alive, kind of thing.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like Western might think that there's a B push coming here, but we're actually going to see Humber College push towards A, and it is a 4 versus 5 here. Humber College having 4, oh well, now they have 3 of 5 ultimates available, you know, but they are clearing out the site. Maxwell going to be the only one there on site to defend. He is going to manage to pick up that kill, though. That is going to be a good use. 4 versus 4.
Little thick. Nixon will eventually finish him off there.
Oh!
Kip takes out Duno in mid-air, who was trying to make a showstopper play, but gets denied that one. 3v3 here for the retake. Fang trying to deal with those wolves coming out of them. Viper's Pit goes down.
Yeah, that is going to cover up the spike. They're going to have to enter the pit and get a little bit of a fight going there. Nick's going to find Hay, though.
Oh, Nick suddenly with 4K gets denied there in the end, but here's a 1v1 now. Kip faking this defuse. Big braid over on the other side.
What? He's just sitting there.
I think he's AFK.
I think so, too. But it worked.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
It worked. I'm assuming, yeah.
Now, okay, so now, from some perspective, it looks like he, big-brained, was like, you're fake diffusing, I'm not even looking. But, oh no, pros don't fake.
No.
Comes in big in that one. That feels bad.
That was rough.
Well then, it's 4-4 now. Well, you kind of feel bad that a team's maybe gonna lose a round because of a DC, but they kind of won the round because of the DC, which is
it was that false taunt, you know. It's like
rarest
he can't find me, right? Like, where is he? I don't know where he is. Like, I don't want to start diffusing. Maybe he's got some crazy angle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's you getting in your own head. Get it in your own head. This grand final's got everything, folks. That is gonna be one of the most ridiculous things that maybe ever happened in a grand final. So that's so funny. But we are trying to wait out, obviously, trying to get them back into the game because I don't think they'll fall for the AFK player twice. Drip right now is trying to reconnect. But it gives us a moment to vamp a little bit. We got some stuff going on. We got some giveaways happening. ! Giveaway in the chat gives you the opportunity to win over $5,950 Canadian worth of giveaways. Of course, the big one is the notebook, the MSI GL66. This thing's fantastic. It's got a 15.6-inch 1080p screen, which, you're like, 1080p, that's not a lot. Honestly, at 15.6 inches, that's fine, because the most important thing is the 144 hertz screen, which is important for games like Valorant and in all your esports titles. This puppy's got an i7 in it, 6 plus 8 core processors, 20 threads, 24 megabyte smart cache. Do I need to say more? Why not? Because it also has 16 gigabytes, has a 1 terabyte SSD, and a 3060 in it.
3060, man.
The 3060 in it. This
In a
laptop in a laptop. This laptop's nuts. And MSI does good stuff with cooling too, so you're not really worried too much about it kind of overheating with all that power in it. This thing is a beast. But you'll have to try to win one by using !giveaway to see all the different giveaways. There's lots of different stuff there too. There's keyboards and headsets and lots of stuff. So it's worth checking out. And if we get enough people joining the giveaway, so tell your friends about it, they're also going to increase the amount of stuff they're giving away. But we are getting back into the map. It is a 4-4 game so far. If you are just tuning in right now, it's a Western University did win map number 1. But this one's close over here on
want
Bind.
to play? Let's play.
Yeah, it's been. Oh, there we go. Bringing up. That must have been. That must have been Nick's pulling out the old op-like weapon. Just gonna give it a couple of different names this tournament.
Yeah, just keep it. In case y'all missed the meme, we know it's the Tour de Force, but it's a meme. It survives. You had to be there. You had to be there. Let's see. Are they going to push over towards this A side? Kip is looking potentially for a pick, but no, it looks like they are going to rotate back towards the B side instead. Nyx has this op as they're looking up long. Right now, we, of course, can tell that there's no one on site, but of course, Humber does not know that yet.
It's interesting that they that Western University has nobody on B site right now. I mean, it does go to show that a lot of action has been happening on A site, but not to leave not a single person watching B site. It's a little dangerous because here we go. We've got Humber College pushing in. They are going to plant this spike down, and that's going to have to cause a full rotation back. And they've already lost their sky on Fallen, so that's going to be it's going to make the respawn or the retake a lot harder.
Knock Dart doing a little bit of work there from Hay. But they got to somehow pierce into the site here. Drip will take down Quixotic, who's trying to get him around. Dano picks off Maxwell. Nyx is going to find a nice shot there with the Tour de Force. Kip here does find one frag from long, but they're going to be looking at him shortly. Nyx doesn't miss twice.
Nope.
As they now have a 5-4 lead. Their first lead of this map.
Yeah, and their first lead in quite a while in terms of it just like round wins. Like coming into the last map, we saw such an even first half, only to have Western University absolutely take off on Fracture and just completely dominate that map.
And I think Humber took that personally. They're like, yo, you just can't let that happen. Yeah, they let them have the pistol in the ensuing rounds. That happens. But since then, it's kind of been all of them. They've won 5 of the last 6 rounds. Nyx popping off again, 13-5. Mikey, though, also joining him at 9-7. Kip over here also has 9 frags.
Oh, he didn't
Drip.
take the shot, but Drip got that information. Mikey's, yeah, there. They try the flash, but he's around the corner. Kip kind of backed off. I always love watching these kind of like standoffs down long. You know,
you jiggle peek, trying to figure out what's going on there. You throw down
tag
some
a
utility.
foot, someone
Do you
runs
run
away.
Enemy tag.
I
It's
think
definitely a
some
mind
nice
game. Like
vision there, though.
we talked about referencing other esports. It's almost like the footsies of this game. Like if we're talking about taking an FGC term, like that's almost what that is. The equivalent.
It really is.
Hip picking up a big frag. And I know Ronnie will like that I made a footsies reference. Let's make a frag there as Drip now is looking to move on up to this B site. The bomb is actually heading over towards the A site, but Drip here lurking, looking to find a couple picks. Is going to try to convince them that they're over here. He's drawing their attention. Look, 4 people, if you look at the mini-map, are moved over towards this B site. So they have the opportunity to come on this A site, but they actually don't take it quite yet.
Yeah, they haven't seen honestly, they haven't seen really any member of Western University
Kip's
yet.
going to meet a lot of people right away.
Yeah.
think so.
Nyx picks off one. He's getting flashed. He's going to back off now, but Fallen will take him down. Spike is planted on A, but it's still a 3v3. Maxwell from heaven looking to make a play. Jiggle peeking, shooting it at the box. Forces Deno to move. Deno taking more damage there. Reload coming in from Maxwell. Deno's trying to handle the storm coming at him. Does find Maxwell. Great point, Deno. Big flash though will mean Fallen gets another frag. 2v2 left. Both of them are back on A main. Fang picks up Fallen, so there's only one of them left. They're gonna launch the orbital strike to force him to back off and potentially win the round for it. Kip tries to go for it. Last one-ditch effort, but Drip will take him down. And that's a big round win there for Humber as Drip and Fang step up.
Yeah, especially coming into near the end of the first half of this map. It's been pretty even going, but now that is 4 wins in a row for the side of Humber College. So they've got quite a lot of momentum rolling on here. The economy coming out of Western University is not the best. Couple of sheriffs, some armor being picked up. You know, maybe they're going to hope to get a couple of picks and force them to have to rebuy next round. But this is going to be a bit of a throwaway coming in here for round number 10. And hopefully we're going to see Western University play a little bit better for round 11 and 12.
We want to get chats on that. Maxwell's taken down. Nyx is just feeling himself right now. They're lurking over to the B site. Got to the B site all by themselves. Hey, meanwhile, sitting in the smoke. Does see that Deno is firing there. Do they step up? They stay hanging out in the smoke.
They both were staring at each other for a good second, but neither do. Oh,
Nasty.
That's brutal. You look away for the second, you get shot in the head.
Yeah, and Deno knows exactly what happened there. Thought that maybe they backed off, but clearly that's not what happened. They'll get this plant off here. 3 people got to retake against 4.
Smoke's down.
And we do have the ultimates available on Raze and on Sova here. We might
Showstopper?
Yep, there it is. Grip's going to go
Exotic.
down to the Showstopper. Nick's kind of lurking in behind here. It's a little dangerous. Western University has to turn around.
Nyx trying to be a one-man. Showstopper over here takes down that. Fang, though, comes up and helps him out.
Enemy remaining.
Huge. Nyx picks up 3K. Fang picks up a couple. And exactly what we called for that Humber needed.
Last
It needed
round before
not
the
to be an
switch.
all Nyx show. Nyx is still popping off 17 frags, but you see Fang there picking up a couple. Mikey's sitting there at 9. And when this team gets some balance from the rest of them, they can beat anyone in this tournament. And you're watching it now. They've won 7 of the last 8 rounds.
Yeah, it's been an absolute banger for these guys. And it was funny because the first couple of rounds, Nyx took a little bit of time to get warmed up.
Yeah.
And now they're really showcasing their skill with this champion or this agent. As well as the weapons. And it's falling onto Western University to really, you know, they're very close in score level, but they're not able to execute on these retakes. They're really struggling. It'll be interesting to see if there may be another attacker on here.
Early Viper's Pit, just to give them access to the site. So they should be able to get this plant down pretty easily as Drip is doing that right now. So it'll be the full 5-5, but here's the Hunter's Fury. Might take down Drip, just barely dodging it as we get the top-down view of it. Hey, it's like we're watching League of Legends right now. As Drip, with the fancy feet, is able to get out of there. Fang looking to get in on site now. Drip is going to pick up a couple frags. Maxwell trades at least one back. Nyx still fighting through the smoke. Is able to pick off one. Mikey sitting in the middle of the Viper's Pit. Looking for someone to fight with.
Last player standing.
Kip is on the side. Can't quite
first,
get it. 3K for Nyx.
Gives up his position when he starts firing, and there was 4
Switching
people to
sides.
turn around and look at him.
What a half and what a response after losing map number 1. Big lead here, 8-4 for Humber College, and they're looking to force the 3rd map. That will be Ascent if we get there.
Exotic there had to do the Walk of Shame back to pick up the spike.
Someone's got to get it. Or at least bring it up to mid so it's closer to us. Drop it there.
Yeah. Don't leave it in the spawn. That's a terrible play.
But again, another half where Nyx has 20 frags in the first half. That's completely insane. And that time able to do it on attack where maybe we were thinking, oh, maybe he's just a good defense player. Nah, he got it done on attack there. Now on defense can continue to build on that lead.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Like that puts them on track to possibly do a 40K, which is a pretty impressive feat. Oh,
That's one way to shut him down. Just throw a bunch of utility at him so he can't do anything. Kip and Fallen have picked up a couple of frags early on in this one. Big picks that they need to win this pistol round. Maxwell starting to move up forward now. One of them is in U-Haul. That's Drip sitting here with this Ghost.
Yeah, and
here's the
he
Roomba.
did manage to spot out that rendezvous from Chamber
Spike
2 there.
planted.
So knows exactly where he's going to be coming back, but it didn't really matter.
Well, takes him down. Mikey starting to
Last
step up
player
here, get towards the
standing.
smoke. Kip takes down Fang. And it's only Mikey left.
Oh,
Kip
wow,
with
flawless.
another 3K here. Chamber v Chamber, trying to get it done.
You know, if we look at the trends of how the last half went, Western University should win these next 2 rounds. And then it should become all one-sided for Humber. But I don't know.
Who knows?
It's hard to
Like,
say. It's hard to say.
We've seen Western University go on crazy streaks and steal momentum all the way back. And again, maybe someone gets cold on Humber. Maybe Nyx cools off a little bit, and then that opens the door just a little bit. Western University just needs you to make small mistakes for them to be a better team than you. And Quixotic with an early pick on Nyx, that might be exactly what they need.
Bang, sitting in that corner, not roll. The short, he does manage to get a kill.
That's huge. Able to get at least one here. Mikey trying to step up now. Just has this classic. No utility whatsoever.
Does get the flank here a little bit, though. When that smoke comes down, no one else is looking at him.
Ooh, Drip able to at least pick up one more pick, but Maxwell turns around and trades it right back. So it's still 3v2. That'll turn the numbers to even all of a sudden. And a good little eco round coming forward here right now.
Absolutely. They have really put it. Looks like we are going to see Western University rotate over to A site. Not a bad call on their end. There is a lot of stuff sitting on B site for them to have to dance around.
They get the plant off now.
Spike planted.
100 credits across the board for the rest of his team.
The note Kip has the Phantom, so has a very big firepower advantage against everyone. Maxwell still with a Spectre is not bad. Mikey also with the Spectres you're seeing on screen, but Sheriff on Dano's hands.
One enemy
Backed
remaining.
off with like seconds to go. Maxwell didn't get that kill.
Boom. That's a good round. That's how you mount a comeback. It starts with 1 round. Starts with 2 now. So let's see if they keep going.
Oh, that was really well played from them too. You know, losing so many of their players, a save round from the side of Humber College, it kind of is a bit demoralizing, especially early on. Just like, hey, you know, we invested so many credits into this, guys. Like,
Yeah.
but being able to clean it up, save the round, take the win, and move on. It shows that they
You
can
want to
like,
play?
you know, they
Let's
can
play.
fight against that that mentality and come
Yeah.
back and really show up.
Yeah, but big here on this bonus, Kip is using the Tour de Force. So they'll be able to defend with that. Kip holding down the B site. They committed 3 over there. 2 sitting on A right now. Dano currently waiting for them to strike. It looks like it might be an A hit. They've postured in this position.
Like, yeah, we're seeing some smoke coming out. Blocking the vision. Got it.
Molly. Quixotic trying to get at him.
He didn't
Just
trigger
has
it.
his Ghost. Quixotic still playing with Drift over here in U-Haul. They're going to try to get him on a 2v1. They'll at least trade it back. But there's Kip. There's that Tour de Force picking up a big frag. Bomb being planted. Fallen trying to get it down now.
Spike planted.
Check lamp.
One enemy remaining.
Maxwell was
Maxwell.
waiting for him.
Only
That's the
Fang
dangers
left.
of going through there. Fang, you know, we could see something come up here. Fortunately not.
Takes him down. Yeah, nothing
Bring
going
it
on
up
there.
there
So
now. 8-7. This is the point where last half we saw Humber College kind of struggling these first 3 rounds, and eventually they came back. You know, they won the next 2 at this point in the last half. So if they can, you know, they're sitting a little bit
They
lesser on the economy, though.
they spent a little more there on that 3rd round than they did, I believe, in the first time they were down by 3. So they are just going to be sitting with a bunch of sheriffs. We got 1 frenzy and Nick's just hanging on to the classic. But for now, they have a disadvantage once again. It might be a tie game right away.
Bomb buddy comes out from the raid. Got down pretty quickly. There's going to be a hard push by the side of Western University here, and it's paying off. A lot of confusion going out.
Yeah, Fang's able to pick up 1, but gets traded right back as Fallen's going to pick them off. Drip getting another one. Spec with 3v2. Fallen now suddenly with 3K in this round. Kip finishes off the last, and a quick round here will go on over to Western University. Now we're at a tie game, 8-8, when it looked like a big lead for Humber. And now they're going to get PTSD from what happened in the first map. Here's a quick timeout as they try to get out of it.
This timeout is all about collecting your wits, being like, all right, guys, we've got money. Let's buy up, play safe. Don't push out. Don't be aggressive. Let them come to us. You've shown that when we know the angles and we're ready on the angles for them, we saw that every single time that Western University tried to do a retake onto a plant that Humber College had already had down. It was an absolute decimation of Western University. So they just need to play it safe. You know, keep angles covered. I think maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. Nyx hasn't gotten a single kill this half.
That's what happened last. Like, does he just
It
cool
was.
off in second halves? I don't know. Again, don't want to draw too far conclusions on a single kind of match going on, but Nyx has cooled off there. Even Mikey, who was kind of like being second in command almost in that first half, has kind of fallen off too. So you go like, they just might be a hot and cold team. That just might be a reality with them. Like when they're hot, they're really hot. But when they cool down, that again opens the door for Western University to come back in it. And we saw it in the first match in the semifinal for Western. It's like you just lose the round you make mistakes in, and if you can't play flawless, Western will beat you.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the problem. It's like, is when Nyx or Drip kind of go cool on the side of Humber College, there's not a lot of, like, the remaining players on their team don't have that carry ability that we've seen. Whereas, you know, on the side of Western University, Fallen, Kip, Maxwell, Hay, Exotic, we've seen all of them pop off for the team when they've needed it. And it's a little rough to see here, but, you know, we still have quite a few more rounds to go. High gonna be able to take out Mikey, though, and Nick's going
Kip. Get things started here. They're still moving on the side. Drip is in an aggressive spot, though. He's able to sprint down, too, with the transfer. Maxwell does eventually take him out, but here's Fallen still trying to finish off work. Quixotic takes down Dano. And Fang is the last one standing here for Humber. He's going to try to stop the plant. Won't get that down in time, as Fang is just trying to get through here, but they're stuck in a terrible place. Tries to walk up, and there's the team ace. We're talking about different players. Everyone got a frag in that round.
Oh, yeah, that was a harsh one. It looked like they were setting up nicely on Humber College's side, but unfortunately, they just kind of got dismantled.
Yeah. Western, when they turn it on, they turn it on. Like, there's been a ton of rounds in a row now coming in here for Western, and they're just like, yeah, they've won every round of this half. Let's just put it that way. It's pretty straightforward. It's got them kind of the comeback here, despite a pretty impressive lead for Humber, kind of in all that. I was already thinking about, okay, what strategy are we think about it since? But they've quickly taken away that narrative because they might just want to win this 2-0.
Yeah, and that definitely looks like it. We are going to see a hard push here from... Oh, he just jumped right over the top.
Oh, Fang! Getting it done with the Bucky, picking up 2 frags there. That's nice stuff, but it does get answered quickly as they do take out 2 more. So it's now still a 3v2 in favor of Western as Maxwell begins this plant. Nyx is trying to come on over to help out here, but can they do it with just that gun. Drip
That's
now
tough.
started to come in.
Bucky versus the judge. Oh!
Ooh,
Bucky
Bucky.
won.
Winning out that one. Maxwell throwing out the smoke. Drip is trying to 1v2 clutch. They're throwing out the smoke for themselves, so maybe they can have access to fighting over Kip. But Kip will just take them down because you have to beat Kip too. 10-8 now in favor of Western University.
Coming into this second half, you know, I was thinking, man, I think it's like maybe this is just a map that Western University isn't comfortable playing. But man, it maybe just on the defender side. They got to go back after this tournament, play a little bit more defender side on the on bind, and just learn it a little bit more.
That all being said, like Humber just played the attack so well. Like it might not have been that they were uncomfortable, but right now, currently on defense, they just don't have an answer for Western's attack. So I think we're seeing two high-level teams. Just one team has just got that little bit of an edge advantage right now.
Toxin screen down.
Maxwell takes down Nyx to start this round off. Fang in a little bit of trouble here. Spallen's going to step up, finishes off one. Mikey at least trades that one back. Kip's going to pick off one more, so it's now another 4v2 in favor of Western University as they start to move towards the B site.
Yeah, that was a little rough of a trade there on the side of Humber, and a win that they really needed, and they needed it to go in their favor. Still going to peek over. Drip's going to pick up a kill, bring it down a little closer to even, but they have their work cut out for them here. Trying to retake a site.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Kip takes down one, but
over to B. Yeah.
folks, important thing there. I don't know how many times I've seen people walking through that exact corridor and it's an easy collat for an opper. Walk like that. Be a little bit separate. So if one of you is going to die, fine, it's what it is. It's an opper. Both of you don't die there. And that, honestly, that's just like walking smart, I guess. But it allows that it was able to be a trade and not just a giant collat.
Drip kind of taking a couple little pot shots here, giving away where he is.
Try to jump at him right now, Quixotic, and it's enough of a distraction for Hay to come in from behind and start to defuse. I don't know if they see chat.
Team chat. Yeah.
I don't know if you see chat.
Pause.
But
Okay,
yeah,
good.
slightly BM there. Not gonna lie. But either way, let's ignore that. 11-8 is the lead right now for Western.
Yeah.
They're looking to finish this one off. Lots of ultimates. Like 9 ultimates are available this round, so this could be an explosive round.
Wow.
You want to
wasn't even
play?
paying
Let's
attention.
play.
Yeah, that's very true. There we go. We hear the first one pop out off onto the side of Kip there. He is pulling off a pretty big gun.
Yeah.
But
Remember, Nyx hasn't had a single frag this half.
still hasn't. No, we are.
Oh, yeah, just throwing
we
that out
are
there.
7 rounds in. Not a
Yeah.
single frag.
Yeah,
really-
that's potentially huge.
It is potentially huge on their side, on the side of Humber College, because carried them like straight up. that was-
Straight
he
up.
carried them last round. Like it,
Yeah.
it was unbelievably.
And tournaments like
Yeah.
this are marathons, man. Like you could be
Yeah.
so good, and you get to that grand final, you maybe ran out of
First
steam
one,
here.
there it is.
Just
You heard us
kidding,
talking about
Nyx.
him.
Not out of steam. Picking up a nice little shot there. Pick up Quixotic, but that might be what Nyx needed. Again, seems like a hot and cold player. If that frag
I
gets them to
know.
become hot from here on out, they may be fine. Mikey looking away right when Fallen turns around that corner. So we're still looking at a 4v4 as they're starting to move up towards the A site. The spike is actually over near B as Nyx has
Spike's
shot and
down,
taken that
B.
down. Drip does find a frag over here on A, but Kip is getting it going,
30
taking down
seconds.
themselves. 2v2. Again, Spike is over by B. They might take the teleporter to get over to the other side. They do indeed do that. They're heading towards the A site.
There we go. We do have to be careful there on the side of High because he was being spotted out by Fang.
Last
Are
player
covering
standing.
it well. Kip managing to get the
Spike
plant down
planted.
while his buddy covers him.
Oh, yeah.
The sound of that gun firing.
Oh, yeah. Tour de Force sounds awesome.
Match
Honestly, it's 90% of the reason I unlocked the agent to play. Like, your op just sounds cooler than a regular op. I need that.
Yep.
I don't even know if you're good. I just spent all my things to get it. But either way, 12-8 here. We have match point. We have championship point coming up.
Championship point, man.
And Western University could secure it all here. Again, it's been 8 in a row on attack. and you get a quasi buy right now from Humber. We got a Judge in there. We got a Spectre in there. 3 other rifles. Let's see if they can hold it down.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen on the side of Western University before, Kip pulling out that Judge and making good use of it to turn a game around. Maybe that's something
big
we
nade.
see here on Humber College side.
Here comes the firefight. Hayes gonna get in there. Dano will pick him off. Dano grabs 2 of them.
The one.
Can Dano save their team? Kip will pick them off. We're now down to a 3v3. Do they continue this B side or take the teleporter?
Maxwell, now it's down to a 3 versus 2. Maxwell does have the spike. Gonna bring it in. It looks like they're gonna plant here on B. A little dangerous. We do have the flank coming around the other side. Mikey and Drip gonna be coming along from the defenders spawn.
Maxwell throwing out that blind. Fang's gonna jump in here with the
Judge. Pan off.
Can they defend it? Kip tries, but
Got
get
it.
this down. This game is still alive for Humber as they win this round. 12-9 lead for Western.
Man, that first win of the round absolutely, definitely needed to come out and happen. And you know what? That Judge, I think it paid off.
Yeah. The tough part is they
Let's
still don't
go,
have a lot of
Judge.
cash. But they have the Judge, and maybe that's all that they need. Plenty of cash over on the other side, so it's still favored for Western to win this following round. But they need stuff like that to happen for them, and they got to get every round in a row here. Keep the hopes of winning this championship alive.
And kind of Fang's purchase kind of reminds me of the tank and spank I would do on Dust 2 CS by the XMP heavy armor. To just run it down.
Ooh, Showstopper comes out 1-for-1s. Hay, though, picks up Dano, so they're going to give themselves a number advantage. Now, again, they're moving up towards this B site. Nyx is going to want to try to slow them down, firing through that smoke, but they're getting through here and getting this plant off now. Hay, meanwhile, is back here with the Phantom, looks to meet up with Nyx. Hay takes down Nyx, and you know how big that is. Fallen takes down Drew. He's able to pick up one more, but there's only Mikey left. Can Mikey do it alone?
Can he do
One more, but High with the 3K is going to finish off this grand final. It'll be a 2-0 victory for Western University, and they'll be the champions of the Valorant Collegiate Invitational here at MEsports United.
I just, you got to give them a clap. That was
Yeah.
well executed, well played from the side of Western University. Props to Humber College. They did well, coming all the way up here in this tournament, winning everything they needed to get to the grand finals, and they put us on a great show in the first round.
For sure.
And the first match as well. Like that was a killer match. Came in here, unfortunately, they just played a little too cold, like we were saying. You know, Nyx just kind of cooled off in the second half. Only managed to get 2 kills in the second half.
Yeah, and that's tough, but at the same time, I can't think of a time a collegiate level team in any esport is this balanced. Sometimes you sometimes get a player like Nyx on your team who happens to be amazing and is going to your college or university, and that makes you a good team, or maybe 2 players. But like down the lineup for Western University, superstars. Each and every single one of them, they stepped up in different ways. The teamwork is fantastic, but each and every single one of them could frag out, and it just made for such a balanced effort. They get to go home with $700, using it for either jerseys or equipment or esports event stuff. They can also use that money to fund their Valorant team's projects, or use that towards Memory Express gift cards or Academy gift cards. Either way, it's some fantastic stuff, and they come out to it huge. And again, shout out again to Humber College. They still come out with $300 for their esports organization there too. So they're not empty-handed. So congratulations on a great tournament for both these teams. You came out here and put on a show. And again, both our matches today were 2-0, but they were both bangers. And both the times you felt like one team was going to win it, and all top 4 honestly we're great here tonight. And man, the collegiate esports seed in Canada is something awesome. That's great to see.
It's really starting to pop off, and like with the help of someone like Memory Express United, you know, it's just going to be even better, bigger, greater things always coming out from these guys, and I'm really excited to see the future of esports and collegiate esports in
Mhm.
Canada because we've seen a huge growth of it in the US. And I've always looked over there and be like, man, I wish we had something like that here. And lo, have some of that stuff to go. So I was just looking at the scoreboard, and you remember last map I was
Mhm.
talking about the plants versus the who how many times the spike was planted, on
Right.
each team, and how it was, like, almost negligible for the side of college. Well, I think they listened during the halftime because the plants came out all pretty equal, like, I'm talking, like, we're at 9, 10 plants on the side of Western University, and it
Mhm.
was 12 plants on the side of Humber College.
Yeah.
So they were listening a little bit, I think. They realized that, and it's something to see as well that was great because I know it's I know it's bind. There's only 2 spots to go. It's really easy to get in and plant and like kind of cover up and set up your site, but
Mhm.
it's just great to see the teams planting more often instead of just
Yeah.
becoming effectively like a team death.
Yeah, and yeah, that is a little bit of, kind of what happens in that map, like, it is relatively defensive sided on Fracture there, so you come to Bind, I would say a fairly even map, just because, like, you have the ability to kinda rotate really quick, and you have the ability to rush a couple different sides. I really like Bind and how well that's balanced, so, you see it there where they kind of get even plants at the very least, so they're able to kind of get things going for themselves, so good job for both teams. Again, they put on the show, and I was fully ready to get into game number 3 for these 2 teams. I
Yeah,
really thought Humber had it in them. Again, they had the lead after the first half, 8-4, if I'm remembering
I think it
correctly.
was, yeah.
Yeah, 8-4, but, like, they won virtually every round in the second half there for Western University, and that was such a big difference maker. And clearly, they just straight up won because of that, right? So, it's just, again, another match I'm gonna remember fondly and think about how close it reality was, even if you go through the history books and you see 2-0s all the way to the final. You almost think Western University completely dominated all the way to the final, but no, they were hard fought matches, and Western University deserves all the praise for winning them. But the other teams in this tournament deserve a good amount of praise too for hanging in there. And on a different day, things go a little bit differently. Maybe we're crowning a different champion today, but that's not the case. It's Western.
Yeah, absolutely, like, Humber University played absolutely fantastically matches, and they
Mhm.
really need to take away the one takeaway they need to take from this tournament is just, hey, like, let's get these other guys, a little bit more comfortable playing on the maps, a little more comfortable in in the agents that they're playing, and honestly, come back next time and be like, hey, look at how much we've improved. We're
Yeah.
not relying on just one person to kind of show up and be the showstopper and shut down everyone else. We actually have a well balanced team like Western
Mhm.
University Field. Honestly, I could see these guys coming in first place next time if
Yeah.
and giving Western University a real run. They
Definitely.
already did. There was
Yeah,
so many
they already
rounds
did.
where it was so close, and it's like it showed that maybe it just the reliance too much onto one person being Nick,
Mhm.
uh, you know, kind of shows that weak point when that chink in the armor happens to kind of flake off a little bit too much and you're stuck and like Nyx goes down really early or isn't showing up in on that map at the time. It really makes it so that you struggle in the second half where
Yeah.
we saw Western University win. Oh,
Yeah. Absolutely
sorry.
huge. And so, want to give a few more shout outs to kind of what we're celebrating here over this weekend, too, as well. New Mississauga store just opened this weekend over in Ontario. That now makes it 5 different stores over here in Ontario. I say here, I'm in Winnipeg, but the 5 different stores now in Ontario and Mississauga at a Pico,
Obico.
London, yeah, what you said, London, Ottawa, and Hamilton. So tons of great options to experience Memory Express's retail experience. It's honestly second to none if you get in there. If you have any questions about building your PC, which you could do now because GPUs are actually in stock and stuff.
Available.
Yeah, so you can get in there and have a great time. And Matt, even just to go in there and look at different cases to get an idea of how you're gonna build your stuff, they're all there, and they're
Pick your
all
brains.
yeah, they're great stuff. So you should definitely check out a store if you have one in your area. Of course, we still have the MSI giveaway going on, the MSI GL 66 15.6-inch notebook. It's valued at 18.99 Canadian, which is like over 2,000 after tax if you were to buy this thing, and all you have to do is enter and you can win this thing. It's got an i7, it's got a 3060, it's got 16 gigabytes of RAM. This thing's a beast. It's an absolute beast. Definitely check that out. And that's not the only thing we're giving away. Definitely check out more of our different giveaways with the exclamation mark giveaway. There's keyboards and headsets and all different sort of things that you possibly well you do want to win as well, and definitely want to check that out. And Archer, I'll give you a moment here. Why don't you talk about Academy for a little bit?
Yeah. So Academy is is literally Canada's first nationwide education program. It's being run by Memory Express. So secondary education. So if you're going to university, a college, you can sign up onto the Academy website, My Academy, myacadme.com. Head on over to there. You can sign up and you can actually purchase all your parts for your computer at a discounted rate. And if you
Hmm.
can get, I believe it is if you can get your collegiate team to sign up for a referral link, it actually will allow any purchases that anyone makes on the Academy website will actually percentage of that will go back to your club. So the
Hmm.
club signs up. You guys can get discounts on all the parts that you want to buy to make your computer better. Or if the
Huge.
club's going to purchase computers for the thing, like if you've got a Valorant club or an esports club, and they're going to pick up like 5 or 6 new desktops, they can bring those all in, and then you use their referral link to purchase parts for your own personal rig. Then you can get a little
Huge.
bit of that kickback goes right back to the club.
Yeah, which is an awesome program there, the education purchase program there for Academy. Oh man, we talked about it at the very beginning of the show. It's like I wish we had this stuff when I went to school, man, because like it would have been cool. So y'all, I'm jealous. All I'm saying is I'm jealous of you Zoomers. you get to have
Then
this
there,
if you're
take
going there.
advantage of this because,
Yeah, take
man,
advantage of it.
as a
It's
kid, it
huge.
was rough. It was rough growing up and trying to get a new computer,
Yeah,
and
man.
now it's so much easier, and you have there's so many more chances and openings to get into esports and gaming and content
Hmm.
creation, and it's just fantastic. And hey, sponsors of this show, if you want to learn content creation, is our good buddy Crash Coic, who you can go
Yeah.
over to twitch.tv/Crash Coic. Head on over there. We actually had a halftime show with Kim showing off his
Hmm.
crazy setup for his
Which is nuts. Go to the VOD and watch
absolute
it at the
nuts.
very
Oh,
least
yeah,
and check that out.
literally,
Like,
I think it ended a 2 hour or just about 2 hours ago. So if it's 4 p.m. for me, that's PST, that's 7 p.m. Eastern. Shave 2 hours off of that on the VOD, go back and watch it, and then, and it was an hour and a half long, so, go 3.5 hours back, take a look through it, and yesterday's VOD around the same time would have had it as well. Fantastic stuff. He does crazy work, very knowledgeable streamer. And if you ever just pop into his have questions about that,
mhm.
the man will help you out. And and I feel the same. Ever looking for that, head on out and do that because it's absolutely a ball or absolutely a blast to watch Crash stream.
Yeah, it is one of the most nutty setups. Like, I like last time we talked about it, I touched on it where it was basically like you could be convinced that like he has 10 producers working for him to make the stream the quality that it is, but it's just
Really.
kind of himself and doing some pretty nuts things production wise that you could plausibly do. And
Yeah.
that's what's the coolest part of him. He's so open about helping people. That's why he sponsors this stuff. That's why he does the halftime show, so you can ask questions and all of that. So it's definitely a great opportunity. Follow twitch.tv/crashcoic. You're supporting another Canadian streamer, which is huge and very, very cool. But you also like can learn something about your own stream if you're looking to get your own streaming career or just like casually curious. So it's pretty awesome there. Crash Kowick helped build the Memory Express esports scene too. I know he was casting kind of in the very first tournament we did, and has helped out with production before, and we're happy to still kind of be partners with him. So like even this setup, what you're seeing, what we have going on now, a lot of that is founded a little bit by Crash Kowick. So definitely appreciate the dude, and deserves all of your following.
Yeah, and once again, I just want to give a shout out to all the teams that
Mhm.
including Western University we just saw here, Humber College we just saw earlier. We got to see sorry. The Western University twice. It was the West
UW.
yes. Sorry
My
guys.
brain's
Sorry.
fried.
It is.
Windsor.
It's been a long
It was
day.
it was Windsor.
Yes, University of Windsor. Windsor. We get to see their team play. I believe we had formerly Ryerson, now Toronto Metropolitan
Mhm.
University. I believe they played on here. It's been a fantastic time. A pleasure to have you guys here and
Mhm.
competing so that we can commentate over you because it's all been an absolute blast. We've great. And like we got to give some shout outs to, our back end here as well. We had
Yeah,
Donkey
for sure.
Balls here doing our technical direction. And then Lemon, who was doing our observing for us. So if you guys thought the
Oh,
observing really
Lemon.
cool today,
Can I
there's a
can I just
reason for it.
can I just like simp for Lemon for a little while
Definitely.
because it was so awesome to watch what Lemon was doing out there as an observer and getting us like kind of that bird's eye view. That one moment where I was like, "Oh, this is like I'm watching League of Legends for a second because we were able to see someone dodging an ultimate. We're gonna see those fancy feet coming out and seeing it from top down actually looks more impressive in a way than seeing it from first person. So, big shout out to Lemon out there, just absolutely smurfing it from the observer role. And two, as we are still kind of waiting for kind of our tradition that we do over here at the MEsports tournament, we do the kind of live edited highlight reel right at the end. We are just waiting on that. But until then, me and Archer are still just gonna like talk about everything going on. But again, shout out to everyone that does help make these tournaments happen. Obviously, the Express staff, Leo Greed coming out there being a TO, Ronnie and Brodania helping out from the staff. Appreciate working with you guys, and it's always a blast. And thank you for inviting me to come out to this because every time I do, I have a great time, and I love supporting what's going on here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's a blast to be able to support these guys, to work with everyone in the back end, and especially yourself, Johnny. And where can people find you outside of casting?
Easily at Johnny Esports. That's JONNY Esports. Everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, social media exists that I'm on. Like a relevant social media that exists that I'm on. Not Google Plus. Does that even still exist? I don't know.
Don't
But
think
all
so.
the relevant ones,
All
I'm
the relevant ones.
I'm Johnny Esports. Easy, but there's no H. Sometimes, actually, I
I
think I set up my website so if you Google Johnny Esports with an H, I'll still come up. But anyway,
nice, nice, nice.
I do have a portfolio there that does show off the different shoutcasting needs. I can help fulfill them. But yourself, Artrin, how can people find you?
You guys can find me twitch.tv/Artrin or on Twitter, twitter.com/Artrin with TV added to the end of it. Someone many years, and I'm just like, come on, Twitter. Just gotta get a different name. Yeah, you guys can find me there. I don't stream too often, but I love casting, so it's always something that I'm out to do.
Mhm.
And just once again, we want to give a shout out to Memory Express for having us here today, letting us put on this great show, all the teams that competed. And once again, congratulations to Western University for
Mhm.
coming first in our tournament today.
Huge champions, huge finals, and
Cool
now,
highlight reel coming up just in a sec.
yeah. Without further ado, here's the highlight reel of all the awesome action from this weekend. Thank you, folks. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all next time. Let's roll the highlight reel.
And that wraps up our MEsports Valorant Collegiate Invitational. Thanks for supporting our Ontario grand opening event. Now let's enjoy some highlights from our school teams. See ya at the next one.
speed, the momentum, the velocity. It's just too fast. It's unstoppable plays, and the taps for days coming through from the Vandal, from me. No, from them.
Someone more, and he's just going for
Bang.
the 2, maybe the 3.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the shock dart.
The shock dart.
No.
3.
Spike planted.
Jeez, that was really quick.
Oh, the
Mikey will
shot.
do the 3.
Oh my god.
Mikey, settle down.
Mikey.
Enemy remaining.
The 4.
Oh!
30 seconds ago.
That
Flash comes up.
Oh! Team play. Absolutely beautiful that B-Bomb picks up a nice 3K on that round. Down, Fallen. And as you were saying, when Fallen goes down, it's a good chance they're going to win this round. So keep breath and hold. Shaky finds another good frag. Big. Oh! 3K. Shaky just doing it all himself. Although Unique picked up 1-2 as well. So that's going to leave Kip as the last one standing. Can't do nothing. You can grab that. Feels a little bit uncomfortable now that you got to do it on attack. Here's Fallen and just teaming up for a couple of good frags here.
Constantly finding.
Take their head. Sano's got a target on Hay, but Hay's got a target on them. Flawless round comes through for Westwood to pack up now as they're getting surrounded here. Hay's going to come in here and 2 big frags here. 4v3 right now in favor of Western as they're starting to jump up now. Mikey takes down Fallen, but here's Quixotic, but Mikey takes them out. 2v2. Finishes off Drip. Only one person left here now for Humber.
Oh,
Mikey
High is so low on HP. Oh, Mikey needs a turnaround. That is going to cover up the spike. They're going to have to enter the pit and get a little bit of a fight going there. Nick's going to find Hay, though.
Oh, Nick suddenly with 4K gets denied there in the end, but here's a 1v1 now. Kip faking the defuse. Big braid over on the other side.
What? He's just sitting there.
I think he's AFK.
I think so too, but it worked.
Oh no! Oh no! Now, okay, so now, from some perspective, it looks like Big Brain was like, you're fake diffusing, I'm not even looking. But, no, pros, no fake.